Before we descend into the sealed corridors beneath the Vatican, I want to give a shout out to Spot Boogie for suggesting this topic. If you're enjoying this investigation into what might be hidden beneath one of the most secretive institutions on Earth, please drop those hype points on this video. Seriously, it helps the channel way more than you possibly know, and it lets me know which stories resonate with you all the most. Also, I'd love to know, what time is it where you are right now, and where in the world are you listening from? Only if you want to share, of course, but we absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It's incredible to think we've got people from every corner of the globe all diving into these mysteries together. Alright, let's get into it. April 10th, 2023, Rome. The Vatican Library smelled the way Lucian Ferraro always imagined eternity might smell. Ancient parchment, furniture polish, and centuries of whispered prayers absorbed into stone walls. After 6 years of begging for access, 2 years of proving his credibility, and 18 months of actual work in these halls, he'd learned to appreciate the weight of history that pressed down on every researcher who entered this place. Lucian had wanted this since childhood, since the day his grandmother, a devout Catholic who attended Mass every morning, told him that the church held secrets that would make the angels weep. She'd said it casually while making pasta in her tiny kitchen in Naples, but the words had burrowed into his young mind and never left. Now 38 years old, divorced, estranged from his daughter who lived in Milan with her mother, Lucian had poured everything into his work. Historical research was all he had left. The Vatican archives represented the pinnacle of his field, the ultimate validation that his life's choices had meant something. He'd been cataloguing routine acquisition records for 3 hours when he found it. Tucked between 2 requisition forms from 1957 was an envelope that shouldn't have existed. No barcode, no classification number, just a single phrase stamped in faded red ink across yellowed paper. Archivum Subterraneum, Level 4. Lucian's hands trembled as he broke the brittle wax seal. The sound echoed in the quiet reading room, a soft crack that seemed too loud. He glanced around, suddenly paranoid, but the only other person visible was an elderly priest dozing 3 tables away. Inside was a single torn page. The edges burned as if someone had tried to destroy it but couldn't finish the job. The paper was brittle, fragile as a dried leaf. The letterhead bore the papal seal of Pope Pius XII, the 3-tiered crown above crossed keys, embossed in gold that had faded to a dull bronze. The date read June 19th, 1948. The text was brief, written in Latin with a shaky hand, as if the writer had been under tremendous stress. But 3 phrases leapt out at him, each one more impossible than the last. Objectum originis celestis, ex deserto recuperatum, an object of celestial origin, recovered from the desert. Crypta obsignata sub fundamento Sancti Petri, the sealed vault beneath St. Peter's foundation. Non licet homini comprehendere, not permitted for man to comprehend. Lucian read it twice, then 3 times, his heart hammering against his ribs. His academic mind catalogued the implications while his hands shook with something between excitement and dread. An object of celestial origin. In 1948, just after Roswell. Hidden beneath the Vatican itself. This was either the discovery of his career or an elaborate forgery. Either way, he needed documentation. He reached for his phone to photograph the document, his fingers fumbling with the lock screen. The reading room door burst open with a bang that made the dozing priest jerk awake. 2 Swiss guards in plain clothes, dark suits, no ceremonial halberds, crossed the marble floor with purposeful strides that echoed off the vaulted ceiling. Behind them, a thin man in clerical black with silver-rimmed glasses approached Lucian's desk with the measured pace of someone who had all the time in the world and knew it. Mr. Ferraro, the man said quietly, his English accented but precise, each word chosen with care. You found something that requires immediate return to the restricted archives. Lucian's mouth went dry. How did they know so quickly? Had the reading room been under surveillance? Or had someone known the document was there, waiting for whoever found it? "I was just cataloguing the 1957 acquisitions," Lucian said, trying to keep his voice steady. "This was misfiled." "We're aware." The cleric extended his hand, palm up, patient as stone. "The document, please. I should file a report. Document where it was found, proper archival procedure." "The document," the man repeated, his tone unchanged but somehow harder. "Now, Mr. Ferraro." Lucian hesitated, looking down at the yellowed page in his hands. The Latin text seemed to burn into his vision. He could feel the weight of history in that single sheet, secrets that had been hidden for 75 years. He surrendered the page. The cleric placed it in a leather folder without looking at it, closing the cover with a soft snap that sounded final, as a tomb ceiling. "Your research privileges are suspended pending review," the man said, producing a laminated card from his pocket. Lucian's access badge. How did he already have it? "Please gather your belongings and exit the premises." "On whose authority?" Lucian asked, anger finally breaking through his shock. "The Holy See's." The cleric's eyes were flat, unreadable behind his silver-rimmed glasses. "Immediately, please." One of the guards stepped closer, a subtle reminder that this wasn't a negotiation. As they escorted him through the marble corridors toward the exit, Lucian's mind raced. He hadn't photographed the document, but he didn't need to. Years of historical training had taught him to memorize quickly, to absorb details that others missed. He replayed the phrases in his head over and over. "Objectum originis caelestis, crypta obsignata, non licet homini comprehendere." They walked past reading rooms where other researchers worked in blissful ignorance, past glass cases displaying illuminated manuscripts worth millions, past frescoed walls depicting saints and angels and the glory of divine creation, all of it built on a foundation that might contain proof of something else entirely. The guards deposited him on Via della Conciliazione without ceremony, without explanation, without even a word. The morning sun felt too bright after the library's shadows, the noise of traffic and tourists jarring after the hushed reverence inside. Lucian stood on the sidewalk, tourists streaming past him towards St. Peter's Square. Families taking photos, pilgrims saying prayers, everyone seeking connection with the divine, and made a decision. Whatever they were hiding, whatever that document referenced, he would find it. He had memorized enough to begin his search, and something told him that his expulsion wasn't just about a misfiled document. They'd been too quick, too efficient, as if they'd been waiting for someone to find it, as if this was a test. Act 1. The real history of the Vatican archives. The Vatican Secret Archives, officially renamed the Vatican Apostolic Archives in 2019, in an effort at transparency that fooled no one. Occupy a building tucked behind the Cortile del Belvedere, accessed through a nondescript door that most tourists walk past without noticing. To most of the world, they represent an impenetrable fortress of historical documentation spanning 12 centuries. Lucian knew better. The archives weren't just a library. They were a maze built on secrets, organised by an organisational system so Byzantine that researchers often joked it was designed to prevent discovery rather than enable it. Back in his cramped apartment in Trastevere, a fourth-floor walk-up with a view of laundry lines and satellite dishes, he spread his research across the kitchen table that doubled as his desk. The apartment was small, furnished with second-hand pieces and stacks of books that served as impromptu furniture. The walls were covered with maps of Rome, architectural diagrams, timelines he'd created for various research projects over the years. Now he created a new timeline, 1948, the year everything changed. Years of studying Vatican history had prepared him for this moment, though he'd never imagined he'd use that knowledge to investigate something so deeply buried. His doctoral dissertation had focused on Vatican diplomatic correspondence during World War II, dry academic work that had earned him respect in his field, but little excitement. Now, looking at his notes with fresh eyes, he saw patterns he'd missed before. The facts were straightforward enough, public knowledge available to any researcher willing to dig through the bureaucracy. The archives were officially founded in 1612 under Pope Paul V. consolidating documents that had been scattered throughout various papal residences for centuries. The collection grew through conquest, donation, and sometimes theft. Cardinal Scipione Borghese alone had acquired tens of thousands of documents from noble families across Italy. Today, they contained more than 50 miles of shelving, holding an estimated 35,000 volumes of catalogued materials. 53 miles of documents. That number always stuck with Lucian. 53 miles of human history, of papal bulls and diplomatic letters, of Inquisition records and banking ledgers, of everything the Catholic Church had done or witnessed for more than 1,000 years. But that was only what they acknowledged publicly. The research process itself was Kafkaesque. Researchers could access portions of the collection, but only through a Byzantine application process that required letters of reference, academic credentials, and a stated research purpose. You couldn't browse. You couldn't wander the stacks picking up interesting volumes. You had to request specific documents by name and catalogue number, which meant you had to already know what you were looking for, and many sections required special permission that was rarely, if ever, granted. Then there were the sealed sections, the archives within the archives. Lucian pulled up a file on his laptop containing notes from his dissertation research, typed late at night in the library at Bologna where he'd completed his studies. The Vatican had always maintained certain documents under restriction. Some were sealed for 75 years to protect living individuals mentioned in sensitive correspondence. Others were sealed indefinitely for security of the Church and protection of the faithful, a phrase so vague it could mean anything. But in 2020, Pope Francis had done something unprecedented. He'd opened the previously sealed archives of Pope Pius XII, covering his entire papacy from 1939 to 1958. The move was meant to address historical questions about the Church's response to the Holocaust, to show transparency, to demonstrate that the Vatican had nothing to hide. Except they did. What caught Lucian's attention were the documents that remained sealed even after that historic opening. Not many researchers noticed. Most were too busy combing through the newly available material about World War II. But Lucian had noticed because he'd tried to request certain specific files related to 1948 and been told they were administratively restricted pending further review. Administrative restriction, a bureaucratic phrase that meant someone with authority had decided these particular documents were too sensitive even for the general opening. Why? He found his answer in a footnote of an academic paper from 2021, published in an obscure Italian historical journal. A researcher named Elena Martelli had mentioned in passing that certain subsections of the Pius XII archives remained administratively restricted pending further review, with no timeline provided for future access. When Lucian had contacted her 2 years ago for his own research into Vatican-allied communications, she told him something odd over a crackling phone line from her office in Florence. They'd spoken late at night. She kept unusual hours, she'd explained, because the quiet helped her think. There's a section they don't even list in the finding aids, she'd said, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper even though she was alone in her office. Old Vatican hands, the archivists who've been there for decades, they call it the basement of Index 2. I made the mistake of asking about it once. The next day, my access permissions were reviewed for procedural compliance. I was told to stop asking about it if I wanted to keep my research privileges. What's in it? Lucian had asked. I don't know, but whatever it is, they're serious about keeping it hidden. Not just sealed, denied, as if it doesn't exist. Now that memory took on new significance. The basement of Index 2, Level 4. Were they the same thing? Lucian opened a browser and started searching for anything connected to Level 4 and Vatican architecture. The search led him down a rabbit hole of building permits, construction records, and blueprints filed with Roman city authorities over the past century. What he found made him sit back in his chair and stare at the screen. The Vatican wasn't just built up, reaching toward heaven with its dome and spires. It was built down, deep into the earth, into chambers that predated Christianity itself. The foundations of St. Peter's Basilica rested on ancient Roman structures, which in turn had been built over older temples and burial grounds. But there were modern excavations too, recent ones, secret ones. Act 2. The strange events of 1948. Understanding what happened in 1948 required understanding the man at the centre of it all. Pope Pius XII, Eugenio Pacelli, one of the most controversial and enigmatic popes in modern history. Born in Rome in 1876 to a family of Vatican lawyers, what they called the black nobility, the aristocracy who served the papal court, Pacelli had been groomed for Vatican service from childhood. He'd served as papal nuncio to Germany, watched the rise of fascism firsthand, and became Vatican Secretary of State before his election to the papacy in 1939, just 6 months before Hitler invaded Poland. His entire reign was defined by World War II and its aftermath, the moral compromises, the diplomatic silence, the complicated dance between condemning evil and protecting the Church's institutional survival. Historians still debated whether he'd done enough to oppose the Holocaust, whether his silence had been strategic or cowardly, whether he'd saved thousands through quiet diplomacy or betrayed millions through inaction. But Lucian wasn't interested in the well-documented controversies. He was interested in the gaps, the moments when the historical record went silent. He pulled up a timeline of papal activities from 1947 to 1949, compiled from the Vatican's own published records, newspaper accounts, and diplomatic cables, public appearances, encyclicals, audiences with ambassadors, meetings with cardinals, all meticulously recorded in the kind of detail that only the Vatican bureaucracy could maintain. Most popes lived lives of rigid routine, their days scheduled in 50-minute increments, every moment accounted for. Pius XII was famous for his discipline, rising at 6 for private mass, working through mountains of paperwork, meeting dignitaries, praying the rosary while walking in the Vatican gardens. But June of 1948 showed something unusual. A 3-week gap where the Pope's daily schedule simply noted private retreat and prayer at Castel Gandolfo. 3 weeks, 21 days. For a Pope whose schedule was normally planned months in advance, who maintained diplomatic contact with dozens of nations, who oversaw a church with hundreds of millions of faithful worldwide. Lucian cross-referenced this with other sources. The Italian newspapers from that period, he'd accessed digital archives from La Stampa and Corriere della Sera, made brief mentions of the Pope's retreat but nothing unusual. A few articles speculated about his health. At 72, Pius was showing his age after the stress of the war years. But then Lucian found something in the Vatican personnel records, available through various historical databases that tracked clerical assignments. During that same June period, unusual activity spiked among Vatican astronomers and members of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. Travel vouchers, equipment requisitions, overtime authorizations for technical staff, all clustering around the dates of the Pope's retreat. The Vatican had been running astronomical observatories since the late 1800s, when Pope Leo XIII established the Specula Vaticana to demonstrate that the Church wasn't opposed to science, that faith and reason could coexist. By the 1940s, it was staffed primarily by Jesuit scientists, men who'd taken vows of poverty, chastity and obedience, but who also held doctorates in astrophysics and mathematics. 2 names appeared repeatedly in the 1948 correspondence that Lucian could access: Monsignor Georges Lemaitre and Father Daniel O'Connell. Lemaitre was famous, the Belgian priest who'd first proposed what would become the Big Bang Theory back in 1927, to the consternation of scientists who thought a Catholic priest couldn't possibly understand cosmology. Einstein himself had initially rejected Lemaitre's mathematics, only to later admit the priest was right. By 1948, Lemaitre was one of the most respected cosmologists in the world, advising the Pope on scientific matters. Father O'Connell was less well known publicly, but highly influential within Vatican circles. He would later become the director of the Vatican Observatory from 1952 onward, but in 1948 he was a senior researcher specialising in spectroscopy, the analysis of light from distant stars to determine their composition. Lucian found a digitised letter dated July 7, 1948. in a collection of declassified diplomatic correspondence. It was from O'Connell to Giovanni Battista Montini, then the substitute Secretary of State, essentially the Pope's Chief of Staff. Montini would later become Pope Paul VI, but in 48 he was the man who made the Vatican bureaucracy run. The letter was brief and formal, the kind of official memo that filled filing cabinets. Your Excellency, regarding the object brought to our attention on June 23rd, preliminary spectroscopic analysis confirms structural composition inconsistent with known terrestrial metallurgy. Father Lemaitre concurs with initial assessment. Material exhibits properties not found in standard periodic table elements. Recommend highest level of discretion and continued study under restricted access. Respectfully submitted, Father Daniel O'Connell, S.J. The object. Lucian read the letter 3 times, his coffee growing cold beside him. The language was careful, diplomatic, designed to reveal nothing to casual readers. But between the lines was something extraordinary. June 23rd. That was right in the middle of the Pope's 3-week retreat. An object with properties not found in standard periodic table elements, requiring highest discretion. He dug deeper into 1947 and 48, expanding his search beyond the Vatican. Those years buzzed with strange reports, if you knew where to look. The Roswell incident in July of 1947, the alleged UFO crash in New Mexico that the military initially confirmed, then retracted, claiming it was just a weather balloon. Multiple UFO sightings across Europe and North America, the beginning of what researchers called the modern UFO era. Kenneth Arnold's famous sighting of flying saucers over Mount Rainier in June 47, the Maury Island incident, the Mantell crash, strange lights over Sweden and Norway that military officials couldn't explain. The world was seeing things in the sky that didn't fit conventional understanding, and apparently the Vatican was finding things on the ground. Lucian found another thread: archaeological expeditions. In February 1948, a French-Egyptian archaeological team had been excavating near St. Catherine's Monastery at the base of Mount Sinai in Egypt. The monastery itself dated back to the 6th century, built on the site where Moses was said to have encountered the burning bush. It was one of the oldest continuously operating Christian monasteries in the world. The expedition, led by the Louvre Museum in partnership with the Egyptian Department of Antiquities, had been exploring Roman-era structures in the vicinity. A brief article in Le Monde from March 5th, 1948, mentioned that the team had discovered previously unknown chambers beneath ancient foundations, and had found artifacts of unusual origin requiring further study. Then nothing. The expedition was abruptly shut down in late March. No final report was ever published. The artifacts were never catalogued or displayed. Lucian tracked down everything he could find about the expedition leader, François Dubois. An accomplished archaeologist, Dubois had worked on major digs across the Middle East before and after the war, but he never published anything about the Sinai excavation. In fact, he barely worked again after 1948. He found a 1983 obituary from a regional French newspaper. Dubois had spent his final years in a village in Provence, refusing interviews, declining to discuss his career. But a former colleague, quoted in the obituary, mentioned something haunting. François changed after Sinai. He used to love talking about his work, his discoveries. After that expedition, he wouldn't discuss it. The one time I pressed him, years later over wine, he said something I've never forgotten. What we found wasn't meant to be found. The Church understood that better than we did. Some knowledge is a curse, not a gift. He never explained what he meant. The Church understood that better than we did. Lucian stood and paced his small apartment, his mind racing. The pieces were connecting across decades and continents. An archaeological team finds something strange in Egypt. The expedition is shut down. Shortly after, the Vatican receives an object that its best scientists can't explain. The Pope goes into seclusion for 3 weeks. And 75 years later, documents referencing all of it are still sealed. What had they found beneath Mount Sinai? And why was it now sitting in a vault beneath the Vatican? Act 3. The First Clues of the Underground. Giuseppe Momo had been dead since 1940, but his work lived on in one of the Vatican's most photographed features, the double helix staircase designed in 1932 to connect the Vatican museums to the street level. What most tourists didn't know was that Momo had designed far more than just a staircase. Lucian spent 2 days in Rome's municipal archives, requesting every building permit and blueprint filed for Vatican construction between 1930 and 1950. The Vatican was technically a sovereign city-state, but construction that involved Roman utilities or infrastructure required coordination with Italian authorities. What he found was extraordinary. In 1935, Momo had submitted plans for expanded archive storage facilities beneath the Vatican Library. The blueprints showed 4 subterranean levels extending more than 60 feet below ground. The drawings were technical and detailed. Level 1 was clearly the main archive floor, high ceilings, climate control, standard library storage. Level 2 showed denser shelving, lower ceilings, presumably for less accessed materials. But Level 3's blueprint was different. It showed a series of sealed vault rooms, each with reinforced walls marked as pressurized containment. Notation in Italian indicated specialized environmental controls and restricted access protocols. And then there was Level 4. The blueprint for the lowest level was sparse, just a single large chamber marked Sala Indicis, Nullus Accessus. The Hall of the Index, no entry. No details about what the chamber contained. No specifications for shelving or storage. Just a rectangular space with walls marked in red ink and a single access point from Level 3. Lucian photographed every page. He needed to talk to someone who'd actually been inside. Finding a former Swiss guard willing to talk wasn't easy. The Vatican's ceremonial security force took their vows of discretion seriously, even after retirement. But Lucian had made contacts during his years researching church history. Matteo Ricci had served from 1981 to 1991, long enough to see administrations change and secrets accumulate. Now in his mid-60s, he lived in a modest house in Frascati, in the hills outside Rome. They met at a cafe overlooking the town square. Ricci was compact and fit despite his age, his eyes still carrying the watchful quality of someone trained to notice everything. He listened as Lucian explained his research in careful, general terms. "You're asking about the lower archives," Ricci said finally. It wasn't a question. "Yes." "What you need to understand is that the guard's duties include protection of materials, not just people. We rotate through different posts. Some are ceremonial, some are very much not." "Level 4?" Lucian asked. Ricci sipped his espresso. "In 10 years of service, I escorted exactly 3 people to Level 4. All of them were astronomers from the observatory. All 3 visits happened during night shifts. Each time they went down alone after we opened the seals. We waited at the Level 3 checkpoint. What did they do down there? I don't know. They never spoke about it. But I can tell you this. They all looked different when they came back up. Not frightened, exactly. Shaken, like they'd seen something that changed how they understood the world. Did you ever see what was down there? No, but I heard something once." Ricci leaned forward. "During one of those night escorts, while we were waiting on Level 3, I heard a sound from below. Mechanical, like a generator running, but with a different pitch. Almost like humming. It came through the ventilation system." "Humming? Not continuous, intermittent, and it didn't sound like any machinery I'd heard before." He paused. "One of the other guards joked that it sounded like something breathing. He was reassigned the next week." Lucian felt his skin prickle. "When was the last time someone accessed Level 4? "While I was serving, 1989, a Jesuit astronomer from Castel Gandolfo. After that night, the access protocols changed. Papal authorization required in writing. Do you know what they keep down there?" Ricci looked at him for a long moment. "Officially? No. But Vatican security operates on need to know. What I needed to know was, protect access to Level 4, trust no one without proper authorization, and never ask questions." He finished his espresso. "But in 10 years you hear things. Other guards, older staff, Whispers in the mess hall. There's something down there that predates most of the collection upstairs. Something they've been keeping sealed since before I was born. What do the whispers say it is? Proof, Ricci said quietly. Proof of something the Church has been protecting the world from knowing. Act 4. The object that changed everything. The next piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected source, a deathbed confession. Lucian found it in an online archive of oral histories collected by a retired American journalist named Robert Hayes. Hayes had spent the 1990s interviewing former intelligence operatives, diplomats, and clergy about Cold War secrets. One interview, conducted in 1997, with a former Vatican archivist named Monsignor Carlo Benedetti, had been labelled sensitive and embargoed until 2025. But someone had leaked it early. The audio quality was poor, but Benedetti's voice was clear enough. They brought it in through the service entrance at night, the old priest said. This was July of 48, just after the feast of Saints Peter and Paul. I was a young clerk then, working in the manuscript department. We all knew something unusual was happening because Cardinal Montini himself was there, and he never came down to the archive floors. What did they bring? Hayes asked. A container. Metal. Very heavy. Required 4 men to carry it. About the size of a steamer trunk. It had markings on it I didn't recognise. Symbols that weren't Latin, weren't Greek, weren't anything I'd studied. Where did it come from? Egypt, we were told. Recovered from an expedition near Sinai. But there were rumours it had been found in a chamber that predated the monastery, predated Christianity entirely. Some said the chamber had been sealed since before the Exodus. What was inside the container? A long pause on the recording. I never saw it opened, but I helped catalogue the documentation that came with it. There were photographs, black and white, not very clear. They showed an object that looked like a sphere, maybe 30 centimetres across. The surface appeared metallic, but with a strange texture, almost organic. The photographs showed it under different types of light, and in some of them you could see symbols or writing covering its surface. Writing in what language? Unknown! The philologists couldn't identify it. One of them said it didn't match any known alphabet, ancient or modern. Another said the mathematical properties of the symbol arrangement suggested it wasn't human. The recording hissed with static. The documentation included field notes from the excavation, Benedetti continued. They'd used what was then cutting-edge technology, Geiger counters. The object was emitting radiation, but not any type they could identify. Not alpha, beta, or gamma, something else. What did the Vatican do with it? His Holiness issued a decree personally. The object was designated Custodia Angelica, the angelic custody. Everything related to it was classified at the highest level. The container was taken to a vault I'd never heard of below the regular archives. The documentation was locked away separately. Did you see the decree? Only a copy, briefly, before it too was sealed. But I remember one line very clearly. It said, "Documents and items that challenge the created order are to be sealed at the highest level, known only to the throne of Peter and those he deems necessary for the Church's protection." Challenge the created order, Hayes repeated. What does that mean? I think it means, Benedetti said slowly, that whatever they found, it contradicted the fundamental understanding of how the world was made, of humanity's place in creation, of where we came from. Are you saying it was extraterrestrial? Another long pause. I'm saying the Church believed it was important enough to hide from the world for eternity. The interview ended shortly after. Lucian sat in his apartment, the audio file playing in the background. Custodia Angelica, the angelic custody. He pulled up everything he could find about Pope Pius XII's activities in July 1948. The public record showed normal audiences, a meeting with diplomats from newly formed Israel, routine business. But Lucian found something else, a photograph from the Vatican newspaper, dated July 28, 1948. It showed Pius XII in the Vatican gardens, but the caption noted he was recovering from a brief illness that had kept him from public audiences the previous week. The Pope wasn't sick often. Medical records eventually made public showed he'd been in good health throughout that period. So why the absence? Lucian thought about the logistics. If you're the Pope and someone brings you an object that challenges the created order, what do? You don't just lock it away. You try to understand it. You consult experts, astronomers, scientists, theologians, and you pray. Maybe a week of illness was actually a week of grappling with the implications of what had been found beneath the desert. Lucian needed to know more about the object itself. If Vatican astronomers had examined it, there might be records at the observatory. He started making plans to visit Castel Gandolfo. Act 5. What lies below Level 4. The Vatican Observatory occupied part of the papal palace at Castel Gandolfo, the Pope's summer residence in the Alban Hills. In 2014, Pope Francis had opened the palace to visitors, but the observatory itself remained an active research institution. Lucian arranged a visit under the pretense of researching the history of Vatican astronomical work. He was granted a brief tour and time with one of the senior Jesuits, Father Antonio Marchetti, who oversaw the historical archives. Marchetti was in his 70s, his cassock immaculate, his manner warm but cautious. They spoke in the library, surrounded by century-old telescopes and stellar charts. "We're proud of our history," Marchetti said. "The Church has always sought to understand God's creation through reason and observation." "I'm particularly interested in the post-war period," Lucian said. 1947 through 50. There seems to have been significant activity. "Ah, yes. Lemaitre was doing revolutionary work then, and Father O'Connell was leading important observations. Were they examining anything unusual during that time, beyond standard celestial observations?" Marchetti's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. "Define unusual." Lucian decided to take a risk. "I found references to an object brought to the Vatican in 48, something that required analysis by trained astronomers." The old priest was quiet for a moment, studying Lucian's face. "You're talking about the Sinai artifact," he said finally. Lucian's heart raced. "Yes." Marchetti stood and walked to the window, looking out over the gardens. "I shouldn't discuss this, but I'm old, and perhaps the truth deserves to see daylight eventually." He turned back. "What do you know already?" "That an object was recovered from Egypt, that it showed unusual properties, that Vatican astronomers examined it, and that the findings were sealed." "We shared data with NASA in the 70s, Marchetti said quietly. "A gesture of scientific cooperation. Some of it came from the 48 analysis." "What kind of data?" "Radiation signatures unlike anything in our reference materials. Structural analysis showing molecular arrangements that don't match known periodic table configurations. And something else." He paused. "Inside the sphere, we found a partial star map." "A map?" "Etched into the interior surface, visible only under specific wavelengths of light. It showed stellar positions, but the configuration didn't match any known region of space visible from Earth. Either it was created from a different vantage point in the galaxy, or it's very, very old and the stars have shifted." "How old?" "The metallurgical analysis suggested the object was at least 10,000 years old, possibly much older. The radiation decay rates indicated it had been sealed in that Egyptian chamber for at least 3,000 years. Lucian absorbed this. What did the Vatican conclude? Officially? Nothing. The research was classified and the object was sealed away. But unofficially, Marchetti returned to his chair, we concluded that Earth had been visited by an intelligence not of this world, sometime in deep antiquity, and that they'd left evidence of their presence. Why seal that away? Why not share it? Because of what else we found, Marchetti said. When we decoded portions of the symbols on the sphere's surface, using pattern analysis and comparative linguistic methods, we discovered something disturbing. What? The symbols seemed to reference genetic information, specifically structures that closely resembled the human genome, which we didn't even fully understand until decades later. It was as if the object contained a blueprint, or a recipe. The implications crashed over Lucian like a wave. "You're saying it showed that humans were..." "I'm saying the artifact suggested that human development may have been influenced, possibly engineered, by whoever created that sphere. And if that's true, It contradicts fundamental church teaching about divine creation. So they buried it. They protected the faith, Marchetti corrected. Imagine announcing to the world in 1948 that humans might be the product of ancient extraterrestrial intervention. In the aftermath of the Holocaust, during the beginning of the Cold War, when people were desperate for meaning and stability, the world would have come apart. Do you think it's still there? In the vault? Marchetti looked at him carefully. I think some truths are meant to remain sealed until humanity is ready for them, and I think we're still not ready. But Lucian was already planning his next move. AC6. The modern cover-up. Getting back into the Vatican archives without authorization would be impossible through conventional means. But Lucian had spent years studying the administrative structure of the Holy See, and he knew one thing. Bureaucracies, even ancient ones, ran on routine. He started by mapping the patterns. The archives closed to researchers at 6 in the evening. Regular staff departed by 7. Security made rounds every 90 minutes through the night, but there were blind spots, service corridors, maintenance access, the kinds of back channels that existed in any old building. Lucian befriended a maintenance supervisor at a cafe near the Vatican, bought him enough drinks to loosen his tongue, and learned about the utility tunnels connecting various Vatican buildings. Some dated back to medieval times, others were added during Renaissance construction, still others carved out in the 20th century for modern infrastructure. He obtained contractor coveralls and a forged work order, waited until the lunch shift change, and simply walked through a service entrance marked authorized personnel only. Inside, the Vatican was a maze of marble and shadows. Lucian followed the blueprints he'd memorized, descending through maintenance stairwells that weren't shown on any tourist map. The air grew cooler, the stone older. He reached a bronze door beneath the Cortile del Belvedere, exactly where Momo's blueprints indicated level 1 of the underground archives began. Etched into the metal were words in Latin. Non licet hominis intrare. Man may not enter. The door wasn't locked. Why would it be, this far from normal access? Lucian pushed it open and stepped into history. The corridor beyond was stone, lit by LED strips that seemed obscenely modern against the ancient walls. The temperature was precisely controlled, the air dry and still. He could hear the hum of climate control systems. Level 1 was as the blueprint showed, vast shelving units holding bound volumes, bankers' boxes, archival containers. He moved quickly past them, finding the stairs down. Level 2 was denser, the ceilings lower, the lighting dimmer. Still archives, still documents, but older. He saw dates on boxes. 1700s, 1600s, 1500s. Level 3 was different. The stairs emptied into an antechamber with walls of solid steel. Beyond was a corridor lined with vault doors, each marked with a simple number. No descriptions, no indexes, just numbered vaults. The climate control was more aggressive here. He could feel it drying his sinuses with each breath. Vault 12's door was slightly ajar. Lucian pushed it open and found himself in a long, narrow chamber. Lead-lined boxes on shelves, each labelled in Latin. He scanned the labels quickly. Fragmenta Qumrana, Cave 4, Codex Incognitus, Origin Uncertain. Correspondence regarding celestial anomalies, 1633 to 1642. And then he saw it. A glass cylinder on a separate pedestal, about the size of a wine bottle. Inside floated a metallic sphere, suspended in some kind of clear fluid. The sphere was maybe a foot in diameter, its surface covered in intricate patterns that seemed to shift in the LED light. The label beneath read, Object retrieved near Sinai, July 1948, Custodia Angelica, Papal Decree 347. Lucian approached slowly, almost afraid to breathe. The sphere seemed to glow faintly from within, pulsing with a rhythm like a heartbeat. Up close, he could see the symbols covering its surface. They weren't engraved. They seemed to be part of the material itself, flowing across the metal like liquid script. Nothing like any alphabet he'd ever seen. He took out his phone, hands shaking, and photographed the sphere from every angle. Then he noticed the leather-bound volume on the shelf beside the cylinder. The cover was blank except for 2 words in gold leaf. Chronicon Externum, Chronicle of the Outsiders. Lucian opened it carefully. The pages were vellum, the ink medieval, but the text had been written in modern Italian, a translation of something older. He read the first passage. In the 4th year of Constantine's reign, lights appeared over Rome for 3 nights. They moved with purpose against the stars. The Bishop of Rome declared them signs of divine favour, but in private correspondence he wrote, "They are the same lights our forefathers saw, the same visitors who came before Christ, before Moses, before the flood. We do not speak of them openly, for the people are not ready to understand that we are not alone in God's creation." Lucian flipped through pages, his mind reeling. Passage after passage described encounters between church figures and beings descending from the sky. References to lights over Byzantium in the 9th century. Strange visitors to monasteries in the Andes in the 1500s. Objects recovered from ancient sites and quietly brought to Rome. And then he found an entry dated 1793. The sphere brought from Egypt contains knowledge forbidden to man. Its makers understood the architecture of life itself. They knew what we are, how we were formed, perhaps even shaped our development. This knowledge must remain sealed, for if the faithful learned that their origins were guided by intelligence not divine, the foundation of Christendom would crumble. Lucian heard footsteps. He closed the volume, grabbed his phone and moved toward the back of the vault. There, another door barely visible in the shadows. It led down. Level 4. The stairs were narrow, carved from bedrock rather than constructed. Each step showed chisel marks, as if this passage had been hewn by hand centuries ago. The walls were no longer finished stone but raw rock, damp with condensation, as if this level had been excavated from the earth itself rather than built into it. The air changed as he descended. Colder, heavier, charged with something he couldn't name, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm, thick with potential energy. His phone's flashlight beam bounced off the moisture on the rough walls. The stairs spiraled down, deeper than the blueprints had suggested. 19 metres, Momo's plans had said, 62 feet. But it felt deeper, as if he were descending not just through rock, but through time itself, peeling back layers of history to reach something primordial. At the bottom was a single chamber, just as the blueprint showed. The Sala Indicis. Lucian stepped off the final stair and stopped, his breath catching in his throat. The room was circular, maybe 40 feet across, with a domed ceiling that disappeared into shadow above. The walls were ancient stone, not Roman, older, predating even the Empire. But embedded in those ancient walls was technology that seemed pulled from a science fiction film. Computer servers lined the perimeter, their LED indicators blinking in the darkness like a constellation. Fibre optic cables snaked across the stone floor. Climate control units hummed softly, maintaining precise temperature and humidity. Electrical conduits ran along the ceiling, feeding power to equipment that had no business existing in a medieval vault. But all of that was peripheral. His eyes went immediately to the centre of the room. A large glass case, maybe 10 feet tall and 6 feet wide, stood on a raised platform of polished black stone. Inside, suspended in electromagnetic fields that crackled faintly with blue-white energy, was a sphere. Not like the smaller one upstairs. This was massive, perhaps 6 feet in diameter, large enough that a person could stand inside it. The surface gleamed with a metallic sheen that shifted colours as Lucian moved. Bronze to silver to copper to colours he didn't have names for. The sphere wasn't still. It rotated slowly, majestically, in the electromagnetic field, and as it turned, the symbols covering its surface became visible. Thousands of them, maybe tens of thousands, flowing across the metal like water, rearranging themselves in patterns that made Lucian's eyes hurt to follow. The light from the sphere cast strange shadows on the walls. Not the hard-edged shadows of ordinary objects, but soft, diffuse glows that seemed to have depth and dimension of their own. Lucian approached slowly, his footsteps echoing in the chamber. As he got closer, he realised the sphere was humming, not the mechanical hum of the servers, but something organic, alive. The sound Ricci had described, like breathing, like something that had a heartbeat. The temperature near the sphere was different, warmer. The air shimmered slightly as if reality itself bent around the object, and on the wall behind it, projected from somewhere inside the sphere itself, were images. A star map. But not any stars Lucian recognised from Earth's night sky. The constellations were wrong, the patterns unfamiliar. Either this map showed the cosmos from a different vantage point, somewhere else in the galaxy perhaps, or it depicted the sky as it had appeared thousands of years ago, before the slow dance of stellar drift had changed the heavens. Beside the star map was another diagram, and Lucian's scientific training allowed him to recognise it immediately. A double helix, DNA, but not quite human DNA. The structure was similar, the same basic architecture of nucleotides and base pairs, but there were additional elements, extra strands, sequences that shouldn't exist in terrestrial genetics. It looked like a blueprint, or a recipe, instructions for creating something. And at the bottom of the projection, in symbols that somehow translated themselves in his mind, not in words, but in pure meaning, in concepts that bypassed language entirely, was a message. They came before Adam, before the first human, before the garden, before the story that billions of people believed explained where humanity began. Lucian stood transfixed, his mind struggling to process the implications. This wasn't evidence of ancient visitors. This was evidence of intervention, of design, of humanity being created, or at least guided, modified, engineered, by something that came from the stars. His hand reached out almost of its own volition toward the glass case. The surface was cold, vibrating faintly from the electromagnetic fields within. "Mr. Ferraro," the voice echoed through the chamber, cold and precise. Lucian spun around. One was elderly, with silver hair and cold eyes. The other was younger, carrying a tablet computer. "Mr. Ferraro," the older man said in accented English, "you've come quite far." Lucian recognised him from photographs. Monsignor Alfredo Rizzi, from the Secretariat of State. "What is this?" Lucian asked. "Protection," Rizzi said simply. "Archives are sealed for the safety of the faithful. Some truths cause more destruction than ignorance. You're hiding evidence that humanity was visited by extraterrestrial intelligence." "We're preserving social order," Rizzi corrected. "Look at this object. Truly look at it. What do you see?" Lucian looked back at the sphere. The symbols were rearranging faster now, as if responding to his presence. "I see proof," he said. "You see questions without answers," Rizzi replied. "Who made this? Why did they come? What did they do to us? And most importantly, where are they now? We've had these objects for centuries, Mr. Ferraro. We've studied them with the best scientific minds the Church could provide, and we still don't know. Then tell the world, let everyone study them, and watch civilization tear itself apart." Rizzi shook his head. "The artifact suggests human origins may have been engineered, that we were designed, or at minimum influenced by non-human intelligence. How do you think that knowledge would affect the 6 billion people who believe they were created in the image of God, or the billions more who have different but equally fundamental origin stories? People have a right to the truth. People have a right to stability," Rizzi countered, "to meaning, to hope. This," he gestured at the sphere, "offers only chaos, questions that undermine every foundation we've built civilization upon. So you'll keep it buried forever, until humanity is ready, if that day ever comes." Rizzi nodded to his companion, who tapped something on the tablet. The lights in the chamber brightened. Lucian could see security cameras in every corner. "You've been recorded since you entered Level 3, Rizzi said. "We could charge you with breaking and entering a sovereign nation, but instead, I'm going to offer you a choice. Leave now, forget what you've seen, and continue your life. Your research privileges will be restored, your reputation intact. And if I refuse? Then you'll disappear into the Vatican's justice system, and no one will find you until we decide to release you. The Holy See has its own laws, its own courts. You have no rights here except those we grant you." Lucian looked back at the sphere one last time. The star map was still visible on the wall behind it. He thought about everything he'd learned. The object from Sinai, the chronicle of the outsiders, the implications that shook the foundations of human history. And he realised Rizzi was right about one thing. He didn't have answers, only more questions. "I'll leave," Lucian said quietly. "But this won't stay buried forever." "Perhaps not," Rizzi agreed. "But not today. Not by you." They escorted him up through the levels, through the corridors, and out into the Roman afternoon. Tourists were streaming towards St. Peter's Basilica, taking selfies, buying souvenirs, completely unaware of what lay beneath their feet. Acet 7. The final revelation. Lucian tried to publish his findings. He contacted journalists at major newspapers, the New York Times, The Guardian, Le Monde, Corriere della Sera. He reached out to academics he'd known for years, people he'd published with, collaborated with, trusted. He shared his photographs, his recordings from the deathbed confession, his documentation of the blueprints and the historical trail leading to Level 4. No one would touch it. At first, they seemed interested. A journalist from the Washington Post spent 2 hours on the phone with him, asking detailed questions, requesting follow-up evidence, then radio silence. When Lucian finally reached him again, the journalist said simply, "The story doesn't check out. Our Vatican sources say the documents you're referencing are forgeries. I'm sorry." An editor at The Guardian was more direct. "Look, Lucian, I believe you believe this, but we'd need more than photographs and second-hand accounts. We'd need the actual artifacts, independent verification, multiple sources, and frankly, even if it's all true, I'm not sure publishing it would serve the public interest. This would cause global chaos." A history professor at Oxford, someone Lucian had known since graduate school, was blunter still. "You need help, mate. Professional help. This conspiracy theory thinking, it's not healthy. Take a break. See someone. Get your head sorted." The Vatican's influence was subtle but comprehensive. Publications that showed initial interest suddenly lost interest. Editors who wanted the story were transferred or replaced. One journalist who pushed too hard, a freelancer in Rome who'd started asking questions at the Vatican press office, found her credentials revoked for ethical violations that were never specified. Her work visa was questioned. She left Italy 2 weeks later. Lucian realised the pattern. They weren't killing the story through force. They were killing it through erosion, through institutional pressure, through the application of influence accumulated over 2,000 years of existence. How do you fight an institution that's outlasted empires? 2 weeks after his expulsion from the archives, on a Wednesday evening as Rome settled into its golden hour light, Lucian returned to his apartment to find an envelope on his doormat. No postage, no courier stamp. Just a crisp white envelope that had been hand-delivered by someone who could access his building without being buzzed in. Inside was a single note, handwritten in elegant cursive script. "Truth is a burden, Mr. Ferraro. Some carry it for a lifetime, others are crushed beneath its weight. Leave it where it belongs, in the dark, where it can harm no one." Beneath the note was a photograph. It showed him standing in Level 4, illuminated by the blue-white glow of the sphere, looking up at the star map on the wall. The image was crisp, high resolution, taken by one of the security cameras Rizzi had shown him. The message was clear. "We were watching. We are always watching. We have evidence of your trespass. We can use it whenever we choose." But at the bottom of the envelope, tucked beneath the photograph, Lucian found something else. Something they hadn't meant to send. Or perhaps something they had meant to send, though he couldn't fathom why. A small shard of metal, no larger than his thumbnail. Irregular in shape, as if it had been broken off a larger piece. It had the same strange texture as the sphere, smooth but somehow organic, with that peculiar sheen that shifted colours as it caught the light. The same flowing symbols covered its surface, impossibly small, visible only when he held it up to his desk lamp and squinted. Lucian turned it over in his fingers, his heart racing. Was this a threat? A warning? Or something else? A test, perhaps? Or an admission that the truth couldn't be contained forever? That it leaked out in fragments and whispers despite their best efforts? He set it on his desk and watched it in the dimming evening light. And then it began to glow. Faint at first, just a hint of luminescence from deep within the metal itself. But as the apartment darkened and night settled over Rome, the glow intensified, a soft blue-white pulse that matched the rhythm he'd seen in the sphere. Like a heartbeat, like something alive. Lucian picked it up again. The metal was warm now, generating its own heat. The symbols seemed to move, flowing across its surface like liquid mercury, rearranging themselves into new configurations. He held it close, studying the patterns, and as he watched, something impossible happened. The symbols began to make sense. Not in words. He couldn't have translated them into Italian or English or any human language. But in concepts, in pure meaning that bypassed language entirely, the patterns conveyed information directly into his mind. Coordinates. Not on Earth, but in space. A location among the stars, 42 light-years distant in the direction of the constellation Cancer. A time period, 200,000 years ago, give or take a few millennia. And something else. A purpose. A reason. They had come because Earth was one of thousands. Because intelligence was rare but not unique. Because they had seeded life across this arm of the galaxy. Modifying, guiding, watching. Not gods, not demons, just gardeners. Cultivating intelligence wherever they found promising raw material. And they were still watching. Lucian set the shard down, his hands shaking. The glow faded as soon as he released it, dimming back to inert metal. He sat in the darkness of his apartment for a long time, the shard on his desk pulsing softly, rhythmically, like a beacon or a message or a promise. Outside his window, Rome glowed in the night. Millions of people living their lives in the eternal city, walking streets that had been walked for 3,000 years, praying in churches built on pagan temples, believing they understood where they came from, why they were here, what their place in the cosmos meant. And beneath the Vatican, in chambers sealed from the world, an object pulsed with light that had travelled across stars, carrying a truth that had been hidden for millennia. Lucian thought about Rizzi's words, about his grandmother's faith, about the journalist who'd fled Italy, about the fabric of civilization built on beliefs that might be beautiful lies. Was truth always good? Was knowledge always liberating? Or were some truths too dangerous to speak aloud? He didn't know, but he knew one thing with absolute certainty. The world's origin story was far stranger than anyone imagined. We weren't alone in the universe. We never had been. And somewhere, 42 light-years away, or perhaps much closer, they were still out there. The gardeners who'd shaped us, the visitors who'd come before Adam, the intelligence that had guided human evolution and then stepped back, watching to see what we'd become. Lucian picked up the shard again. In the dim light of his apartment, the symbols rearranged themselves one more time, forming a pattern he recognised instinctively, even though he'd never seen it before. A question. Are you ready? He didn't know how to answer. How could anyone answer that? Was humanity ready to learn its true origins? Ready to understand that we were designed, cultivated, engineered for purposes we could barely comprehend? The shard pulsed once more in his hand, warm and alive and waiting. Not yet, Lucian thought, but soon. The truth was waiting. It had waited 10,000 years, buried beneath temples and sealed in vaults, hidden in chromosomes and encoded in artifacts scattered across the world. It could wait a little longer, but not forever, because fragments had a way of accumulating. Whispers had a way of growing louder, and secrets, no matter how deeply buried, had a way of finding the light. Lucian placed the shard in his desk drawer, in a small wooden box that had belonged to his grandmother. The irony wasn't lost on him, hiding evidence that would destroy her faith inside a keepsake from her life of devotion. He turned off his desk lamp and sat in the darkness, listening to the sounds of Rome at night, scooters buzzing past, voices drifting up from the street, somewhere, church bells tolling the hour. And beneath all of it, if he listened very carefully, he could still hear the faint hum of that shard in its wooden box, pulsing with its ancient rhythm, like breathing, like something waiting to wake up, like a truth that refused to stay buried. Lucian closed his eyes and thought about the future, about a day when that drawer would be opened, when that shard would be studied by scientists not bound by Vatican secrecy, when its message would be decoded and shared and understood by all of humanity. That day would come, maybe not in his lifetime, maybe not in his daughter's lifetime, but someday. Because truth, he'd learned, was patient, and the visitors who'd come before Adam, they were patient too, watching from 42 light years away, or perhaps much closer, waiting to see if their garden would finally bloom into something worth revealing themselves to, waiting to see if humanity was ready to learn that we weren't created in God's image, we were created in theirs. Before we begin tonight's investigation, if you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It truly helps the channel grow more than you could possibly know, and we're incredibly grateful for your support. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. Now let's dive into tonight's story. A massive thank you to Know Thyself for suggesting tonight's investigation. This one goes deep. Project Bluebeam. The activation file. There are conspiracy theories, and then there are conspiracy theories built on foundations so solid, so verifiable, that calling them theories starts to feel uncomfortable. What you're about to hear isn't fiction dressed up as fact, it's fact dressed up as something we desperately want to remain fiction. In January of the year following the most divisive election in modern American history, a reporter in Montreal opened a box that had been sitting in a storage unit for 20 years. Inside that box was evidence of a program that, according to official records, never existed. According to the people who worked on it, it was never supposed to be discovered, and according to the timeline documented within those papers, it was already too late to stop what was coming. This is the story of Project Bluebeam, not the internet legend, not the wild speculation, the documented version, the one with names, dates, programs and technology that all check out when you start pulling the threads, the one that makes you wonder why we were ever allowed to know about it at all. Part 1. The file that shouldn't exist. Daniel Rousseau wasn't looking for a conspiracy when he inherited the box. He was a local news reporter for a small independent paper in Montreal, the kind of journalist who covered city council meetings and restaurant openings. At 38 years old, he'd long ago abandoned the idealistic dreams of investigative journalism that had driven him in his 20s. He paid his bills, wrote his assigned stories, and went home to his apartment overlooking Rue Saint-Denis. His Aunt Claire had passed away in late December, just after Christmas. She'd been his favourite relative growing up, a librarian with an endless curiosity about the world, and a habit of collecting things. Books, mostly, but also letters, documents, photographs. Her apartment had been a museum of other people's lives, carefully catalogued and preserved. The estate lawyer had called Daniel on a cold January morning. Most of Claire's possessions were being donated or divided among other family members, but there was one item she'd specifically left to him in her will, a locked metal container that she'd been storing for a colleague who died 2 decades earlier. The will stipulated that the box was to be opened only by Daniel, and only after her death. Daniel picked up the box on a Tuesday afternoon. It was heavier than he expected, roughly the size of a small filing cabinet, made of grey steel with a combination lock that had rusted at the edges. The lawyer handed him an envelope containing the combination written in his aunt's precise handwriting. He brought it home in the back of his car, struggling to carry it up 3 flights of stairs to his apartment. He set it on his kitchen table and stared at it for a long time before opening the envelope. The combination was simple, 4 numbers, each representing a year. He spun the dial carefully, feeling the mechanism click into place. When he lifted the lid, the smell of old paper and dust filled his small kitchen. Inside were documents, stacks of them. But these weren't the personal letters or family records he'd expected. These were official documents, NASA internal memos on official letterhead, photocopied budget reports with classification stamps, technical diagrams covered in handwritten notes, dates ranging from the beginning of the final decade of the Cold War through the middle of the 90s. And sitting on top of everything else, carefully wrapped in plastic, was a VHS tape in a faded case with a single label written in black marker. Bluebeam, Phase 3. Daniel's hands trembled slightly as he picked up the tape. The plastic case was yellowed with age, the label faded but still legible. Underneath the title, someone had written a date in smaller script. June of the year before the bicentennial of American independence, 27 years ago. He set the tape aside and began removing the documents, spreading them across his kitchen table in careful piles. Manila folders, some stamped with official-looking headers, loose pages covered in technical jargon, photographs of equipment he didn't recognise, and throughout everything, names he did recognise. One folder caught his attention immediately. The tab read, SDI Star Wars, Atmospheric Projection Division, SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative, Ronald Reagan's space-based missile defense program. That was real. That was documented history. Daniel had written a piece about the 40th anniversary of its announcement just a few years ago. But atmospheric projection, that wasn't in any of the public records he'd seen. That wasn't in any of the declassified documents about Star Wars. He opened the folder carefully. Inside were memos, technical specifications, and what appeared to be progress reports from various testing facilities. White Sands Missile Range, Kirtland Air Force Base, even a facility in Alaska he'd never heard of. Then he found the note. It was paper-clipped to a faded photocopy of what looked like a satellite trajectory chart. The paper was lined, torn from a notebook, covered in the same handwriting as the tape label. If this reaches you, Phase 1 has already begun. They've spent 30 years perfecting the technology, another 20, integrating it into the infrastructure. By the time you read this, the sky itself will be a weapon, and nobody will know the difference between what's real and what's projected. I tried to warn them. They made sure nobody listened. Don't make the same mistake. Document everything. Verify everything. And understand that exposure doesn't stop this. It only confirms that the program has moved beyond the point where exposure matters. SM. The initials at the bottom made Daniel's stomach tighten. SM. He pulled out his laptop and searched for the name he suspected. Within seconds he had confirmation. Serge Monast, investigative journalist, born in Quebec, died in his Montreal apartment in December of the year the Olympic Games came to Atlanta. Cause of death, heart attack. Age, 46. No autopsy was performed at the request of his family, but that wasn't what made Daniel's hands shake as he read the Wikipedia entry. It was what Monast had been investigating before his death. In the mid-90s, Monast had published a series of explosive claims about a NASA-led psychological operation designed to establish a new world order through the use of advanced holographic technology. He called it Project Bluebeam. He claimed it had 4 phases: the breakdown of archaeological knowledge, a global show of holograms to simulate religious events, telepathic electronic two-way communication, and universal supernatural manifestations using electronic means. The claims were dismissed immediately. Labelled paranoid, conspiracy theorist drivel, Monast was mocked in the press, his credibility destroyed. Some articles suggested he'd had a mental breakdown. Others implied he was a grifter trying to sell books. Then he died. Suddenly. Unexpectedly. At 46 years old. And his research had ended up in Claire's storage locker, locked away for 20 years, waiting for someone to open it. Daniel looked at the documents spread across his table, the official letterhead, the classification stamps, the technical diagrams. This wasn't the work of a madman. This was evidence of something real. He made a pot of coffee. He called in sick to work. He turned off his phone, and he started reading. The first memo was dated July of the year the Berlin Wall still stood. It was addressed to someone whose name had been redacted, from someone else whose name had also been blacked out. But the subject line was clear. Feasibility assessment. Large-scale atmospheric visual projection for strategic deception operations. The memo was dense with technical language, but the core concept was simple. Using lasers, satellite arrays, and atmospheric manipulation to create visual phenomena in the sky that could be seen by large populations. The applications listed were all defensive, creating false missile trails to confuse enemy tracking systems, generating decoy aircraft to waste enemy ammunition, projecting images of military assets in locations where none existed. But buried in the third paragraph was a line that made Daniel stop. Secondary applications in domestic psychological operations remain theoretical, but promising. Initial simulations suggest population response to unexplained aerial phenomena follows predictable patterns that could be leveraged for narrative control and social conditioning. Daniel read it 3 times. Narrative control, social conditioning. Those weren't military terms. Those were intelligence terms, psychological operations terms. He kept reading. The next document was a budget allocation from the year the Challenger exploded. It showed funding for something called the Theoretical Event Projection Unit within NASA. The budget was modest, only a few million, but it was designated for advanced research in atmospheric manipulation and large-scale visual stimulation technologies. Then came a technical report from White Sands Missile Range, dated June of that same year. The report detailed a successful test of ground-based coherent light projection, creating a visual image in the sky that was visible from 15 miles away. The image had lasted for approximately 3 minutes before dispersing. Witnesses from nearby towns had reported seeing strange lights, but no official explanation had been provided. The report concluded with a recommendation. Technology shows significant promise for operational deployment. Recommend expanded testing with larger arrays and longer duration trials. Suggest coordination with ionospheric research programs for enhanced atmospheric effects. Ionospheric research programs. Daniel knew what that meant. He'd covered a story years ago about conspiracy theories surrounding HAARP, the high-frequency active auroral research program in Alaska. The official story was that HAARP studied the ionosphere for radio communications and surveillance purposes. The conspiracy theories claimed it was being used for weather control and mine manipulation. He pulled out his phone and searched for HAARP's founding date. Construction began in the early 90s. The facility became operational in the year Nirvana's lead singer died. The timing matched. Daniel found another document, this one from the year the Soviet Union dissolved. It was a memo discussing the involvement of outside consultants in the atmospheric projection research. 2 names were listed, Arthur C. Clarke, Richard Garwin. Daniel's heart rate increased. Those weren't random names. Those were giants in their fields. Arthur C. Clarke was one of the most famous science fiction authors of the 20th century, but he was also a legitimate scientist who'd predicted satellite communications decades before they became reality. He'd consulted with NASA and various government agencies throughout his career. Richard Garwin was a physicist who'd worked on the Manhattan Project and had been instrumental in developing laser weapons research for the military. He was one of the most respected scientists in defense circles. If these men had been involved, this wasn't some fringe pseudoscience project. This was serious research backed by serious people. Daniel kept digging through the files. He found technical specifications for satellite arrays capable of creating coordinated light patterns across multiple continents. He found psychological assessment reports analysing how different populations reacted to unexplained phenomena. He found test schedules and location coordinates and expected outcomes. And then he found the video log. It was a photocopy of a handwritten list, dated June of the year before the bicentennial. The heading read, Phase 3, Visual Documentation. Below it were timestamps and brief descriptions. 100 Owidens, 02.30, Introduction and Program Overview. 10.30, 08:15, White Sands Projection Test Footage, June. 15, 12:45, Alaska Ionospheric Trial, August. Twistlamp of Fight Fide, 18E30, Coordinated Multi-Site Demonstration, October. 18-30, 24, C. Phase 4, Preliminary Concepts and Deployment Scenarios. Daniel looked at the VHS tape sitting on his counter. 24 minutes of footage. Evidence of tests that were never publicly acknowledged. Proof that the technology Monast had warned about wasn't theoretical. It was real. It had been real for 30 years. He needed a VHS player. Those were hard to find in the modern age, but Daniel knew a local electronics shop that specialised in vintage equipment. He grabbed the tape in his jacket and headed out into the winter cold. The streets of Montreal were quiet, snow falling in soft flakes that melted on the sidewalk. Daniel walked quickly, his mind racing. If everything in these documents was real, if the test had actually happened, then what else had Monast been right about? The electronics shop was run by an older man named Bernard, who specialised in converting old media to digital formats. Daniel had interviewed him once for a piece about obsolete technology. "I need this digitised," Daniel said, placing the tape on the counter. "How fast can you do it?" Bernard picked up the tape, examining it carefully. VHS in decent condition. Shouldn't take more than an hour. "You want it on a thumb drive?" "Please. And Bernard, this is important. Can you make sure nobody else sees this? Nobody makes a copy." Bernard raised an eyebrow but nodded. "I'll do it myself. Go get coffee. Come back in an hour." Daniel spent the next 60 minutes in a nearby cafe, staring at his laptop screen without really seeing it. His hands shook slightly every time he reached for his coffee cup. He kept thinking about Monast, about a 46-year-old man dying suddenly, just weeks after publishing his findings. About research that disappeared into storage for 2 decades. When he returned to the shop, Bernard handed him a thumb drive without comment. "Interesting footage," was all he said. Daniel thanked him and left quickly. He went straight home, locked his door, closed his blinds and plugged the drive into his laptop. The video began with static, then cleared to show a simple title card. Project Bluebeam, Phase 3 Documentation, Restricted Access. Then the static again, and then footage. The first segment showed what appeared to be a desert testing facility at night. White Sands, according to the timestamp. The camera was positioned on some kind of elevated platform pointing at the sky. For a few seconds nothing happened. Then, slowly, a point of light appeared in the darkness. It grew, expanded, took shape. Within 30 seconds there was a clearly defined object in the sky, glowing with a blue-white light. It looked like a classic flying saucer, complete with a domed top and rotating lights around its perimeter. It wasn't real. Daniel could see the slight shimmer in the air around it, the way the edges weren't quite solid. But from a distance, to an untrained observer, it would have been convincing. Very convincing. The object hovered for approximately 2 minutes, then slowly faded away. The next segment showed similar tests, each one more sophisticated than the last. Lights forming complex geometric patterns, shapes that appeared and disappeared. At one point, what looked like an enormous angel with spreading wings filled the frame, hovering over what the timestamp indicated was a test facility in Alaska. Daniel watched the entire 24 minutes without pausing. When it ended, he sat in silence for a long time. This was real. The technology existed. The tests had happened. Monast had been telling the truth. But if this was Phase 3, documented 27 years ago, what phase were they on now? And more importantly, why had this evidence survived at all? Why had it been allowed to sit in a storage locker for 2 decades, waiting to be found? Daniel looked at the final note Monast had left in the box. Exposure doesn't stop this. It only confirms that the program has moved beyond the point where exposure matters. He understood now. This wasn't a warning. This was a confirmation. If someone was finding this evidence, it meant the program was already complete. It meant whatever Bluebeam was designed to do, it was ready to happen. Or maybe it was already happening. Daniel opened a new document on his laptop and started typing. He was going to verify everything, every name, every date, every program. If this was real, the evidence would be in the public record, hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone to connect the dots. He typed until dawn, the winter sun rising over Montreal, casting long shadows across his kitchen table, covered in documents that shouldn't exist. Evidence of a conspiracy that had been dismissed as paranoid fantasy. Proof that sometimes the paranoid fantasies are just early warnings of truths too uncomfortable to acknowledge. Part 2. The foundation is real. The first thing Daniel did was verify everything he could. If this was a hoax, it would fall apart quickly. Conspiracy theories always do when you check the dates and names against historical records. The real world doesn't cooperate with elaborate fictions. Details don't match up. Timelines contradict each other. People who supposedly work together turn out to have never met. But these documents didn't fall apart. The more Daniel checked, the more solid they became. The timeline in Monast's files began in the summer of the year Psycho premiered in theatres, when NASA was officially founded as a civilian space agency. Daniel pulled up the National Aeronautics and Space Act, signed into law that July, creating NASA from the remnants of earlier military and civilian programs. On the surface, the whole operation was about beating the Soviets to the moon, about winning the space race, about demonstrating American technological superiority. But the memos in Daniel's possession suggested that from the very beginning, a subset of NASA engineers were tasked with something else entirely, something that had nothing to do with rockets or satellites or space exploration in the traditional sense. One memo, dated October of the year the Outer Space Treaty was signed, referenced a meeting between NASA officials and military intelligence officers about the potential use of high-orbit satellites for what the document called visual disruption and mass perception alteration. The meeting took place only months after the treaty banning weapons in space went into effect. The irony wasn't lost on Daniel. They were discussing how to weaponize space while signing treaties promising not to. The language in the memo was careful, clinical, full of the kind of bureaucratic, passive voice that makes atrocities sound like paperwork, but the intent was clear. Preliminary assessments indicate that space-based optical systems, when coordinated with ground-based projection arrays, could generate atmospheric phenomena visible to large population centres. Applications include strategic deception, enemy resource diversion, and domestic population response modelling. Domestic population response modelling. Daniel had been a journalist long enough to know what that meant. It meant figuring out how to manipulate civilian populations. It meant psychological operations aimed at American citizens. He cross-referenced the memo's date with public NASA activities from that period. October of the year the treaty was signed, NASA was publicly focused on the Apollo program. The first manned mission to orbit the moon was still a year away. The agency was consumed with beating the Soviets, with proving that America could dominate space. But apparently some engineers were thinking about something else, about how the sky itself could become a tool. Daniel kept reading through the chronology. The next major document was dated the year Ronald Reagan was shot. That was when the president announced the Strategic Defense Initiative, a program to develop space-based defense systems capable of intercepting ballistic missiles. The public knew it as Star Wars, and most of the debate focused on whether laser weapons could actually shoot down Soviet nukes, whether the technology was feasible, whether it violated the various arms control treaties. But buried in the SDI documentation Daniel found in Monist files was a research branch that had received almost no public attention: advanced atmospheric manipulation and projection systems. The budget documents Daniel found showed funding for something called the Atmospheric Projection Division within SDI. The initial allocation was modest, barely $3 million in the first year, but it grew steadily. By the time the year Challenger Exploded rolled around, the division was receiving over $20 million annually. The justification in the budget documents was always defensive. The official line was that the technology would create decoy targets in the sky to confuse enemy missile guidance systems. If Soviet missiles couldn't tell the difference between a real American city and a projected image of one, they might waste their warheads on empty desert. It was plausible. It fit within the strategic thinking of the time. But as Daniel read deeper into the technical reports, he saw the truth hidden in the language. The same technology that could create a decoy city could create anything: a false army, a fake disaster, an alien spacecraft, a religious vision, anything at all, projected into the sky for millions to see. A memo from June of the year Challenger Exploded, signed by Lieutenant General James Abrahamson, the actual director of the SDI program, detailed significant progress. Ground-based coherent light projection systems have exceeded initial performance expectations. Recent trials at White Sands Missile Range demonstrated sustained visual phenomena at ranges exceeding 20 kilometers. Image stability has improved markedly with the integration of atmospheric sensing equipment. Visual fidelity is sufficient to create convincing representations of aircraft, missiles, and other objects of interest. Recommend expansion of testing program to include larger arrays and coordination with upper atmospheric research initiatives. Daniel pulled up everything he could find on Lieutenant General James Abrahamson. The man was real. He'd run SDI from its inception through the late 80s. He'd been a 3-star general in the Air Force, an astronaut candidate, a respected figure in defense circles. After leaving military service, he'd worked in private aerospace companies. If Abrahamson had signed off on atmospheric projection research, it wasn't fringe science. It was serious military development. White Sands Missile Range. Daniel knew the location. It was a massive military testing facility in New Mexico, spanning thousands of square miles of desert. It had been used for weapons testing since before NASA existed. The first atomic bomb had been detonated there. Missiles were tested there constantly. It was one of the most secretive military facilities in the country. Daniel searched for any public mention of atmospheric projection tests at White Sands in June of the year Challenger exploded. He found nothing. No news reports, no official acknowledgement, not even a mention in the base's publicly available testing schedules. But that wasn't unusual. White Sands conducted classified trials all the time. The absence of public records didn't mean the tests hadn't happened, it just meant they were secret. He kept reading through Monast's files following the chronology. By the time the Berlin Wall fell, SDI was being scaled back publicly. The Soviet threat was collapsing. The justification for Star Wars was disappearing along with the Soviet Union itself. Congress started cutting funding. Public interest waned. The program that had defined Reagan's defense policy was quietly being dismantled. But the atmospheric projection research didn't stop. If anything, the memo suggested it intensified. A document from early in the year the Soviet Union dissolved mentioned successful tests of large-scale aerial holographic projection and included a reference to outside consultants. The document specifically named Arthur C. Clarke and recommended his continued involvement in the theoretical development of the technology. Daniel researched Clarke extensively. The man wasn't just a science fiction author, he was a visionary who'd predicted satellite communications in a technical paper written in the year World War II ended, decades before the first satellites were launched. He'd worked with NASA as a consultant. He'd been respected by military planners and scientists across the world, and according to these documents, he'd been helping develop technology to create mass hallucinations in the sky. Another name appeared frequently in the later memos, Richard Garwin. Daniel found extensive documentation on him as well. Garwin was a physicist who'd worked on the hydrogen bomb. He'd been instrumental in developing laser technology for military applications. He'd consulted on missile defense, nuclear weapons policy, and classified programs most people had never heard of. The memo discussing Garwin's involvement was specific. Consultation with physicist Richard Garwin regarding feasibility of large-scale atmospheric refraction and ionospheric heating to create visual phenomena. Garwin's preliminary assessment suggests that focused electromagnetic radiation at specific frequencies could induce visible effects in the upper atmosphere. Recommends coordination with high-frequency active auroral research program in Alaska for practical trials. Ionospheric heating, upper atmosphere, Alaska, HAARP. Daniel knew about HAARP. Every conspiracy theorist knew about HAARP. The high-frequency active auroral research program had been a favourite target of speculation for decades. The official story was simple. It was a research facility designed to study the ionosphere for communications and surveillance purposes. The facility used high-powered radio transmitters to heat small portions of the ionosphere and measure the effects. But conspiracy theorists had claimed for years that HAARP was really about weather control, mind manipulation, earthquake generation, and a dozen other nefarious purposes. The theories had been dismissed as nonsense by mainstream media and scientists. But here in Monast's documents was proof that HAARP was in fact connected to Bluebeam, that the ionospheric research being conducted in Alaska was being coordinated with atmospheric projection technology. Daniel pulled up the official timeline for HAARP. Construction began in the early 90s. The facility became fully operational in the year the Unabomber was captured. The stated purpose never changed: ionospheric research for communications and surveillance. But according to these memos, there was another purpose: using the ionosphere itself as a projection screen. Daniel found a technical document that explained the concept. The ionosphere, the upper layer of Earth's atmosphere, could be manipulated by powerful radio transmissions. When heated in specific ways, it would glow, creating visible light. By coordinating multiple transmission sources, patterns could be created: images, shapes, objects that would appear to be floating in the sky but were actually just excited particles in the upper atmosphere. It was brilliant and terrifying, because if you could make the ionosphere glow in controlled patterns, you could create almost anything. With enough coordination and enough power, you could fill the sky with images visible across entire continents. Then Daniel found the memo that made his hands shake. It was dated March of the year Kurt Cobain died. The author's name had been redacted, but the subject line was clear: Civilian Response Trial, Phoenix Metropolitan Area. The memo was brief. Per previous authorization, large-scale atmospheric projection trial scheduled for March of next year. Location: Phoenix, Arizona. Population approximately 2 million. Expected weather conditions: clear skies, minimal cloud cover. Projection array: coordinated ground-based and satellite systems. Target visual: large triangular formation moving at subsonic speeds. Expected result: mass sighting event with multiple independent witnesses and media coverage. Objective: assess civilian response patterns, media amplification factors, and official explanation acceptance rates. Daniel stopped breathing for a moment. Phoenix, March of the year after this memo. He knew exactly what that meant. He opened a new browser window and searched. Phoenix lights. The results filled his screen. March of the year the Hale-Bopp comet was visible, specifically the 13th day of that month. Thousands of people across Arizona reported seeing a massive V-shaped object in the sky, silent and enormous, drifting slowly over the city. The object was described as being massive, possibly larger than any aircraft ever built. Witnesses included pilots, police officers, government officials. Hundreds of videos were taken. The governor of Arizona initially mocked the incident, then years later admitted he'd seen it too and couldn't explain it. It became one of the most famous mass UFO sightings in history. Books were written about it. Television shows investigated it. Researchers spent decades trying to understand what thousands of people had seen that night. The military's explanation was flares. They claimed it was illumination flares dropped during a training exercise at the Barry Goldwater Range southwest of Phoenix. But according to the memo in front of Daniel, it had been scheduled 3 years in advance. It had been a test, a trial run of mass projection technology, an experiment to see how a population would react to an unexplained phenomenon in the sky. And it had worked perfectly. People had seen what they'd been shown. They'd reacted predictably. The media had covered it extensively. And the official explanation, however implausible, had been accepted by most people. The memo even had a follow-up assessment, dated 2 months after the Phoenix event. Phoenix trial exceeded expectations. Media coverage sustained for over 72 hours. Official explanation accepted by approximately 60% of population, despite significant logical inconsistencies, remaining 40% divided between extraterrestrial hypothesis and general skepticism. No witnesses connected phenomenon to projection technology. Recommend expanded trials in international locations with varied cultural backgrounds. Daniel leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling of his apartment. This changed everything. The Phoenix lights weren't a UFO sighting. They weren't flares. They were a psychological operation. A test of technology that could make thousands of people see something that wasn't there. And if they could do that in the late 90s, what could they do now, 25 years later, with advances in computer technology, satellite systems, and understanding of human psychology? He kept digging through the documents, creating spreadsheets, building timelines, verifying every name and date he could. The pattern was undeniable. Every piece fit. Every name checked out. Every program was real. This wasn't a conspiracy theory. This was a conspiracy fact. And according to Monast's final note, the program had been ready to go operational before the journalist died. That was more than 20 years ago. If it was ready then, what had they been doing in the decades since? Daniel needed to find people who'd been involved. People who could confirm these documents were real. People who could tell him what had happened to the program after Monast died. He started making a list of people to contact. Former NASA engineers, retired military personnel, anyone who might have worked on SDI or atmospheric research programs in the 80s and 90s. It was time to find out just how deep this went. Part 3. The People Who Knew. Finding Jacques Letourneau took Daniel 3 days of research and phone calls. The man had worked with Serge Monast in the early 90s, co-authoring several investigative pieces about government surveillance and the erosion of privacy rights. After Monast's death, Letourneau had largely disappeared from journalism, retiring to a small town outside Quebec City. Daniel finally tracked him down through an old journalism directory and a series of increasingly specific Google searches. When he called the number he'd found, an older man answered on the 4th ring. "Jacques Letourneau?" Daniel asked in French. There was a long pause. "Who's asking?" "My name is Daniel Rousseau. I'm a reporter in Montreal. I recently inherited some materials that belong to Serge Monast. I was hoping we could talk about them." The silence on the other end lasted so long Daniel thought the man had hung up. Then, I wondered when someone would finally open that box. They arranged to meet at a diner off the highway between Montreal and Quebec City. Neutral ground, public enough to be safe, quiet enough to talk. Daniel arrived early, ordering coffee and taking a booth near the back with a clear view of the entrance. The diner was the kind of place that probably hadn't changed its decor since the 80s. Worn vinyl seats, formica tables, menus printed on laminated paper. A handful of truckers sat at the counter drinking coffee and eating eggs. Le Tourneau arrived exactly on time. Daniel recognised him from an old photo he'd found online, though the man had aged considerably. He was in his 70s now, thin and grey, with the cautious eyes of someone who'd spent a lifetime asking dangerous questions and learning to be careful about the answers. He slid into the booth across from Daniel without offering his hand. "You have the files," he said. It wasn't a question. "I do. Did you know my aunt was storing them?" "Claire Rousseau. Yes, I knew. Serge gave them to her a week before he died. Told her someone would come asking eventually." Le Tourneau ordered coffee from a waitress who looked like she'd been working there since the restaurant opened. "You've read them?" "Most of them, and I watched the tape." Le Tourneau's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes shifted. "Then you know what he found." "I know what the documents say. I want to know if it's real." The old journalist stirred sugar into his coffee with deliberate slowness, his eyes scanning the diner. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. Sergei wasn't crazy. I know that's what everyone thought. The media painted him as paranoid, delusional, a conspiracy theorist who'd lost his grip on reality. But I worked with him for years. I knew him, and I knew when he found something real. What did he find? Access. That's what it came down to. In the early 90s, Serge was working on a piece about satellite communication security. He had a source at a telecommunications company that handled uplinks for various government agencies, including NASA. The source showed him scheduling data, transmission protocols, satellite coordinates, normal stuff for a technical investigation. Le Tourneau paused to sip his coffee, but Serge noticed patterns, specific satellite arrays activating at specific times, transmitting on frequencies that didn't match their official specifications. And when he cross-referenced those activation times with unexplained aerial phenomena reports, they matched perfectly. Phoenix? Daniel asked. Among others. Phoenix was the most famous, but there were dozens of smaller incidents. Lights over Norway, strange clouds over China, geometric patterns over Australia. Every time the satellite arrays had been active hours beforehand, warming up, calibrating. Serge realised what he was looking at. NASA wasn't just studying these phenomena, they were creating them. Why? Le Tourneau shrugged, but his eyes were hard. Control, testing, preparation. Serge believed they were perfecting the technology for something bigger. He found references in some internal documents to a program called Blue Beam. The details were sparse, but the implication was clear. They were going to stage something massive, something that would convince people that their entire understanding of reality needed to change. A fake alien invasion? That was one theory. Serge also thought they might stage religious events, apparitions of religious figures appearing in the sky. Depending on the region, different figures. Jesus in Christian countries, the Mahdi in Muslim regions, various others adapted to local beliefs. The goal would be to create a global spiritual crisis that could be managed, guided toward unified thinking, toward acceptance of global governance. Daniel felt cold despite the warm diner. Did he have proof? He had documents, some of what you have now. Memos, budget reports, technical specifications. But when he tried to publish, everything went wrong. His main source disappeared. His editor killed the story. And then the authorities started harassing him. What kind of harassment? His partner was arrested on false charges. Tax fraud, they claimed, though the evidence was fabricated. Serge's bank accounts were frozen pending an investigation that never materialised. His phone was tapped. His apartment was broken into, though nothing was stolen, just searched. They were sending a message. They wanted him to know he was being watched. And then he died. Letourneau nodded slowly. Heart attack. Sudden. Fatal. At 46 years old with no prior heart problems. I was one of the last people to talk to him. 2 days before he died, he called me. Said he'd secured the documents. Given them to someone he trusted to keep them safe. Said if anything happened to him, someone would find them eventually. Did you believe him? About Blue Beam? The old man was quiet for a long time, staring into his coffee cup. At first, I thought he was paranoid, reading too much into coincidences, connecting dots that weren't really there. But after he died, I started looking into it myself, quietly, carefully. And you know what I found? What? Everything checked out. The programs were real. The technology existed. The test had happened. Every verifiable claim Serge made was accurate. It wasn't paranoia. It was investigative journalism. He'd found something true, and it got him killed. You think he was murdered? I think a 46-year-old man in good health doesn't just die of a heart attack weeks after publishing findings that embarrass powerful government agencies. I think technology exists to induce heart attacks remotely. I think Serge knew too much and wouldn't stop talking about it. Draw your own conclusions. Daniel pulled out his laptop and showed Letourneau some of the documents he'd scanned. The old journalist examined them carefully, his expression growing more troubled with each page. "These are the originals," he said finally. "I recognise some of them. Serge showed them to me before everything fell apart." He looked up at Daniel. "You need to be very careful with these. The people behind this program, they're still out there. They're still active. And if they think you're becoming a problem... I'm a local news reporter. I write about city council meetings. Who's going to pay attention to me?" That's what Serge thought, right up until they destroyed his life. Letourneau leaned across the table. "Listen to me. If you're going to pursue this, do it smart. Verify everything independently. Build redundancies. Make sure the information exists in multiple places. And understand that publishing might not stop anything. It might just confirm that you found something real." Mona said the same thing in his note. That exposure doesn't stop the program. Because by the time you find evidence, the program has already moved beyond the point where exposure matters. They're confident enough to let the evidence exist. That should tell you something. They talked for another hour. Letourneau provided names of other people who might be willing to talk. Former colleagues of Monast, researchers who'd looked into similar phenomena, people who'd worked in aerospace or defence and had seen things that didn't quite add up. When they finally parted, Letourneau grasped Daniel's arm at the door. "One more thing," he said quietly. "Serge died in December, right before Christmas. The same week his partner was arrested. The same week his bank accounts were frozen. They timed it deliberately. Maximum disruption during the holidays when everyone's distracted. If you start feeling pressure, if authorities suddenly take an interest in your taxes or your personal life, get somewhere public and stay there." Daniel drove back to Montreal with his hands tight on the steering wheel, Letourneau's warnings echoing in his mind. The next interview was harder to arrange. The retired NASA engineer wouldn't give his name and refused to meet in person. They settled on a phone call through an encrypted messaging app, with the engineer calling from what he claimed was a prepaid phone that couldn't be traced. "I can't tell you much," the man said when the call connected. His voice was distorted, either naturally or through some kind of filter. "But I can tell you the atmospheric projection division was real. It wasn't a big program, maybe 20 people at its peak. But the technology worked." "How well did it work?" "Well enough. We could create images in the sky using intersecting laser arrays and ionospheric manipulation. Nothing huge at first, nothing solid, but enough to make people look up and wonder. By the time I left the program in the year Lewinsky's scandal dominated the news, we could project convincing representations of aircraft, geometric shapes, even crude moving images. Range was limited to maybe 50 kilometres, but the fidelity was improving constantly. What was it for? Officially, decoys, missile defence, creating false targets to waste enemy resources. But we all knew it could be used for other things. Psychological operations, mass deception, making people see things that weren't there, making them question what was real. Why did you leave? The engineer was quiet for a moment. Because I realised where it was heading. We started getting requirements that didn't make sense for missile defence. Requests to develop systems that could create humanoid figures, religious symbols, things that looked organic rather than mechanical. That's when I knew this wasn't about defence anymore. It was about something else, something I didn't want to be part of. What happened to the programme after you left? I don't know for certain, but I kept track of funding through people I stayed in contact with. After SDI was officially ended, the atmospheric projection research went deep black. Classified above top secret. Budgets became impossible to track, but the money was still flowing. That tells you the programme didn't stop, it just went invisible. Do you think it's still active? I think technology like that doesn't just disappear, I think it gets better. I think whatever they were developing in the 90s, they've perfected by now. And I think if they ever decide to use it at full scale... The engineer trailed off. What? Most people won't be able to tell the difference between what's real and what's projected. That's the whole point. That's what we were building toward. A system so sophisticated, so convincing, that consensus reality itself becomes negotiable. The call ended shortly after. Daniel sat in his apartment staring at his notes. The third interview came through an unexpected channel. Daniel had reached out to several retired Air Force personnel who'd been stationed at classified research facilities in the 90s. Most didn't respond. A few sent brief replies saying they couldn't help. But one, a former intelligence linguist who'd worked at Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico, agreed to communicate through encrypted messages. The linguist refused to provide even basic identifying information, using only a randomly generated username. But the details in the messages suggested genuine insider knowledge. I worked signals intelligence at Kirtland from the year the first Gulf War started, through the year the Monica Lewinsky story broke. My job was translating intercepted communications related to foreign military research programs. Specifically, we were tracking Soviet and Chinese attempts to develop atmospheric manipulation technologies similar to what we were working on. Daniel typed back. So other countries were developing this too? Absolutely. The Soviets had a program called Project Aurora that was focused on creating visual phenomena in the sky. The Chinese had something similar, but we were ahead. By the mid-90s we had functional systems. I saw the test footage. Not just static images, but moving objects. Things that looked like aircraft, but weren't there. Shapes that appeared solid, but were just light and excited particles. How convincing was it? Very. We would run tests and then intercept the local radio traffic. Phone calls from people reporting strange lights. They couldn't tell it was artificial. To them, it was just unexplained phenomena. We even had a few instances where local news picked up the stories. Of course, official explanations were always provided. Weather balloons, atmospheric conditions, military exercises, whatever would make people stop asking questions. What happened to the program after the Cold War ended? It evolved. That's the thing people don't understand. When the Soviet Union collapsed, the justification for these programs didn't disappear. It just changed. Instead of defending against external enemies, the focus shifted to domestic applications, managing perception, controlling narratives. The technology we developed for strategic deception in warfare became a tool for information warfare at home. You're saying they turned it on American citizens. I'm saying the capability exists. Whether it's been deployed at scale, I can't confirm. But I can tell you that by the time I left the service, there was extensive discussion about using these systems for what they called narrative reinforcement operations, creating visual phenomena that would support specific policy goals or diplomatic initiatives, like staging a crisis, or staging a solution. Imagine if a major international problem was emerging, something that required unprecedented cooperation or changes to existing power structures. Now imagine if a visual phenomenon appeared in the sky, something that seemed to confirm the narrative being pushed by authorities, something that made people more willing to accept radical changes because they'd seen evidence with their own eyes. That's terrifying. That's the world we live in. The technology exists, the infrastructure is in place. The only question is whether anyone has the will to activate it at full scale. The messages continued over several days. The linguist provided technical details about the systems, described organisational structures, confirmed names and programs that appeared in Monaster's documents. Everything lined up. Every piece fit. Daniel compiled all of his interviews into a growing file, cross-referencing testimonies, verifying claims wherever possible. 3 different sources, none of whom knew each other, all confirming the same basic facts. The technology was real. The program had existed since at least the 80s. It had gone black in the 90s and continued developing. The capability to create mass visual phenomena existed and had been tested repeatedly. The only question was whether it had ever been deployed for real, whether any of the unexplained phenomena of the past 30 years had been genuine or manufactured. Daniel started building a timeline of incidents, not just famous cases like Phoenix, but any mass sighting, any unexplained aerial phenomenon, any event that had generated widespread witness reports and media coverage. The pattern that emerged was chilling. Part 4. The Incidents That Match. Daniel spent 2 weeks cross-referencing Monaster's files with documented unexplained phenomena. He created a massive spreadsheet with dates, locations, descriptions, and any correlation with the test schedules and satellite data in the documents. The pattern wasn't immediately obvious. These events were scattered across decades and continents. But when Daniel organised them chronologically and marked the ones that appeared in Monaster's files, a clear progression emerged. The earliest reference in the documents was from the year before the new millennium, Norway. Multiple reports of strange spiral lights in the sky appeared in local newspapers from northern regions. The official explanation at the time was Aurora Borealis with unusual configurations, but in Monaster's files was a test schedule marked Scandinavian Population Response Trials, December. The descriptions matched. Spiral formations in the sky, glowing with unusual colours, appearing and disappearing over several nights. The memos noted that the test had been successful, with high witness credibility and minimal scepticism from local populations. Then nothing major for several years, at least nothing in the files. But the year Princess Diana died brought the Phoenix lights, already documented extensively in Daniel's research. The memo had scheduled it 3 years in advance. The test had exceeded expectations. What Daniel found disturbing was the follow-up analysis in the files. Pages of data about media coverage, witness reliability assessments, official explanation acceptance rates. They'd studied every aspect of how the event had played out. They had learned from it, used it to refine their understanding of mass psychology. The next major incident in the files was from late in the first decade of the new millennium, December of the year Copenhagen hosted the climate summit, the Norway spiral. Daniel remembered this one clearly. It had been all over the news at the time. A massive blue and white spiral appeared in the sky over northern Norway, visible for hundreds of kilometres. The geometric perfection of it had been stunning. Videos showed a perfect spiral of blue light with a white glow at the centre, as if someone had drawn it in the sky with a compass. The official explanation came within hours, a failed Russian missile test from the White Sea. The trajectory had spiralled out of control, creating the visual effect. The Russian military eventually confirmed the explanation, but the geometry had been too perfect, the timing too precise, the duration too long. A missile failure would create debris, erratic motion, rapid dissipation. The Norway spiral had maintained its formation for nearly 10 minutes, and in Monaster's files was a memo dated 2 weeks before the event. Arctic atmospheric trial scheduled for December. Coordinates: northern Norway. approximately 70 degrees latitude. Expected weather: clear, minimal light pollution. Test objective: large-scale geometric formation using coordinated satellite array and ground-based ionospheric stimulation. Secondary objective: assess effectiveness of rapid official explanation deployment. Cover story: Russian missile malfunction. The cover story had been prepared in advance. They'd coordinated with Russian authorities, or at least created a plausible scenario that Russia could confirm. The spiral wasn't a missile failure, it was a test, and the official explanation had worked exactly as designed. Daniel found witness accounts from the Norway spiral. Thousands of people had seen it, photographed it, filmed it, and most of them had accepted the missile explanation without question, even though the physics didn't quite make sense. That was the genius of it. Provide an official explanation quickly, even if it's not entirely logical, and most people will accept it rather than entertain more disturbing possibilities. The timeline continued. October of a year in the middle of the current decade. Shanghai, China. Thousands of people reported seeing what appeared to be a floating city in the clouds, a massive mirage of skyscrapers hovering above the real skyline. Videos went viral on social media. News stations covered it as a fascinating meteorological phenomenon. Meteorologists called it a fata morgana, a complex form of superior mirage that can make distant objects appear to float in the air. The explanation was technically plausible. Fata morgana are real optical phenomena caused by temperature inversions, but in Monist's files was a reference. East Asia Urban Projection Sample, October. Test parameters: dense urban environment, high population density, extensive social media penetration. Objective: assess viral information spread in digitally connected population. They tested how quickly an unexplained phenomenon would spread through social media. How many people would film it, share it, discuss it. They'd studied the patterns of information flow in the age of smartphones and instant communication. Daniel found dozens of smaller incidents: lights over military bases, geometric formations over remote areas, objects that appeared and disappeared. Every major unexplained sky event from the past 30 years had a corresponding entry in the files. Not all of them. Some incidents were probably genuine unexplained phenomena, but enough of them matched the test schedules to establish a pattern. They'd been testing for decades, refining the technology, learning how populations react, studying how information spreads, how official explanations are accepted or rejected, how media's coverage affects public perception. Each test built on the previous ones. Each incident taught them something new about mass psychology and information control. The most recent entry in Monist's files was from the year before he died, but Daniel knew the testing hadn't stopped when Monist discovered it. If anything, it had probably intensified. He started searching for unexplained phenomena from after Monist's death. The pattern continued. Norway had another spiral in the year the Panama Papers were released. There were strange lights over multiple US military bases in the year before the last presidential election. Geometric formations over South America. Massive glowing orbs over cities in Europe and Asia. Some of these had received media coverage. Others had been dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications, but the frequency was increasing. The sophistication was growing. Daniel created visualizations of the data, maps showing locations, timelines showing frequency, graphs showing the increasing complexity of the phenomena. The evidence was overwhelming. This wasn't random. This was systematic testing of technology designed to control what people saw in the sky. But testing for what? What was the ultimate goal? Daniel went back to Monist's note. They've spent 30 years perfecting the technology, another 20 integrating it into the infrastructure. If Monist had discovered this in the mid-90s, and the program had been running since the 60s, that was 30 years of development. Monas died more than 20 years ago. That was another 2 decades of refinement and integration. They weren't testing anymore, they were ready. The question was, ready for what? Part 5. After the towers fell. Daniel noticed something change in the document's timeline. After September of the year the towers fell, the nature of the program shifted fundamentally. He found this pattern not in Monast's files, which ended in the mid-90s, but in public records, budget documents, policy papers, congressional testimony, all publicly available, all hiding in plain sight. Between the year the towers fell and the middle of the following decade, there was an explosion in funding for psychological operations, electronic warfare, and something the documents called perception management. The Department of Defense budget showed billions allocated to programs with deliberately vague names: strategic communications, information dominance, cognitive security, narrative operations. Daniel pulled up the actual budget documents from those years. They were publicly available through the Freedom of Information Act, though heavily redacted. But even with the redactions, the numbers told a story. In the year before the towers fell, spending on psychological operations across all military branches totaled roughly 300 million. By the year the housing market began to collapse, that number had increased to over 4 billion. The budget line items were scattered across different agencies, different departments, different classification levels. But Daniel tracked them all, compiling a spreadsheet that showed the massive increase in spending on what essentially amounted to domestic information control. It wasn't just military spending. Intelligence agencies received similar increases. The Department of Homeland Security, created in the aftermath of the attacks, had entire divisions dedicated to countering disinformation and information security that were really about shaping public perception of threats and government responses. Then in the year the housing market collapsed, something interesting appeared in the Federal Register. A notice about the creation of something called the National Applications Office. Daniel had never heard of it, so he researched extensively. The NE was designed to coordinate the use of spy satellites for domestic purposes. The official justification was Homeland Security, disaster response, and border security. Intelligence agencies already had satellites watching the entire planet. Why not use that capability to help domestic agencies? The backlash was immediate. Privacy advocates raised alarms. Congressional committees expressed concerns. The media actually paid attention for once, running stories about Big Brother watching American citizens from space. The NAO was officially shut down before it even became operational. The announcement came within months of its creation. A victory for privacy, the headlines proclaimed. But Daniel found documents showing that while the NAO itself was disbanded, the infrastructure remained. The satellite coordination systems were transferred to other agencies. The legal frameworks were preserved under different names. The program hadn't been killed, it had just gone invisible. That was a pattern Daniel kept seeing. Programs would be announced, face public criticism, get officially ended, but the core capabilities would continue under different names in different agencies. Around the same time, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, began launching a series of projects that caught Daniel's attention. DARPA had always been at the cutting edge of military technology. They'd created the internet, GPS, stealth technology, and dozens of other innovations that eventually became civilian products. But in the years following the year the towers fell, their focus shifted towards something different. Brain-computer interfaces, neural manipulation, what they called neurotechnology for national security. Daniel found public documents about these programs. They weren't secret. DARPA published papers about their research. They held conferences. They recruited from universities. One program was called Silent Talk. The goal was to allow soldiers to communicate through thought alone, using neural interfaces that could detect and transmit brain signals. The potential military applications were obvious: silent communication in combat zones, coordination without radio chatter. But Daniel saw the other implications. If you could detect what someone was thinking and transmit it, you could also potentially send signals back. You could potentially influence thought itself. Another program was called narrative networks. The official description was about understanding how narratives and stories shape group behaviour and decision-making. The goal was to develop ways to counter extremist narratives and promote pro-social messaging. But the research went deeper than that. It explored how specific narratives could be crafted to influence large populations, how stories could be deployed strategically to shape public opinion, how psychological triggers could be identified and exploited. Then there was biological control. This program aimed to use electromagnetic stimulation to trigger specific biological responses in the brain. The official goal was treating PTSD and traumatic brain injuries in soldiers, but the underlying technology could theoretically be used to induce specific mental states in targeted individuals. Daniel compiled all of this research. He cross-referenced it with the atmospheric projection technology from Monist's files, and he started to see how everything connected. The holographic projection technology from the 80s and 90s could control what people saw. The neurotechnology research from the 2000s and beyond could influence what people thought and felt. The information control infrastructure established after the towers fell could manage how people interpreted what they saw and felt. Together, it was a complete system for managing human perception at scale. He found an article from the year before the last presidential election. A retired DARPA scientist had written an op-ed piece published in a small tech journal. The article was critical of what the scientist called weaponized psychology in government programs. Daniel tracked down the full piece. One paragraph jumped out. What began as defensive technology has become something else entirely. We told ourselves we were developing tools to counter foreign propaganda, to protect soldiers from psychological warfare, to help citizens distinguish truth from disinformation. But we've built something more powerful and more dangerous. We've created the ability to shape consensus reality itself, to make people see what we want them to see, believe what we want them to believe, feel what we want them to feel. And we've done it all in the name of national security. Daniel tried to contact the scientist. The email bounced back. The phone number was disconnected. A search for the scientist's name revealed that he'd died 2 years after publishing the article. Heart attack, age 63, another heart attack, another inconvenient death. Daniel kept digging. He found evidence of the infrastructure being integrated into civilian systems. Social media companies working with intelligence agencies to develop disinformation detection algorithms that could also be used to suppress information. Telecommunications companies installing hardware that allowed monitoring and potentially manipulation of communications. Smart city initiatives that created surveillance networks capable of tracking entire populations. None of it was hidden. It was all public information, just scattered across thousands of different sources, buried in technical documents and budget reports and policy papers that nobody read. The infrastructure for total information control had been built in plain sight. And then Daniel found the leaked email. It was posted on a fringe forum dedicated to tracking government surveillance programs. The poster claimed to have received it from a friend who worked in cybersecurity consulting for defense contractors. The email was allegedly from a retired DARPA scientist to a former colleague, dated the year after the pandemic began. Daniel verified what he could. The email header data suggested it was genuine, though it could have been forged. The scientist's name checked out. He'd worked on several neurotechnology programs in the 2000s, but confirming the content was impossible. The email was brief. I saw your piece in the Journal of Defense Technology. Good work documenting the network architecture, but you're still thinking too small. Project Bluebeam was never cancelled. It was upgraded. The holographic projection was only ever part of it. The real goal was always psychological, making people see what you want them to see, believe what you want them to believe. With modern technology, AI-generated content, deepfakes, voice, synthesis, Ubiquitous surveillance. You don't even need the holograms anymore. You can create entire realities, custom tailored to specific populations or even individuals. The infrastructure is in place. The capability exists. All that's missing is the activation order. Daniel read the email a dozen times. Then he started researching the current state of the technologies mentioned. Deepfakes had become nearly perfect. AI systems could generate video of anyone saying anything, with perfect lip sync and natural expressions. Voice synthesis could clone anyone's voice from a few minutes of audio samples. Image generation had reached the point where artificial images were indistinguishable from photographs. Social media algorithms could create completely different information environments for different users, showing them content calibrated to their existing beliefs and emotional triggers. Search engines could manipulate what information people found. Digital maps could show different routes to different people. Weather apps could display different forecasts. Reality itself had become customizable, not through holograms in the sky, but through the screens everyone carried in their pockets. The atmospheric projection technology wasn't obsolete. It was just one tool in a much larger toolkit. Daniel thought about the implications. If you could control what people saw on their screens and in the sky, if you could influence what they thought and felt through targeted content and electromagnetic stimulation, if you could manage what information they had access to and what explanations they would accept for unexplained events, you could shape reality itself, not physical reality, but consensus reality, the shared understanding of what's true, what's important, what's happening in the world, and whoever controlled that controlled everything. Daniel's research was interrupted by a notification on his phone, an alert from his banking app. His account had been flagged for suspicious activity and temporarily frozen pending investigation. He called the bank immediately. They couldn't provide details over the phone but asked him to come in to discuss the matter. They made an appointment for later that week. Daniel felt cold. He thought about Letourneau's warning, about what had happened to Monast. He backed up everything immediately, uploaded copies of all his research to multiple cloud services, sent encrypted copies to several journalist friends with instructions not to open them unless something happened to him, made physical backups on USB drives that he hid in different locations. He wasn't paranoid, he was being careful, because he was starting to understand that Monast had been right about all of it, and people who were right about this kind of thing tended to have unfortunate accidents. Part 6. The Hidden Division. Daniel filed his Freedom of Information Act request with NASA in March. He wasn't expecting much. FOA requests to government agencies typically returned either heavily redacted documents or outright denials based on national security exemptions. But he had to try. He requested any and all documents related to the Atmospheric Projection Division within the Strategic Defense Initiative, the Theoretical Event Projection Unit, any programs or research related to large-scale atmospheric visual phenomena, budget documents for any programs related to ionospheric manipulation for projection purposes. He also requested, somewhat optimistically, any documents related to coordination between NASA and DARPA on perception management or psychological operations. The response came 3 months later. A thick envelope containing mostly redacted documents, and a letter explaining that much of what if the most powerful secret society in history wasn't the Illuminati, the Knights Templar, or even the modern Freemasons, but 3 men whose names have been deliberately erased from every record. Tonight, we dive deep into the digital shadows to uncover a conspiracy so intricate, so carefully hidden, that discovering it might be the last thing you ever do. Before we begin, what conspiracy would you like us to investigate next? Ancient bloodlines controlling world governments, the real purpose behind social media algorithms, or perhaps something even darker lurking in the depths of the internet? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories for more late-night investigations that will keep you awake long after the credits roll. The blue glow of Dorian Cade's monitors cast long shadows across his cluttered apartment at 3:47 a.m. Empty energy drink cans formed a metallic skyline around his workstation, where 4 screens displayed cascading lines of encrypted data. This was his domain, the digital underworld where secrets lived and died in streams of code. Dorian had always been drawn to the spaces between spaces, the forgotten corners of the internet where truth hid behind layers of encryption. By day, he was just another cybersecurity analyst for Titan Defense Systems, debugging firewalls and hunting malware. But by night, he was something else entirely, a digital archaeologist, excavating buried information from the deepest recesses of the web. Tonight's target was a seemingly innocuous file archive he'd discovered on a defunct server that once belonged to the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania. The files were old, some dating back to the early digitization efforts of the 1990s, when historical documents were first being converted from physical to digital formats. Most of it was mundane, meeting minutes, membership rolls, financial records, the kind of material that would put most people to sleep. But Dorian wasn't most people. As his decryption algorithms worked through the data, something unusual caught his attention. Buried within a folder labelled Historical Correspondence MISC was a file that didn't match the others. The metadata was wrong, the encryption was different, and when he finally cracked it open, what he found made his pulse quicken. It was a single image, a symbol he had never seen before. 3 interlocked triangles formed an intricate pattern that seemed to shift and move in his peripheral vision. Each triangle was perfectly equilateral, but where they intersected, strange geometric forms emerged, creating an optical illusion that was both mesmerizing and unsettling. Beneath the symbol was a single line of text, the triune accord established. 1717 AV CR JH. Dorian leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming against his desk. 1717. That was the same year the Grand Lodge of London was established, marking the beginning of organised Freemasonry. But what was the Triune Accord, and who were AV, CR and JH? He screenshotted the image and began reverse searching it through every database he could access. Nothing. No matches, no similar images, no references anywhere on the indexed internet. It was as if this symbol existed in a void, completely disconnected from the digital world. The mystery deepened when he examined the file's digital signature. According to the metadata, this document had been accessed and modified hundreds of times over the past 30 years, but always by anonymous users with no traceable digital footprints. Someone, or multiple someones, had been maintaining this file, keeping it alive in the digital space while ensuring it remained invisible to casual observers. Dorian's hands moved instinctively to his keyboard. He had found something that wasn't supposed to be found, touched something that wasn't supposed to be touched. And now, he couldn't let it go. The hunt had begun. 3 days of relentless searching had yielded fragments, tantalizing pieces of a puzzle that refused to come together. Dorian had barely slept, surviving on caffeine and the electric thrill of discovery. His apartment had transformed into a conspiracy theorist's dream, with printed documents taped to every available wall surface, and red string connecting seemingly random data points. The breakthrough came when he cross-referenced the initials AV, CR, and JH with historical Masonic records from the early 18th century. Traditional sources yielded nothing, but when he dug into the darker corners of academic databases, forgotten doctoral dissertations, obscure historical journals, private collections that had been digitized but never properly indexed, patterns began to emerge. In a 1987 thesis on esoteric influences in early American politics, he found a footnote referencing 3 mysterious benefactors who had allegedly provided funding for the construction of several early American government buildings. The author had dismissed the claims as unsubstantiated rumours, but had noted that the same 3 sets of initials appeared in financial records from Philadelphia, Boston and Charleston between 1720 and 1750. A deeper dive into banking archives from the period revealed something extraordinary. Dorian discovered a series of encrypted letters between European aristocrats and early American colonists, all revolving around something called the doctrine of quiet influence. The letters, written in a cipher that had taken him 2 full days to crack, described a methodology for guiding human behaviour through subtle manipulation of symbols, language, and social structures. But it was the names that made his blood run cold. The letters were signed with the same initials, AV, CR, and JH. According to the correspondence, these 3 men weren't just wealthy benefactors. They were the architects of a new form of power, one that didn't rely on armies or political office, but on the manipulation of human psychology itself. They had studied the old mystery schools, the ancient techniques of persuasion and control, and had adapted them for a new age. One letter, dated 1734, was particularly chilling. The masses believe they choose their own thoughts, their own desires, their own leaders. They do not understand that choice itself can be manufactured, shaped like clay in the hands of those who understand the deeper mechanics of the human mind. We 3 have laid the foundation stones. Future generations will build upon our work without ever knowing our names. Dorian printed out the letter and pinned it to his wall next to the symbol of the 3 interlocked triangles. The pattern was starting to make sense. These weren't just random geometric shapes. They were a visual representation of the 3 founders' methodology. Each triangle represented a different sphere of influence: political, economic, and cultural. Where they intersected, control was established. But who were they? The initials were all he had to go on, and despite hours of searching, he couldn't find any historical figures from the period whose names matched. It was as if they had been deliberately erased from the historical record. That's when he made his second major discovery. Hidden within the financial records was a reference to something called the Lodge of 3 Pillars. Not an official Masonic lodge, but what appeared to be a secret organisation within the larger Masonic structure. The 3 pillars, according to the documents, were AV, CR, and JH themselves. Dorian's excitement was tempered by a growing sense of unease. He was uncovering something that had been buried for nearly 3 centuries, something that powerful people had gone to great lengths to hide. The deeper he dug, the more he realised that this wasn't just history. It was a blueprint, a framework that was still being used. As the sun rose over the city, casting golden light through his apartment windows, Dorian stared at the wall of evidence he'd assembled. The 3 Masons, as he had begun calling them, had created more than just a secret society. They had engineered a system of control that devolved and adapted over centuries, invisible but omnipresent. And now he was beginning to understand how it worked. The realization hit Dorian like a physical blow as he sat in his favourite coffee shop, laptop open, surrounded by the mundane chatter of the morning commuters. He had been analysing media patterns for the past week, looking for connections to the doctrine of quiet influence, when the data suddenly cohered into a terrifying picture. It was everywhere. The 3 interlocked triangles, the symbol of the triune accord, weren't just hidden in dusty historical archives. They were embedded in the fabric of modern culture, disguised and abstracted but unmistakably present. Movie logos, corporate brands, architectural designs, even the layout of popular websites, all contained subtle variations of the 3 triangle pattern. Dorian's hand shook as he scrolled through his analysis. He had developed an algorithm to detect geometric patterns that matched the mathematical relationships inherent in the original symbol. The results were overwhelming. Major Hollywood studios, Fortune 500 companies, news networks, and social media platforms all incorporated elements of the design into their visual identity. But it went deeper than logos and branding. The doctrine of quiet influence, as described in the 18th century letters, relied on 3 key principles: repetition, authority, and emotional resonance. Dorian began to see these principles reflected in everything from political campaigns to advertising strategies to social media algorithms. The coffee in his cup grew cold as he dove deeper into the pattern recognition data. Primetime television shows contained dialogue structures that followed specific linguistic patterns outlined in the historical documents. Popular songs used chord progressions and lyrical frameworks that aligned with the emotional manipulation techniques described in the letters. Even children's programming seemed to incorporate subliminal messaging systems derived from the Three Masons' psychological frameworks. The most disturbing discovery came when he analysed news broadcasts from the past decade. Major networks, regardless of their political orientation, used nearly identical linguistic structures when reporting on controversial topics. The language was designed to create emotional responses that bypassed rational analysis, exactly as the doctrine had prescribed. Dorian closed his laptop and walked home in a daze. His apartment felt different now, contaminated by the knowledge he carried. Every advertisement on the subway, every billboard along the street, every notification on his phone, they all looked different through the lens of what he now understood. That evening he began compiling a comprehensive digital archive of his findings. If what he suspected was true, if the Three Masons' influence had not only survived but thrived in the modern era, then someone needed to document it. He created encrypted backups of everything: the historical documents, his analysis algorithms, the pattern recognition data, his own notes and theories. As he worked, a new question haunted him. If the Three Masons had successfully embedded their control systems into modern society, who was running those systems now? The original architects had died centuries ago, but their work lived on. Someone was maintaining it, updating it, ensuring its continued effectiveness. Dorian pulled up recent financial records from some of the corporations that featured the strongest pattern matches. Shell companies, offshore accounts, anonymous investors. The ownership structures were labyrinthine, designed to obscure rather than reveal. But patterns emerged here too. The same investment firms appeared again and again, the same legal structures, the same carefully anonymized board members. It was a network, vast and interconnected, spanning industries and continents, and at its heart Dorian was beginning to suspect were the modern inheritors of the Three Masons' legacy. He named his archive the Veil Project and began preparing it for release. The world had a right to know about the invisible architecture of influence that shaped their daily lives, but as he prepared to upload his findings to multiple whistleblower platforms, his computer screen flickered. For just a moment, the three interlocked triangles appeared in the corner of his monitor. There and gone so quickly, he almost convinced himself he had imagined it. Almost. The message appeared in Dorian's private encrypted chat channel at 2:33 a.m, exactly 72 hours after he had discovered the pattern recognition data. The sender was listed as anonymous, but the message itself was anything but anonymous. It was clearly directed at him, containing details that only someone who had been watching his research could know. The three still watch. Stop now, Dorian. Dorian stared at the screen, his heart pounding. He had been so careful, using multiple layers of encryption, routing his traffic through a dozen different proxy servers, maintaining operational security that should have made him invisible to all but the most sophisticated surveillance operations. But they had found him. He ran a full system scan, checking for malware, backdoors, any sign of compromise. His security software came back clean, but Dorian knew that meant nothing. If someone had the resources to track his research, despite his precautions, they would also have the resources to hide their presence on his system. The paranoia began slowly, like a low-grade fever. Every notification on his phone made him jump. Every knock on his apartment door sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. He started noticing things that might have been coincidences. The same car parked outside his building for 3 days, a man in a coffee shop who looked away too quickly when Dorian glanced in his direction. The second message arrived 48 hours later, this time containing a photograph. It showed Dorian sitting at his computer, taken from inside his own apartment. The timestamp indicated it had been captured the previous night while he worked on the Veil project. Someone had been inside his home. Dorian immediately conducted a physical sweep of his apartment. He found the device hidden inside the frame of his bedroom mirror. A microcamera so small he almost missed it, connected to a transmitter that was broadcasting his every move to an unknown receiver. But the camera was just the beginning. A more thorough search revealed audio pickups in his kitchen and living room, keystroke loggers attached to his computer equipment, and something that looked like a network tap spliced into his Ethernet cable. His entire life was being monitored. The rational part of his mind told him to stop, to destroy his research and return to his normal life. But Dorian had never been particularly rational. The invasion of his privacy, rather than deterring him, only confirmed that he was onto something significant. You didn't deploy military-grade surveillance equipment against someone who was chasing shadows. He began operating under the assumption that everything he did was being watched. He established new research protocols, using air-gapped computers and physical storage devices that never connected to the internet. He moved his most sensitive work to a storage unit across town, accessible only by physical key. He varied his routines, took different routes to work, paid for everything in cash, but the watchers adapted too. His work computer at Titan Defense Systems began experiencing mysterious glitches. Files would disappear and reappear. His security clearance was subjected to routine reviews that felt anything but routine. Colleagues who had been friendly for years suddenly seemed distant, their conversations stilted and careful. The third message was different. Instead of a text, he received a link to a news article about a cybersecurity researcher in Seattle who had died in a car accident. The researcher, according to the article, had been working on sensitive projects related to digital privacy and surveillance. The accident had occurred at 3:17 a.m. on a straight stretch of highway, with no other vehicles involved. Dorian noticed that the timestamp on the article was exactly 3 minutes before he received the link. The message was clear: this could happen to you. But by then, Dorian was too deep to surface. The Veil project had expanded beyond his original scope, becoming an obsession that consumed his waking hours and invaded his dreams. He had uncovered something that went beyond historical curiosity or academic research. The Freemasons weren't just a fascinating historical footnote, they were the architects of a system that was still actively shaping human society. And someone was willing to kill to keep that secret hidden. That night, Dorian made a decision that would change everything. If they wanted to silence him, they would have to find him first. He began preparations for what he called Project Deep Dive, a final comprehensive investigation that would either expose the truth about the Freemasons or confirm his own paranoid delusions. Either way, he would have his answer. As he packed his research materials and prepared to disappear into the digital underground, Dorian caught a glimpse of his reflection in the bathroom mirror. He looked like a man who had seen too much, learned too much, gone too far down a rabbit hole that might not have an exit. But he also looked like a man who was finally fully alive. The abandoned subway station beneath downtown had been closed since 1962, but Dorian's research had revealed that its tunnels connected to a network of service corridors that ran beneath several government buildings. More importantly, the location offered something he desperately needed: complete isolation from digital surveillance. He had spent 3 days preparing his mobile command center. Military-grade Faraday cages protected his equipment from electronic monitoring. Satellite internet connections routed through multiple international proxies provided connectivity that would be nearly impossible to trace. Battery packs and portable generators ensured he could operate for weeks without external power. The setup looked like something out of a post-apocalyptic thriller, and Dorian couldn't shake the feeling that it might represent his future. A life spent in the shadows, hunted by forces he barely understood. But it was here, in the depths beneath the city, that he finally breached what he had come to think of as the vault. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. While analysing the financial networks he had discovered, Dorian noticed that several key transactions were processed through a server cluster housed in the Smithsonian Institution's digital archive facility. The Smithsonian servers weren't just repositories for historical documents. They were hosting active financial systems for the network of corporations connected to the Freemasons pattern. Using exploit tools from his defense contractor days, Dorian tunneled into the archive system through a maintenance portal that had been forgotten during a security update. What he found inside defied his wildest expectations. The vault wasn't a single database, it was an entire hidden internet, a shadow network that existed parallel to the visible web. Accessible only through specific cryptographic keys that appeared to be distributed to a select group of users, the vault contained terabytes of data spanning 3 centuries. The most recent files were mind-bending. Detailed psychological profiles of world leaders, media manipulation strategies updated in real time, algorithmic frameworks for managing public opinion through social media platforms. But it was the historical archives that truly shocked him. Digitized manuscripts described secret chambers beneath Washington, D.C., built during the Capitol's construction according to specifications provided by the 3 Masons. The chambers weren't just meeting spaces. They were designed as psychological amplification devices, using acoustic engineering and symbolic geometry to enhance the persuasive power of those who spoke within them. Architectural drawings showed that the entire layout of the Capitol building, the White House, and the Supreme Court formed a massive version of the 3 interlocked triangles when viewed from above. The buildings weren't just symbols of American democracy. They were active components in a system designed to channel and focus political influence. But the most disturbing documents dealt with something called the Great Work, an ongoing project to gradually reshape human consciousness through systematic manipulation of culture, education, and information systems. The Great Work wasn't a conspiracy in the traditional sense. It was presented as a form of guided evolution, helping humanity develop according to principles established by the 3 Masons. According to the documents, every major social movement of the past 2 centuries had been either initiated or co-opted by the inheritors of the 3 Masons' legacy. Wars, revolutions, technological breakthroughs, cultural shifts, all were pieces in a vast game being played by invisible hands. And Dorian discovered that modern political speeches were crafted using linguistic frameworks, derived directly from the original doctrine of quiet influence. Presidential debates, congressional hearings, Supreme Court arguments, all followed scripted patterns designed to produce predetermined emotional responses in viewers. Entertainment media was even more thoroughly controlled. Hollywood studios, record labels, publishing houses, all were connected to the network through complex ownership structures. Popular culture wasn't a reflection of society's values. It was a tool for shaping those values. As Dorian delved deeper into the vault, he began to understand the true scope of what he was facing. This wasn't just a historical conspiracy. It was a living system, constantly evolving and adapting to new technologies and social conditions. The 3 Masons had died centuries ago, but their work lived on through institutions, traditions, and methodologies that had become so embedded in society that they were virtually invisible. The most chilling realization came when he discovered his own file in the vault's database. They had been monitoring him for months, tracking his research, analyzing his psychological profile, preparing countermeasures. His investigation hadn't been a secret quest for truth. It had been a carefully observed experiment. But why let him discover so much? Why allow him to penetrate their most sensitive archives? The answer came in a document titled Protocol 7, Asset Integration. Dorian's blood ran cold as he read the clinical assessment of his psychological profile, his motivations, his likely responses to various stimuli. He wasn't just a threat to be eliminated. He was a potential asset to be recruited. The file indicated that his research skills and psychological profile made him an ideal candidate for voluntary integration into their network. His investigation of the 3 Masons hadn't been a violation of their security, it had been an audition. As this understanding washed over him, Dorian noticed something that made his hands shake. The documents he was accessing contained metadata signatures, hidden markers that traced every query back to his specific location and identity. By exploring the vault, he wasn't just learning their secrets, he was leaving digital fingerprints that proved he had been there. The final piece of the puzzle revealed itself at 4:47 a.m. on what Dorian would later realize was his last night of freedom. He had been analyzing the most recent uploads to the vault, real-time data feeds that showed the 3 Masons' influence network in active operation. What he discovered was breathtaking in its scope and terrifying in its implications. The network wasn't just influencing culture and politics, It was actively shaping reality itself through coordinated manipulation of information systems. Social media algorithms were tweaked to promote specific narratives. Search engine results were subtly adjusted to guide public research toward predetermined conclusions. News recommendation systems were programmed to create echo chambers that reinforced desired belief patterns. But the most sophisticated element was something they called consensus engineering. By carefully managing the flow of information across multiple platforms simultaneously, the network could create the illusion that certain ideas were organically emerging from grassroots movements, when in fact they were being systematically planted and cultivated. Dorian watched in real time as a coordinated information campaign was launched across dozens of platforms. A political controversy that would dominate news cycles for weeks was being artificially created through carefully timed leaks, strategic social media posts, and coordinated commentary from influencers who probably didn't even realise they were part of the operation. The level of coordination was staggering. Television networks, newspapers, social media platforms, and even individual bloggers were all receiving talking points through channels that appeared unconnected but were actually part of a single centralised command structure. He began documenting everything, screenshotting real-time operations, copying database entries, building an irrefutable record of the network in action. This was the smoking gun he had been looking for, proof that modern society was being manipulated by invisible forces operating on a scale that dwarfed anything in history. But as he prepared to copy the most damaging files to his secure storage devices, Dorian noticed something that made his blood freeze. The documents he was accessing contained more than just information. They contained active code that was executing on his system every time he opened a file. He ran an immediate diagnostic and discovered the horrifying truth. Every document in the vault was embedded with sophisticated tracking malware. Not only did the system know exactly what he had accessed, it had been installing backdoors and surveillance tools on his equipment from the moment he had first breached their security. His air-gapped computers weren't air-gapped anymore. His encrypted storage devices were compromised. His Faraday cages were useless against software that was already inside his systems. But the worst revelation was yet to come. As he traced the malware's network connections, Dorian realised that his entire investigation had been orchestrated from the beginning. The original files he had discovered in the Masonic Lodge archive. They had been placed there deliberately, designed to attract someone with his specific skill set and psychological profile. The research trails he had followed, the connections he had discovered, the patterns he had uncovered, all of it had been a carefully constructed puzzle, leading him step by step to this moment. He hadn't been investigating the three Masons, he had been recruited by them. The recruitment wasn't complete yet. According to the protocols he found in his own file, the final step required a conscious choice. He could accept integration into their network, becoming a willing participant in the great work, or he could face the consequences of possessing knowledge that wasn't meant for outsiders. As if summoned by his thoughts, a new message appeared on his screen. Dorian, you have seen behind the veil. There are only two paths forward. Choose wisely. Below the message were two links. The first was labelled Integration. The second was labelled Termination. Dorian stared at the screen, his mind racing through the implications of everything he had discovered. The three Masons weren't the villains in this story, at least not from their perspective. They saw themselves as shepherds of human civilization, guiding society toward what they believed was a better future. The manipulation, the control, the systematic shaping of human consciousness, all of it was presented as necessary stewardship of a species too chaotic and self-destructive to govern itself effectively. But Dorian couldn't shake the image of humanity as a vast puppet show, with invisible hands pulling strings that the puppets couldn't even see. Was guided evolution really better than free will? Was managed consciousness preferable to authentic chaos? The choice before him wasn't just about his own survival. It was about what kind of world he wanted to live in, and what kind of person he wanted to be within that world. As he reached for his mouse to make his selection, Dorian heard something that made his blood run cold. Sirens in the distance, growing closer. Time was up. The sound of footsteps in the tunnel above was unmistakable. Heavy boots, moving with military precision, getting closer with each passing second. Dorian's hands flew across his keyboard as he initiated emergency protocols, wiping drives, destroying evidence, preparing for what he now realized was inevitable. The sirens had been a psychological prompt designed to create urgency and force a hasty decision. The real trap was much more elegant than simple law enforcement intervention. As Dorian frantically tried to secure his data, he discovered that his internet connection had been severed, not blocked, completely terminated at the infrastructure level. His backup satellite connections were jammed. His cellular network showed full signal strength but couldn't establish data connections. Even his emergency radio beacon was transmitting into empty air, its signals absorbed by sophisticated countermeasures he couldn't detect, but could feel pressing in around him like invisible walls. The isolation was complete and professional. Whoever was coming for him had surrounded him not just physically, but digitally, cutting off every possible avenue of communication or escape. But Dorian had one final card to play. Before establishing his underground command centre, he had prepared a dead man's switch, an automated system that would release his entire archive if he failed to check in within a specific time window. The system was housed on a server cluster in Eastern Europe, completely disconnected from his current location and impossible to trace back to him through conventional means. At least that's what he had believed. As he tried to access the dead man's switch, Dorian discovered that it too had been compromised. The activation codes had been changed, the server locations had been altered, and his backup authentication systems had been systematically disabled. Somehow they had anticipated and countered even his most paranoid contingency plans. The footsteps stopped directly above his hiding place. In the silence that followed, Dorian finally understood the true nature of the trap. He hadn't just been recruited, he had been studied, analysed, and predicted with mechanical precision. Every move he had made, every precaution he had taken, every paranoid contingency he had prepared had been anticipated and accounted for. His investigation hadn't been a threat to their operations, it had been a demonstration of their capabilities. A voice echoed down from the tunnel above, calm and professional. "Mr. Cade, we need to talk." Dorian looked around his underground command centre. The sophisticated equipment, the military-grade security measures, the careful preparations that had taken weeks to implement. All of it was useless now. He had been allowed to build this fortress so that they could demonstrate how easily it could be bypassed. The voice continued, "Your research has been impressive. Your skills are exactly what we've been looking for. But the recruitment process needs to be completed according to protocol." Protocol. Everything with them was protocol, systematic and methodical. Even rebellion had to follow their rules, serve their purposes, advance their agenda. As the first figures began descending into his underground sanctuary, Dorian made one final desperate attempt to access his archive. If he could just upload something, anything, to prove that the three Masons were real and active, maybe someone else would continue the investigation. But his screens had already gone dark. His equipment was shutting down in sequence, responding to override commands that bypassed every security system he had installed. They weren't just capturing him, they were demonstrating complete dominance over his digital domain. The lead figure removed their helmet, revealing a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a patient smile. She looked more like a librarian than a Black Ops operative, but her presence commanded the attention of everyone in the room. "Hello, Dorian," she said warmly. "My name is Dr. Ellen Drew, and I represent the contemporary stewards of the great work. You've impressed us greatly with your research, but I'm afraid you've also created a security situation that needs to be resolved." Dorian found his voice. "You mean eliminated?" Dr. Drew shook her head. "Integration, actually. Your psychological profile suggests you'd be much more valuable as a willing participant than as a cautionary tale. The choice is still yours, but I should mention that the termination option from earlier was never really on the table. We've invested too much in your development to waste that potential." As she spoke, Dorian realised that even his moment of apparent choice had been an illusion. The integration process had already begun the moment he first accessed their files. Every revelation, every discovery, every moment of apparent rebellion had been carefully orchestrated to bring him to this point. He wasn't being recruited, he was being harvested. Dr. Drew gestured to the equipment surrounding them. All of this will be preserved, of course. Your research will continue, but with proper resources and institutional support. The Three Masons' work is too important to be left to individual initiative, no matter how talented. Dorian stared at the woman who held his future in her hands. And if I refuse? Then you'll be experiencing a very realistic simulation of refusal, while your consciousness is gradually adjusted to accept integration. We've found that the illusion of choice makes the process more comfortable for everyone involved. The trap was perfect because it had no exit. Resistance would be futile because resistance was part of the design. Even this conversation, even his growing horror at the situation, was probably being factored into some psychological algorithm designed to optimize his eventual compliance. As the implication sank in, Dorian felt something break inside him. Not his spirit, but his attachment to the idea that any of this had ever been real. His investigation, his discoveries, his moment of revelation, all of it had been a carefully crafted performance designed to transform him into whatever they needed him to become. The Three Masons weren't just controlling society, they were controlling him. And the most terrifying part was that he was beginning to understand why. 6 months after Dorian Cade disappeared from his apartment in the middle of the night, fragments of his research began surfacing on obscure internet forums. Anonymous uploads appeared on file-sharing networks, containing encrypted archives that told a story of conspiracy and control spanning 3 centuries. The uploads were sporadic and seemingly random. A few documents here, some analysis there, portions of what appeared to be a larger investigation into something called the Three Masons. The files generated intense discussion in certain corners of the internet. Conspiracy theorists, digital privacy advocates, and researchers into esoteric history all found elements that resonated with their particular interests. But the fragments raised more questions than they answered. The documentation was sophisticated enough to suggest serious research, but incomplete enough to prevent any definitive conclusions. The historical elements were intriguingly plausible, but unverifiable through conventional sources. The contemporary analysis contained insights into media manipulation and social control that seemed prescient, but could easily be dismissed as paranoid speculation. Some investigators tried to trace the uploads back to their source, but the digital trails led nowhere. The files appeared and disappeared from servers around the world, uploaded by anonymous accounts that vanished as quickly as they had been created. Whoever was releasing this information had sophisticated technical capabilities and an intimate understanding of how to remain invisible in the digital landscape. The mystery deepened when researchers noticed that the archive fragments contained embedded metadata, hidden signatures that seemed to reference additional materials that had never been released. The signatures suggested that what they were seeing was only a small portion of a much larger collection of evidence. But where was the rest of the archive? And who was controlling its release? Theories proliferated across discussion forums and social media platforms. Some believed that Dorian Cade had been silenced by the very forces he was investigating, and that the leaked materials were being released by automated systems he had established as insurance. Others suggested that the entire thing was an elaborate alternate reality game, designed to blur the lines between fiction and reality. A few researchers claimed to have identified patterns in the release schedule that aligned with significant political events or cultural developments. The fragments seemed to appear at moments when they would have maximum relevance to current affairs, as if someone was curating their release to maximize impact. But perhaps the most unsettling theory was that the leaks were intentional, not the work of a whistleblower or an automated system, but a deliberate information campaign designed to achieve some larger purpose. If the Three Masons really existed, and if they really controlled information systems as thoroughly as the document suggested, then wouldn't they also control the narrative of their own exposure? Late-night researchers who delved too deeply into the Cade archive reported strange experiences, computer glitches that seemed too targeted to be random, internet searches that returned results that disappeared when accessed again, social media algorithms that seemed to actively suppress discussion of certain topics. Some claimed to have received anonymous messages warning them away from the investigation. Others reported that their research was being monitored by unknown parties. A few simply stopped posting one day, their accounts going silent without explanation. The pattern was subtle but consistent. Those who got closest to understanding the true scope of Dorian's discoveries seemed to encounter obstacles that discouraged further research. Nothing dramatic, nothing that couldn't be explained by coincidence or technical malfunction. But the cumulative effect was to ensure that the investigation never reached critical mass. And so the mystery of Dorian Cade and the three Masons remained unsolved, existing in the liminal space between truth and fiction, between revelation and misdirection. The fragments continued to circulate, generating discussion and debate, but never quite coalescing into anything that could definitively prove or disprove the central claims. The most dedicated researchers began to notice something peculiar about their own investigations. The deeper they dug, the more they found themselves questioning not just the truth of Dorian's discoveries, but the nature of truth itself. If information could be so thoroughly controlled and manipulated, how could anyone be certain that their own thoughts and conclusions were authentic? One researcher, posting under the username Digital Veil, claimed to have reconstructed portions of Dorian's methodology and arrived at similar conclusions about media manipulation and social control, but when other investigators tried to verify the research, they found that the evidence cited by Digital Veil led to websites that no longer existed, documents that had been removed from archives, and source materials that seemed to vanish whenever anyone tried to access them independently. Was Digital Veil continuing Dorian's work, or was Digital Veil part of the very system Dorian had claimed to expose? The question became even more complex when Digital Veil began posting increasingly sophisticated analysis that seemed to predict social and political developments with uncanny accuracy. The posts described how specific news events would unfold, how public opinion would shift in response to carefully crafted messaging campaigns, and how seemingly unrelated cultural phenomena were actually coordinated elements of larger influence operations. And the predictions kept coming true. But rather than proving the existence of the Three Masons conspiracy, Digital Veil's accurate predictions only deepened the mystery. Were they based on genuine insider knowledge of how the system operated, or were they simply the result of careful observation of existing patterns? Was Digital Veil exposing the conspiracy or participating in it? The final post from Digital Veil came exactly 1 year after Dorian Cade's disappearance. It consisted of a single image, the three interlocked triangles that had started Dorian's investigation, accompanied by a brief message. The research continues. The watchers become the watched. The hunters become the hunted. Truth is not a destination but a journey, and some journeys are designed to change the traveller more than the destination. Dorian understood this in the end. He chose integration not because he was forced to, but because he realised that the only way to truly oppose the system was to understand it from within. The Three Masons were never the enemy. They were teachers, waiting for students ready to learn the hardest lesson of all. Power is not something you take. Power is something you become. The archive is complete, the circle is closed, the great work continues. Decay. The message sparked intense debate across conspiracy forums and research communities. Was this really from Dorian Cade, suggesting that he had willingly joined the organisation he had been investigating? Was it a fake message designed to discredit his research? Or was it something more subtle, a coded communication from someone operating deep within the system Dorian had tried to expose? No one could agree on the interpretation, and perhaps that was the point. The message was designed to be ambiguous, to raise questions rather than answer them, to ensure that the investigation would continue but never reach a definitive conclusion. In the months that followed, the Dorian Cade archive gradually faded from active discussion. New conspiracy theories emerged to capture the attention of digital investigators. New mysteries arose to challenge those who sought hidden truths. The three Masons, if they existed, returned to the shadows where they had always operated most effectively. But for those who had followed the investigation closely, something had changed. They found themselves looking at the world differently, noticing patterns they had never seen before, questioning assumptions they had never thought to examine. They began to see the invisible architecture of influence that shaped their daily lives, even if they couldn't prove its existence to others. Some researchers reported that they had begun to incorporate elements of the doctrine of quiet influence into their own work, not to manipulate others, but to better understand how they themselves were being manipulated. They studied the psychological techniques described in Dorian's files, the linguistic frameworks, the symbolic systems, the methodologies for shaping human consciousness. A few claim to have achieved a kind of immunity to mass manipulation through this understanding. They described a state of hyper-awareness where they could observe the influence systems operating around them without being affected by them. They called it seeing through the veil. But others wondered if this supposed immunity was itself an illusion, if the system was sophisticated enough to make people believe they had escaped its influence, while actually drawing them deeper into its web. After all, what better way to control someone than to convince them they couldn't be controlled? The question that haunted all serious researchers into the Dorian Cade mystery was whether the investigation had revealed the truth about hidden systems of control, or whether it had been a demonstration of those systems in action. Had they uncovered a conspiracy, or had they been recruited into one? Perhaps the most unsettling possibility was that there was no meaningful difference between the two options. The final entry in what researchers believed to be Dorian's original archive was a single text file, uploaded anonymously to a dozen different platforms simultaneously. It contained no metadata, no digital signatures, no clues about its origin. The message was brief but haunting. If you are reading this, you have already been chosen. The investigation never ends. It only changes investigators. Welcome to the great work. Your orientation will begin shortly. Below the message was a simple instruction. Look around you. Really look. The signs are everywhere, once you know how to see them. And indeed, those who followed the instruction began to notice things. Symbols in corporate logos that matched patterns from the historical documents. Linguistic structures in news broadcasts that aligned with psychological manipulation frameworks. Social media algorithms that seemed to nudge users towards specific conclusions without their awareness. The three Masons weren't hiding in the shadows. They were hiding in plain sight, their influence so thoroughly woven into the fabric of modern society that it had become invisible through ubiquity. They didn't need to silence investigators because they had created a world where the truth was indistinguishable from elaborate fiction. And perhaps that was the most elegant control system of all. A reality so thoroughly constructed that even those who glimpsed behind the veil couldn't be certain whether they had discovered the truth or been recruited to perpetuate a more sophisticated illusion. The three Masons, whether real or imagined, ancient or contemporary, had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had made the question of their existence irrelevant. In a world where information could be infinitely manipulated and human consciousness systematically shaped, the distinction between reality and carefully crafted narrative had ceased to matter. What mattered was the system itself, the vast, invisible architecture of influence that operated according to principles established centuries ago by three men whose names had been deliberately erased from history. They had created not just a secret society, but a new form of reality, one where truth was not discovered but constructed, where power was not seized but evolved, and where the ultimate conspiracy was the idea that conspiracies were necessary at all. In the end, Dorian Cade's investigation had revealed something far more profound than evidence of historical manipulation or contemporary control systems. It had revealed the fundamental malleability of human consciousness and the terrifying possibility that reality itself was subject to editing by those who understood the deeper mechanics of perception and belief. The three were not just in the past. They were here now, watching, guiding, shaping the very thoughts that their observers used to contemplate their existence. They had transcended the crude mechanics of conspiracy to achieve something approaching digital godhood, the power to define reality itself, And the most beautiful part of their design was that it didn't matter whether anyone believed in them or not. The system they had created was self-sustaining, self-correcting, and ultimately inescapable. The investigation was over. The great work continued. And somewhere in the space between digital shadows and physical reality, Dorian Cade smiled and began planning his next recruitment. Hey everyone, welcome back to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's story, if you're enjoying the content and want to help this video reach more people, go ahead and use your hype points. It really makes a difference and helps us keep bringing you these deep dives into the unknown. Also, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from, but only if you want to. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It's wild to know some of you are listening at 3 in the morning while others are on your lunch break halfway across the globe. This isn't just another story about little green men and flying saucers. This is about the freight that never delivered, the trucker who saw too much, and the desert that keeps its secrets better than any government ever could. So get comfortable, maybe dim the lights, and let's talk about what really happens on the roads leading to the most classified military installation in American history. Area 51, the freight that never delivered the desert frequency. There's a stretch of highway in Nevada that doesn't appear on most GPS systems the way it should. Highway 375 runs through the kind of emptiness that makes you question whether civilization was ever really here at all. They call it the extraterrestrial highway now, a nickname that started as a joke and became official in 1996 when the state put up signs with little UFO symbols. But the truckers who've driven it for decades, the ones who haul freight through the night when the desert temperature drops and the stars spread out like broken glass across black velvet, they call it something else. They call it the frequency. Not because of radio signals, though those are strange enough out here. They call it that because of the hum, the feeling, the sense that something underneath the sand is listening, waiting, broadcasting on a wavelength that human ears weren't designed to detect, but human instincts recognise all the same. Jack Reeves knew that feeling better than most. He was 48 years old in the summer of 2013, a man whose face had been weathered by 2 decades of long-haul trucking through the American Southwest. He had the kind of face that looked older in dim light and younger in the sun, creased around the eyes from squinting at endless roads, stubbled because shaving in truck stop bathrooms was more trouble than it was worth. His hands were thick and calloused, wrapped around a steering wheel more often than not, and he had a voice that carried the slow, deliberate rhythm of someone who spent most of his time alone. Jack worked as an independent contractor for a subsidiary of EG&G Special Projects, a company whose name appeared on very few documents, and whose employees signed non-disclosure agreements as thick as phone books. EG&G had serviced Groom Lake Airstrip since the early 80s, back when the base officially didn't exist and the government maintained that the lights people saw in the desert sky were swamp gas or weather balloons, or the planet Venus seen through atmospheric distortion. Jack's job was simple, at least on paper. He picked up freight from Nellis Air Force Base outside Las Vegas, signed for it without asking questions, and delivered it to coordinates that changed depending on the week. Sometimes it was Tonopah Test Range, sometimes it was isolated hangars near Mercury, Nevada. And sometimes, though not often, it was the place that had no name on any map, the place where the roads ended and the fences began, and the signs warned that photography was prohibited and use of deadly force was authorized. He'd been driving these routes since 2008, and in all that time, he'd learned 3 rules that kept him employed and alive. Rule 1, never open the cargo. Rule 2, never talk about the cargo. Rule 3, never ever stop the truck between the checkpoint and the delivery zone. But rules, Jack had learned, were made by people who'd never driven through the desert at 3 in the morning listening to Art Bell reruns on AM radio, hearing the stories about whistleblowers and black projects and things that moved through the sky in ways that physics professors said were impossible. Rules were made by people who'd never felt the hum. The night it all changed started like any other. Act 1. The Contract. August 26th, 2013. The date mattered because 3 months earlier, the CIA had done something unprecedented. They'd released documents, heavily redacted but official, that finally acknowledged what conspiracy theorists had been saying for decades. Area 51 existed. It was real. It had a location, coordinates that placed it at Groom Lake in the Nevada desert, and it had been used since 1955 for classified aircraft testing. The U-2 spy plane had been born there, assembled in secret and tested in skies that civilians were forbidden from entering. Later came the A-12 ox cart, sleek and black and capable of speeds that seemed like science fiction. Then the SR-71 Blackbird, a plane so advanced that its titanium skin would expand from heat friction at high altitude. A plane that could outrun missiles by simply accelerating. And in the 80s, the F-117 Nighthawk, the first true stealth aircraft, a geometric impossibility that looked like it had been folded from paper by aliens who'd never seen a bird. All of it had happened at Groom Lake. All of it had been hidden behind denials and cover stories, and men with clipboards who wrote classified across every piece of paper that left the base. But in June of 2013, the CIA had finally admitted it. They released a report acknowledging the U-2 program, mentioning Area 51 by name, even including a map with the base's location marked in a small black square. Conspiracy theorists celebrated, skeptics shrugged, and the government said in effect, yes, it exists. Yes, we test secret aircraft there. No, there are no aliens. Jack had been listening to the news reports while driving a load of industrial refrigeration units to Creech Air Force Base. He'd laughed, a short bark of amusement that echoed in his empty cab. Of course, they'd admit to the stuff that was already obsolete. The U-2 had been declassified for years. The Blackbird was in museums. The public could handle hearing about planes from the 60s and 70s. What they wouldn't hear about were the things being tested now, the projects with budget allocations buried in documents labelled miscellaneous procurement and advanced aerospace studies. 2 months after the CIA's admission, Jack got a call from his dispatcher. The voice on the other end was clipped, professional, female, not his usual contact. She told him there was a priority hall available, high security clearance required, double the normal pay rate. Pick up at Nellis, delivery to Site U-97. The cargo was listed as avionics hardware, sensitive equipment, standard protocol. Jack had done dozens of hauls like this. He said yes before she had finished explaining the terms. He picked up the truck on a Thursday evening, the sun already sinking behind the spring mountains, turning the desert into shades of copper and rust. The facility at Nellis was a warren of warehouses and hangars, most of them identical, all of them anonymous. A forklift operator loaded a single container into his trailer, a silver box about the size of a small car stencilled with alphanumeric codes that meant nothing to Jack. He signed the electronic manifest noting that the destination field was blank except for the site designation, U-97. The paperwork also included a non-disclosure agreement. Jack had signed hundreds of them. This one was different. The logo at the top wasn't EG&G. It was Ecom/URS Federal Services, a company he'd heard of in passing, but never worked with directly. They were contractors, the kind that handled infrastructure for classified sites, the kind whose employees knew how to keep their mouths shut because talking meant prison time under the Espionage Act. He signed. He climbed into his cab. He started the engine and rolled out of Nellis as the first stars appeared overhead. The route took him north on Highway 95, away from the neon glow of Las Vegas, away from the last outpost of civilization. The road was empty. It always was at this hour. Jack settled into the rhythm of driving, hands loose on the wheel, eyes scanning the horizon for the reflective glint of deer or the sudden appearance of jackrabbits. He reached over and clicked on his radio, spinning the dial until he caught the familiar crackle of AM frequency. It was a rebroadcast, one of the classic Art Bell episodes from the late 90s. Jack had heard it before, but it never got old. The voice was calm, hypnotic. The kind of voice that made the impossible sound reasonable. Tonight's episode was a replay from September 11th, 1997, the night a man called in claiming to be a former Area 51 employee. His voice was frantic, panicked, breaking up with static as he described extraterrestrial entities and interdimensional beings and disasters that would wipe out major population centres. Then the line had gone dead. The station satellite feed had cut out, and for the next 30 minutes Coast to Coast AM had been off the air. Jack had always assumed it was a hoax, a performance piece by someone with too much imagination and access to a phone. But listening to it again, alone in his cab with the cargo rattling faintly behind him, he felt the hairs on his arm stand up. The caller's voice had sounded genuinely terrified, and the way the broadcast had been cut off, the way Art Bell himself had sounded confused and unsettled when the show came back online, it all felt too authentic to be staged. The radio crackled. The rebroadcast skipped, static washing over the caller's voice. Jack frowned and reached for the dial, but before he could adjust it, the signal died completely. Just dead air, a hiss of white noise. He glanced at his GPS. The screen was frozen, the little arrow marking his position locked in place even though he was still moving. He tapped it. Nothing. The screen flickered once, then went black. Jack's hands tightened on the wheel. He told himself it was nothing. Electronics failed out here all the time. The military ran jamming tests, radar experiments, God knew what else. His GPS would reboot in a minute. The radio would find another station. He kept driving. Act 2. History on the radio. The desert outside Jack's windshield was a study in monotone, a landscape that looked the same mile after mile. Scrub brush and sand and distant mountains that never seemed to get closer. Above him, the Milky Way was a river of light, so bright that he could see his own shadow on the dashboard. No moon tonight, just stars and silence. And then the radio came back. Not the rebroadcast, not Art Bell. This was something else, a voice that sounded like it was being played from an old reel-to-reel tape, the kind of audio quality you'd hear in a documentary from the 50s. Formal, clipped. The accent was mid-Atlantic, the kind of voice that belonged to newscasters and military spokesmen from an era when people still trusted the government. In 1955, the voice said, the Central Intelligence Agency approved the construction of a covert testing facility in the Nevada desert. The location was chosen for its remoteness, its proximity to existing military infrastructure, and its position beneath restricted airspace. The site, known internally as Groom Lake, would become the birthplace of America's most advanced reconnaissance aircraft. Jack blinked. He hadn't changed the station. He hadn't touched the dial. But somehow his radio had tuned itself to what sounded like a history lecture. The voice continued. The U-2 spy plane, designed by Lockheed's Skunk Works division, under the direction of Clarence Johnson, was first tested at Groom Lake in August of 1955. The aircraft was capable of flying at altitudes exceeding 70,000 feet, far above the range of Soviet radar and interceptor aircraft. Pilots reported that at such heights, the sky above them was not blue but black, and the curvature of the earth was visible on the horizon. Jack found himself listening despite the strangeness of it. He'd always been interested in aviation history, the engineering marvels that had emerged from the Cold War's desperate race for technological supremacy. The U-2 had been a masterpiece of design, a glider with a jet engine, so light and fragile that it could barely land without its wings scraping the runway. In 1962, the voice went on, the CIA initiated Project Oxcart, the development of a successor to the U-2. The resulting aircraft, designated a 12, was capable of speeds exceeding Mach 3 and altitudes of 90,000 feet. Its titanium fuselage could withstand temperatures exceeding 600 degrees Fahrenheit, the result of air friction at hypersonic velocities. Test pilots described the experience as riding a controlled explosion. The radio crackled again. The voice distorted, words stretching and compressing. Jack reached over to adjust the tuning knob. and his hand froze. The voice had changed. It was still formal, still calm, but now it was reading something else, something that sounded like a classified document. Memo to Director of Central Intelligence Alan Dulles, dated April 9th, 1958. Subject: Justification for continued secrecy, Groom Lake operations. The following rationale is provided to support ongoing denial of base existence in public discourse. First, acknowledgement of site location would compromise operational security for aircraft in development. Second, civilian speculation regarding unidentified aerial phenomena observed near restricted zones provides effective cover for test flights of experimental craft. Third, maintenance of ambiguity permits controlled disclosure on timeline determined by national security interests. Jack's throat felt dry. He wasn't sure what he was hearing, but it didn't sound like a radio program. It sounded like someone had taken actual government documents and set them to audio, reading them aloud in a voice that had no emotion, no inflection, just facts delivered in the cadence of bureaucracy. The voice skipped again, static washing over it like waves. When it came back, it was talking about the 70s. Project Have Blue, initiated in 1976, sought to develop an aircraft with minimal radar cross-section. The resulting prototype, tested at Groom Lake beginning in December of 1977, utilised faceted surfaces to deflect radar energy away from transmitting sources. Pilots reported that ground controllers could not track the aircraft visually or electronically at distances exceeding 5 miles, despite clear atmospheric conditions. Jack thought about the implications of that. A plane that was invisible to radar, a plane that looked, to any observer, like it simply wasn't there. He thought about all the UFO sightings that had been reported near Area 51 over the decades, the lights that moved in impossible ways, the craft that accelerated from a standstill to supersonic speeds without producing a sonic boom. How many of those sightings had been experimental aircraft? How many had been deliberate tests to see how people would react to something they couldn't explain? And how many, Jack wondered, had been something else entirely? The radio hissed again. This time when the voice returned, it was reading from something that sounded less like a memo and more like a testimony. Deposition of former Groom Lake contractor Richard Martinez, dated March 3rd, 1994. Mr. Martinez alleges exposure to toxic materials during waste incineration operations conducted at the facility between 1988 and 1991. Symptoms reported include respiratory distress, skin lesions, and neurological impairment. Request for compensation filed under Federal Tort Claims Act. Request denied on grounds that location of alleged exposure remains classified and cannot be confirmed for legal proceedings. Jack had heard about the lawsuits. In the mid-90s, a group of contractors and their families had sued the federal government, claiming that the Air Force had burned barrels of hazardous waste in open pits at Area 51, that the workers had been exposed to carcinogens and radioactive materials, and that several of them had died as a result. The government's response had been to invoke state secrets privilege, to say that even acknowledging the existence of the base would compromise national security. The case had been dismissed. The workers got nothing. The voice on the radio shifted again, and now it was talking about something Jack had never heard of. Project Sigma, Continuity Operations, memorandum dated August 19th, 1974. Authorization granted for establishment of subterranean research facility adjacent to primary testing areas. Purpose: analysis of recovered materials and biological specimens under controlled environmental conditions. Personnel assigned to Sigma operations are to maintain absolute compartmentalization. Disclosure of project details to unauthorized individuals, including other facility personnel, will result in immediate termination of employment and prosecution under relevant statutes. Jack's hands were slick on the steering wheel. Recovered materials, biological specimens. The voice was talking about things that sounded like they'd been pulled directly from a conspiracy theorist's fever dream. But the tone was so matter-of-fact, so clinical that it was impossible to dismiss as fiction. He glanced at the GPS again. Still dead. He tried his cell phone. No signal. Not even the little indicator that showed he was searching for a tower. Just blank, as if the phone had forgotten what a cellular network was. The radio continued. The voice read memo after memo, document after document, each one describing projects and operations that sounded progressively more bizarre. References to trans-medium propulsion systems, mentions of non-terrestrial artifacts, a passage about biological entities exhibiting characteristics inconsistent with known evolutionary taxonomy. Jack reached over and turned the radio off. The voice kept talking. He stared at the dashboard. The radio's power light was off. The display was dark. But the voice continued, emanating from the speakers like it was coming from somewhere deeper than the wiring, like the sound itself had been embedded in the truck. Jack yanked the keys out of the ignition. The engine died. The headlights went dark. The truck coasted forward in silence, momentum carrying it down the highway. And still, faintly, he could hear the voice, now distorted beyond comprehension, words blending into a low hum that resonated in his chest. Then it stopped. The desert was silent. No wind, no insects. Just the sound of his own breathing and the faint tick of the cooling engine. Jack sat in the darkness for a long moment. Then he turned the key. The engine roared back to life. The headlights blazed, illuminating the empty road ahead. The radio stayed off. He drove in silence for the next hour, his mind racing, trying to rationalise what he'd just heard. Radio interference. A bizarre prank. Something to do with the cargo he was hauling. There had to be an explanation. He didn't believe any of them. Act 3. The checkpoint. Jack reached the perimeter checkpoint at 2:17 in the morning. He knew the time because he'd been watching the clock on his dashboard obsessively since the radio incident, grounding himself in the concrete reality of numbers and minutes passing. The checkpoint was a low structure of concrete and reinforced glass, floodlit by sodium vapour lamps that turned the surrounding desert into a stage set, all harsh light and deep shadow. 2 guards stepped out as Jack rolled to a stop. They wore fatigues with no insignia, no name tags, no unit patches. Their rifles were slung across their chests, not aimed but visible. One of them approached the driver's side window while the other circled the truck, a flashlight playing over the trailer's exterior. Jack rolled down the window. The guard held out a gloved hand without saying a word. Jack passed over his ID and the manifest. The guard scanned both with a handheld device, then looked up at Jack's face, comparing it to whatever photo was on file. After a moment, the guard handed the documents back. "Park at the red light," the guard said. His voice was flat, uninflected. "Leave the engine running. Do not exit the vehicle. We'll handle the offload." Jack nodded. He'd done this before, though never at this particular checkpoint. He put the truck in gear and rolled forward, following the painted yellow line on the pavement to a spot marked by a single red traffic signal mounted on a pole. The light wasn't connected to anything. It just stood there, glowing crimson against the darkness. He put the truck in neutral, engaged the parking brake and waited. Through his side mirror, he watched the guards move to the back of the trailer. They worked in silence, their movements efficient and practiced. A motorised pallet jack appeared, rolling out from somewhere beyond the floodlights. The trailer's rear door opened with a metallic clang that echoed across the empty desert. Jack reached for his dash cam. It was a cheap unit he'd installed himself, mounted on the windshield with a suction cup, recording everything through the front window in case of accidents or disputes about delivery times. The little red recording light was always on when the truck was running, except now it wasn't. Jack tapped the camera. The screen remained dark. He pressed the power button. Nothing. He traced the power cable down to where it plugged into the cigarette lighter. The connection was secure, but the camera was dead, as if someone had reached into the electronics and flipped a switch. A sound made him look up. Through the windshield he saw the guards rolling the silver container off his trailer. In the harsh floodlights, he could make out the stenciling on its side more clearly than he had at Nellis. The alphanumeric codes meant nothing to him, but below them, in smaller letters, was a phrase: USF Property. 1951 Recovery Unit. 1951. 4 years before Area 51 officially existed. 4 years after Roswell. Jack's pulse hammered in his ears. He watched the guards maneuver the container onto a flatbed truck that had appeared silently from the darkness. They secured it with straps, moving with the kind of practiced efficiency that spoke of repetition. How many times had they done this? How many containers had passed through this checkpoint bearing dates and labels that shouldn't exist? As the guards worked, Jack became aware of another sound. At first he thought it was the wind, but the air outside was perfectly still, the scrub brush motionless. The sound was deeper than wind, a low-frequency vibration that he felt more than heard, something that resonated in his bones and made his teeth ache. He'd heard this sound before. Every trucker who'd driven these routes had heard it at some point. The hum, the frequency. It was coming from somewhere beyond the checkpoint, out in the darkness where the floodlights couldn't reach. Jack strained his eyes, trying to see anything in that vast emptiness, but the contrast between the lights and the darkness was too extreme. He could have been staring at a wall 10 feet away or the horizon 20 miles distant. The hum grew louder, not by much, but enough that Jack could feel it in the steering wheel, a vibration that travelled up through his hands and into his chest. His vision began to swim slightly, the edges of objects blurring as if his eyes were having trouble focusing. One of the guards walked back to Jack's window. He made a sharp gesture. Leave. Now. Jack didn't need to be told twice. He released the parking brake, put the truck in gear and started to roll forward. But instead of following the road back the way he'd come, toward the checkpoint gate and the highway beyond, he found himself turning onto a different route, following yellow lights that stretched ahead into the darkness. Wait, Jack said aloud to himself, to the empty cab. This isn't right. But his hands kept turning the wheel. His foot stayed on the accelerator. The truck followed the lights deeper into the restricted zone, past barriers and warning signs that Jack's conscious mind screamed at him to obey. The hum was inside his skull now, a pressure that made thinking difficult. The yellow lights seemed to pulse in rhythm with it, guiding him forward like a runway. Jack tried to stop, tried to hit the brakes, but his body wasn't responding to his intentions. He was a passenger in his own flesh, watching helplessly as the truck carried him towards something his rational mind insisted could not exist. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the hum stopped. Jack's hands jerked on the wheel. The truck swerved, tyres crunching on gravel. He slammed the brakes, and the entire rig shuddered to a halt, trailer fishtailing slightly before settling. He sat there, breathing hard, his heart hammering so fast he thought he might be having a cardiac episode. Slowly, his hands trembling, he looked around. He was in the middle of the desert. No checkpoint, no guards, no yellow lights, just endless scrubland stretching away in all directions under a sky so packed with stars that it looked like someone had shattered a window into heaven. And directly ahead of him, perhaps 200 yards distant, was a structure. It wasn't a hangar. It wasn't a building. It was an opening in the ground, a ramp descending into the earth at a gentle angle, wide enough to drive a semi-truck down. The edges were smooth, too smooth to be natural, and they seemed to catch the starlight in a way that made them shimmer like oil on water. Jack put the truck in reverse. The transmission clunked. The engine revved. The wheels spun. He wasn't moving. The truck was stuck, or held, or something he didn't have words for. He tried the radio. Dead. He tried his phone. No signal. He tried the CB, flipping through channels, hoping to raise anyone, but all he got was static. The hum started again, softer this time, almost gentle, and with it came a sound he recognised. Footsteps on gravel, approaching from behind. Jack looked in his side mirror. There was nothing there. The footsteps came closer, slow, measured, the sound of boots on loose stone. Jack's hand moved to the door handle. He told himself not to open it, not to step out into the desert night where things moved in ways that couldn't be explained. But his hand was already pulling the handle, already pushing the door open, and he was climbing down from the cab, his legs moving automatically. He turned around. The desert was empty. No guards, no vehicles, nothing but sand and stars and the distant mountains. The footsteps stopped. Jack heard breathing, not his own, slower, deeper, rhythmic, like a machine. "Who's there?" he said. His voice sounded small and ridiculous in the enormous silence. No answer. Just the breathing, and beneath it, the hum. Jack looked back at the ramp descending into the earth. At the mouth of the tunnel, he could now see lettering carved into the stone, faded but legible. Project Sigma Continuity. He'd heard that name on the radio, on the broadcast that shouldn't have been playing. The voice had mentioned it, casually, as if it were just another item in a long list of classified programs. Recovered materials, biological specimens, continuity operations. Jack walked toward the ramp. He told himself to stop, to get back in the truck, to turn around and drive away even if it meant abandoning the rig and walking back to civilization on foot. But his legs kept moving, carrying him forward with a will independent of his own. The ramp's surface was strange under his boots. It looked like stone, but it felt like metal, smooth and slightly warm to the touch. The walls on either side were the same, vitrified into glass like surfaces that reflected his flashlight beam in fragmented patterns. This wasn't excavated. This was burned into the earth, carved by heat so intense that it had fused sand into something crystalline and permanent. Jack descended into the tunnel, his flashlight cutting weak angles through the darkness ahead. The hum grew louder the deeper he went, filling his ears until he couldn't hear his own footsteps anymore. The air smelled wrong, metallic and sharp, like ozone after a lightning strike. The tunnel opened into a chamber. Jack stopped at the threshold, his light playing across a space that was vast and empty and utterly wrong. The walls curved in ways that hurt to look at, surfaces that seemed to bend perspective so that distances became impossible to judge. The floor was smooth and reflective like obsidian, and in its surface Jack could see lights moving beneath him, circuits or pathways that glowed with a faint blue luminescence. In the centre of the chamber was a pit. Jack approached it slowly, each step an act of will against every instinct screaming at him to run. The pit was circular, perhaps 50 feet across, its edges perfectly smooth. And from its depths came the hum, louder now, a sound that made Jack's vision blur and his stomach lurch. He reached the edge and looked down. The pit descended farther than his flashlight could reach, a shaft dropping into darkness so complete it seemed to swallow the beam. But there was something moving down there, something that reflected light in patterns that shifted and changed, surfaces that appeared and disappeared like images glimpsed through running water. Jack stepped back from the edge. His boot scraped against something metallic. He looked down and saw a panel set flush with the floor, covered in symbols that weren't letters or numbers but something in between, geometric shapes that his mind tried and failed to organise into meaning. He touched the panel. The hum surged, sudden and overwhelming, and Jack's vision went white. When it cleared, he was somewhere else, not the chamber, not the tunnel. He was standing in a room that looked like a control centre, walls lined with screens and consoles, everything dark except for a single monitor glowing with green phosphorescent text. The text scrolled past too fast to read, lines of data or code or something that looked like language but followed no grammar Jack recognised. And then he heard the voice, not from the radio this time, not from speakers or hidden devices. It came from inside his head, a sound that bypassed his ears entirely and resonated directly in his consciousness. "Witness," it said, not a command. A statement. A designation. Jack tried to speak, but his throat wouldn't work. He tried to move, but his body was frozen, locked in place like a statue. The voice continued. Records indicate observation of unauthorized intrusion. Standing protocols require containment and processing. However, current directives prioritize non-intervention in civilian exposure events. You will be returned to perimeter. Memory suppression will be partial to allow for documentation and dissemination through unofficial channels. This serves continuity objectives. Jack's vision blurred again. The room dissolved into static white noise that filled his senses completely. Act 4. The Files and the Fire. When Jack woke up, he was in his truck. The engine was running. The dashboard clock read 4:53 in the morning. He was parked at a rest stop outside Alamo, Nevada, 40 miles from the checkpoint, with no memory of how he'd gotten there. His head pounded. His mouth tasted like copper. Every muscle in his body ached as if he'd been working manual labour for hours. He sat up slowly, checking himself for injuries. Nothing. No cuts, no bruises, no signs of trauma. His clothes were dusty, his boots caked with fine sand, but otherwise he was intact. The trailer was empty. The cargo was gone, delivered or disappeared. Jack didn't know which. He started driving. Not back toward Las Vegas. Not toward his dispatcher's office to file a delivery report. He drove to Rachel, Nevada, to the Little Alien, the roadside, a diner that had become a pilgrimage site for UFO enthusiasts and conspiracy theorists. It was the only place Jack could think to go where people might believe what he'd experienced, or at least not call the police when he tried to explain it. The diner was nearly empty at this hour, just a handful of tourists sleeping in their cars outside, and one waitress behind the counter, a woman in her 50s with silver hair, and a name tag that read, Margaret. Jack sat at the counter and ordered coffee. When Margaret brought it, he asked if anyone had ever talked to her about working at the base. Margaret smiled, a knowing expression that suggested she'd heard this question 1,000 times. Everyone talks, she said. The question is who's telling the truth and who's just repeating what they heard online. What if someone saw something, Jack asked. Something they can't explain. Margaret poured herself a coffee and leaned against the counter. Then they'd better be ready for people to call them crazy, or a liar, or a government disinformation agent. That's how it works out here. You see something real, and suddenly you're the problem, not what you saw. She gestured to the walls around them. Jack looked up and realised the entire diner was covered in photographs and newspaper clippings. Images of the base from the 50s, aerial shots showing runways and hangars, articles about the workers' lawsuits in '94, the contractors who'd been exposed to toxic waste and denied compensation. Satellite photos from recent years showing new construction, massive hangars that hadn't existed a decade earlier. One photograph caught Jack's eye. It was a surveillance shot clearly taken from a distance, showing a line of white buses parked outside a terminal. The buses had no markings, no logos, just blank white exteriors that reflected the desert sun. Janet flights, Margaret said, following his gaze. That's what they call them. White buses and unmarked planes that ferry workers to the base every day. Nobody knows who those people are or what they do. They sign NDAs that would make your eyes water, and every single one of them has a story about something weird happening out there. Most of them never tell it. Jack sipped his coffee. It was terrible, burnt and bitter, but it was real. It grounded him. You hear about the new construction? Margaret asked. She pulled out her phone, swiping through images until she found what she was looking for. She turned the screen toward Jack. It was a satellite image, dated April 20th, 2023. The photo showed Groom Lake from above, the runways and hangars clearly visible. But there was something new in the frame, a cluster of structures that hadn't been there in previous images. The buildings were massive, hangar-sized, and their roofs were covered in what looked like heat dispersion panels. Someone ran thermal analysis on these, Margaret said. The readings don't make sense. These Buildings are generating heat signatures consistent with industrial fusion reactions. That's not airplane testing. That's power generation on a scale that shouldn't exist with current technology. Jack stared at the image. He thought about the pit, the chamber beneath the desert, the hum that had resonated in his bones. "How many people know about this?" he asked. Margaret shrugged. "Couple thousand saw it online. A few scientists commented. Then the website went down and the images got scrubbed from most of the platforms. But the internet remembers everything. You just have to know where to look." Jack spent the next week compiling everything he could find. He bought a laptop at a big box store in Las Vegas, paying cash, using a VPN to browse forums and declassified document archives. He downloaded reports from the CIA's own website, documents released under Freedom of Information Act requests, heavily redacted but still revealing. There were memos about the U-2 program, justifications for maintaining secrecy even after the aircraft was retired. There were reports about Oxcart and Have Blue and a dozen other programs with innocuous names that mask their true purpose. And buried in the footnotes and appendices were references to things that had no explanations. Anomalous radar returns, objects tracked at velocities exceeding Mach 20, incidents where test pilots reported encounters with craft that matched no known profile. Jack started recording audio journals, talking through what he'd experienced, trying to make sense of it. He mixed his own recollections with passages from declassified documents, creating a narrative that grounded the impossible in bureaucratic language. Memo dated March 8th, 1968, he recorded. Subject: unidentified aerial phenomena observed during Oxcart test flight. Pilot reports object pacing aircraft at Mach 3.2, maintaining fixed distance of approximately 500 feet. Object described as spherical, reflective, approximately 30 feet in diameter. No propulsion signature detected. Object accelerated vertically and disappeared from radar tracking at altitude exceeding 100,000 feet. Incident classified under Project Silverbug protocols. He didn't know if anyone would ever hear these recordings. He didn't know if they mattered, but the act of creating them, of turning his experience into words and data, helped him feel like he wasn't losing his mind. Act 5. The Night Run. 6 years passed. Jack kept driving, kept hauling freight through the desert, though never again for EG&G or any of their subsidiaries. He avoided the routes near Groom Lake. He stopped listening to Coast AM. He tried to forget. But in July of 2019, his dispatcher called with an offer he couldn't refuse. Another high-security haul, same route, triple pay. Jack should have said no. Every instinct told him to say no. But he'd been struggling financially, the trucking industry contracting as shipping companies consolidated routes, and the money was enough to keep him afloat for 6 months. He said yes. This was during the summer of the Storm Area 51 event, the viral Facebook joke that had somehow turned into a real movement. Millions of people had pledged to see them aliens, to gather at the gates of the base on September 20th and force their way inside. The military had issued warnings. The local sheriff had held press conferences begging people not to come, but the internet didn't care about warnings. Jack picked up the truck on July 18th. The cargo manifest was blank this time, just a weight notation, 12,000 pounds. When he asked what he was hauling, the loading supervisor told him it was equipment for emergency response preparation. Nothing more. Jack drove north through the night. The highway was busier than usual. Caravans of RVs and passenger cars heading toward Rachel. Tourists and true believers making the pilgrimage to see the most famous classified base in America. Jack passed them slowly, his rig lumbering through the darkness, while cars honked and passengers waved, some holding up signs that read, "We believe and show us the aliens." Around midnight, Jack's radio cut to an emergency broadcast frequency. The voice was automated, repeating the same message on a loop. "Attention, you're approaching restricted military airspace. Unauthorized entry is prohibited under federal law. Use of deadly force is authorized. Turn back now. Jack had heard this broadcast before on previous runs, but tonight it was different. Beneath the automated voice, he could hear other sounds, fragments of conversation bleeding through from another frequency, voices discussing coordinates, someone saying, "Containment protocol active." Another voice, calmer, repeating numbers that Jack recognised as GPS coordinates near Groom Lake. He tried to change the station. The radio wouldn't respond. The broadcast continued, overlapping voices creating a chaotic stream of information that Jack's mind struggled to parse. And then, cutting through everything else, he heard a single word repeated 3 times. Sigma. The same name from the tunnel. The same designation carved into stone. Jack's hands tightened on the wheel. He checked his mirrors. The highway behind him was empty now, the tourist traffic falling away as he approached the restricted zone. Ahead, the checkpoint loomed, but something was wrong. The guard station was dark. No floodlights. No vehicles. Jack slowed to a crawl, his headlights cutting across the empty checkpoint. The barrier gate was raised, locked in the open position. The guard station's windows were dark. No signs of life. He should have turned around. Should have driven back to Vegas and told his dispatcher the delivery was impossible. But something pulled him forward. The same compulsion he'd felt 6 years earlier. He sensed that this was inevitable, that he'd been on a trajectory toward this moment since the night he'd first heard the hum. Jack drove through the checkpoint. No one stopped him. No alarm sounded. He followed the road deeper into the restricted zone, and ahead of him, pulsing in the darkness like a beacon, he saw the red light. The same red light from before, mounted on its pole glowing crimson against the starless sky. Jack stopped the truck beneath it and waited. For a long time, nothing happened. The desert was silent. No hum, no voices, just the tick of the cooling engine and Jack's own breathing. Then the light changed from red to yellow, then to green. Jack looked at the road ahead. The pavement stretched away into darkness, but there were no other lights, no guide markers, just the green signal, permission or command, and the vast emptiness beyond. Jack put the truck in gear and drove forward, following the road until it wasn't a road anymore, until he was driving across open desert, his headlights illuminating nothing but sand and scrub. He drove until he saw it ahead, rising from the ground like a wound in the earth. The ramp, the tunnel, the entrance to something that shouldn't exist. Jack stopped the truck. He turned off the engine. In the sudden silence he could hear his heart pounding, could feel the blood moving through his veins like electricity. He climbed down from the cab, his boots crunching on sand. The air was cold, colder than it should be in the middle of summer, and there was a smell on the wind like metal and ozone. Jack walked to the ramp's entrance. The lettering was still there, carved into stone that gleamed like glass. Project Sigma. Continuity. He descended into the tunnel. His flashlight was dead, but he didn't need it. The walls glowed with that same faint blue luminescence, enough to see by, enough to navigate. The hum was back, softer than before, a vibration that felt almost welcoming. The tunnel opened into the chamber. Jack stepped through, and his breath caught. The pit was no longer empty. Something rested at its bottom, something that caught the light and bent it, surfaces shifting through colours that Jack had no names for. It was massive, easily the size of a house, and it was moving, rotating slowly on an axis that seemed to exist in more than 3 dimensions. As Jack watched, the object began to rise. It moved in complete silence, no engines, no propulsion system visible. It simply lifted, defying gravity with the casualness of a balloon released into the wind. The surfaces reflected the chamber's blue light, casting patterns across the walls that looked like language, like diagrams, like star charts from a perspective no human had ever seen. Jack pulled out his phone, his hands shaking. He raised it, framing the rising object in the camera, and pressed record. The screen went white. The phone died in his hand, all its electronics fried by something Jack couldn't perceive. The object continued to rise, reaching the level of the chamber floor, then moving past him toward the tunnel entrance. Jack turned to watch it go. This impossible thing gliding up the ramp and out into the desert night. He followed it. When Jack emerged from the tunnel, the object was hovering above the desert floor, perhaps 50 feet up, rotating slowly. It cast no shadow despite the starlight. It made no sound, and then it moved. Not gradually, not with acceleration. It simply changed position, from hovering above the desert to being a mile away in an instant, a transition that Jack's eyes couldn't track, because it happened between frames of perception. The object disappeared into the southern sky, a point of light that faded to nothing. Jack stood in the desert for a long time after it was gone. Eventually he walked back to his truck, climbed into the cab and started the engine. His CB radio crackled to life. Jack grabbed the mic out of habit, keying it. "Tell Art Bell he was right," Jack said into the static. His voice was calm, matter-of-fact, the voice of a man reporting something he had witnessed on the road. "Tell him they're real, and they've been here the whole time." He released the mic. The static continued for a moment, then resolved into silence. Jack drove. Act 6. Aftermath. They found Jack's truck 3 days later, parked at mile marker 23 on Highway 95, engine running, all lights on. The driver's door was open, the keys were in the ignition. The CB radio was still recording, 68 hours of continuous static. Jack Reeves was never found. The official investigation concluded that he'd experienced a mental health crisis and wandered into the desert, where he likely succumbed to dehydration or exposure. Search and rescue teams combed the area for weeks, using helicopters and heat-sensing equipment, but found no trace. His truck was impounded. The cargo it had been carrying, whatever it was, had vanished. The manifest showed a delivery to Site U-97, but when investigators followed up, they were told no such site designation existed, and no delivery had been scheduled for that date. The audio recordings Jack had made, the journals and compiled documents, were found on his laptop at his apartment in Las Vegas. His sister listened to them once, then deleted them. She didn't want to believe her brother had been losing his mind. She didn't want the recordings to exist as evidence of his decline, but someone had already uploaded them. Before the laptop was erased, someone had copied the files and posted them to a forum dedicated to Area 51 research. The posts were deleted within hours, but by then they'd been downloaded by hundreds of people, mirrored across dozens of sites. Jack's story became one more thread in the endless tapestry of conspiracy theories surrounding the base. Some people believed it, most didn't. A few claimed they'd had similar experiences, that they'd heard the hum or seen the lights or been pulled into situations they couldn't explain. None of it could be verified. None of it was proven. But in June of 2023, 4 years after Jack's disappearance, commercial satellite imagery of Groom Lake revealed something new. A scar in the desert floor, roughly 600 feet in diameter, perfectly circular, the sand fused into glass. The heat required to create that kind of vitrification was estimated at temperatures exceeding 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. No known aircraft or weapon system could generate that kind of focused thermal energy. The government offered no explanation. When journalists asked about the scar, Air Force spokespeople repeated the standard line: "We don't discuss operations at testing facilities." The scar is still there, visible in satellite images for anyone with an internet connection to see. It sits in the desert like a punctuation mark, the period at the end of a sentence that was never finished. Ending. The desert still breathes. Area 51 began as a runway for spy planes. The U-2, the Oxcart, the Blackbird, Aircraft so advanced they seemed like science fiction, even to the pilots who flew them. Later came stealth technology, drones, hypersonic vehicles, each generation pushing further into realms that most people assumed were impossible. But maybe, just maybe, some of what they were testing out there wasn't built in Lockheed's Skunk Works or Northrop's Black Projects division. Maybe some of it was recovered, studied, reverse engineered from something that came from somewhere else. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe Area 51 is exactly what the government says it is. A test facility for classified aircraft, nothing more. Maybe all the lights in the sky are ours. All the strange radar returns are experimental craft. All the stories are just that. Stories told by people who saw something they couldn't explain and filled in the gaps with their imaginations. But if that's true, then why the secrecy that persists decades after the Cold War ended? Why the lawsuits that get dismissed on national security grounds? Why the satellite photos showing construction that doesn't match any known industrial purpose? Why the scar in the desert fused into glass by heat that shouldn't exist? Jack Reeves drove freight through the Nevada desert for over a decade. He was a reliable contractor, a man who followed rules and kept his mouth shut. Until the night he didn't come home, until the night he left his truck running on an empty highway and walked into the darkness. They say the desert keeps its secrets, that the sand and the wind erase everything eventually, grinding down evidence and memory until nothing remains but stories. But the desert isn't empty. It's full of things we built and things we found and things we still don't understand. And somewhere out there, beneath runways and hangars and tunnels that don't appear on any map, something is still humming, still waiting, still watching the skies for signals we can't interpret and responding in ways we're not equipped to comprehend. Area 51 is real. The documents prove it. The satellites show it. The history confirms it. What happens inside is another question. And maybe, just maybe, the answer is something we're not ready to hear. Area 51 remains an active United States Air Force operating location. Public access is prohibited. No evidence of extraterrestrial technology has ever been officially released. The lights over Groom Lake continue to appear, the hum continues to resonate, and somewhere in the desert beneath the stars the frequency still broadcasts. For those who know how to listen. Before we begin, please leave a like on the video and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. If you're on Spotify, leaving a review truly helps more than you know. Also, drop a comment with what time it is and where in the world you're listening from. We love seeing where everyone's tuning in from and how far our community reaches. Now, let's get into something that'll make you question everything about America's most classified military installations. The Silver Files. What really happened at Area 52, September 12, 2011? Dugway Proving Ground, Utah. Chemical weapons specialist James Forsyth drives off base after his shift. The desert sun is setting behind the Cedar Mountains, painting the sky in shades of burnt orange and deep purple. He's been working double shifts for 3 weeks straight. His supervisor told him the overtime was mandatory. Classified project, need-to-know basis. The usual script. He calls his wife at 6:18 p.m. She answers on the second ring. He tells her he's finally leaving base, that he'll be home in an hour, that he picked up her favourite wine on his lunch break. She laughs, tells him to drive safe, tells him she loves him. "I love you too, Rachel," he says. "I'll see you soon." It's the last time anyone hears his voice. He never makes it home. His truck, a 2009 Ford F-150, is found abandoned near Skull Valley, 40 miles from the Air Force's most secretive facility, the part of Dugway unofficially referred to by military personnel in hushed conversations and redacted documents as Area 52. The driver's side door is open, key still in the ignition, engine cold, no signs of struggle, no blood, no broken glass, nothing that would suggest foul play or an accident. Just an empty truck on an empty road in the middle of nowhere. Rachel Forsyth reports him missing at 9:30 p.m, when he doesn't come home and doesn't answer his phone. The army responds immediately, not because they care about one missing specialist. but because James Forsyth has level 7 security clearance and access to some of the most classified programs in the United States military. The army labels him missing. A brief search is conducted. Helicopters sweep the valley for 3 days. Ground teams cover a 20-mile radius. They find nothing, not a single footprint beyond those leading away from his truck for roughly 30 feet before they simply stop. As if he walked into empty air and vanished. Rachel stands at the edge of Skull Valley on the 4th day, watching soldiers pack up their equipment. A lieutenant tells her they've done everything they can, that the desert is vast and unforgiving, that sometimes people just disappear. She doesn't believe him. She can see it in his eyes. He knows something he's not telling her. The case is quietly closed within 2 weeks. Rachel receives James's final paycheck and a letter thanking him for his service. No body, no explanation, no answers, just silence. She spends the next 12 years calling congressional representatives, filing FOIA requests, contacting journalists, demanding answers. Everyone tells her the same thing. There's nothing to investigate. Her husband wandered into the desert and died. The fact that no remains were found is unfortunate, but not unusual in such harsh terrain. But Rachel knows her husband. James was a careful man, methodical. He wouldn't just abandon his truck and walk into the desert for no reason. And she remembers the last few weeks before he vanished. How he'd come home pale and shaking. How he'd wake up at 3 a.m. in a cold sweat. How he'd stare out the window as if watching for something in the darkness. Something had terrified him. And then it took him. 12 years later, in autumn of 2023, an investigative journalist named Lena Hartman receives a plain manila envelope with no return address. It arrives at her office in Portland, Oregon, postmarked from Salt Lake City. She doesn't recognize the handwriting. The envelope is thick, heavy, official feeling. Lena specializes in stories that other journalists won't touch. Government black sites, classified weapons programs, disappeared whistleblowers. She's been threatened, sued, and followed. Her apartment was broken into twice. Her sources have vanished, but she keeps digging because someone has to. Inside the envelope, she finds 4 items that will change everything she thought she understood about government secrecy. First, there's James Forsyth's military identification card. His photo stares back at her. Young face serious. Crew cut. No smile. The card is real. She can tell from the holographic security features, the magnetic strip, the embossed seal. Someone with access to classified facilities sent her this. Someone taking an enormous risk. Second, a secure facility badge for Dugway Proving Ground. Level 7 access. Biosafety clearance. Chemical weapons authorization. And one more designation that makes her pause. Sector Silver approved. She's never heard of Sector Silver, and she's spent 5 years investigating classified programs across the American West. Third, a torn page from a government field notebook, the kind used by military scientists and engineers. The paper is yellowed, aged, covered in handwritten notes about electromagnetic readings, atmospheric disturbances, and something called a temporal phase resonance event. The handwriting is precise, clinical, the observations of someone trained to document the impossible with scientific detachment. And fourth, at the bottom of the envelope, a single date written in pencil on a small piece of paper, March 21, 1993. Lena stares at that date for a long time. Something about it feels important, though she doesn't know why yet. She spends the next 6 hours searching military databases, FOA request archives, declassified documents, and obscure Pentagon budget reports. Then she finds it. March 21, 1993. The same date the Pentagon approved a special access program connected to the Tonopah test range, the only document ever publicly linked to what military insiders call Area 52. The program's name is redacted, its budget is classified, its purpose is listed only as Advanced Aerospace Systems Research and Development. But it exists, it's real, and someone sent her James Forsyth's credentials with that exact date for a reason. Lena picks up her phone and calls Rachel Forsyth. It's time someone finally told her the truth about what happened to her husband. This is where the story begins. Act 1. The Real History of Area 52. Section 1. What Area 52 actually is when most people hear about secret military bases in the Nevada and Utah desert. They think of Area 51, the famous installation north of Las Vegas where the Air Force tested the U-2 spy plane, the SR-71 Blackbird, and later the F-117 stealth fighter. Area 51 has become part of popular culture, the subject of movies and television shows and endless speculation about extraterrestrial technology. But Area 52 is different. It's not an official title. There's no sign at the gate announcing its name, no acknowledgement in public military records. Instead, Area 52 is a nickname, a designation used quietly among certain military personnel and defense contractors for several highly classified facilities scattered across the Great Basin Desert. The primary locations include Tonopah Test Range in Nevada, Dugway Proving Ground in Utah, and specific segments of the Utah Test and Training Range. These facilities are connected not by geography, but by purpose, by the nature of the projects conducted within their boundaries, by the classification level required to even know they exist as a unified program. All three locations have documented histories that the government cannot deny because the evidence is too widespread, too well known among local populations who've lived near these bases for decades. Tonopah Test Range, established in 1957, has long been acknowledged as the testing ground for stealth aircraft. The F-117 flew training missions from Tonopah for years before the Air Force even admitted the plane existed. Billions of dollars in black-budget projects have flowed through Tonopah's hangars and runways. Local residents in nearby towns like Tonopah and Goldfield have watched strange aircraft for decades, triangular shapes moving silently across the night sky, craft that hover without visible propulsion, objects that accelerate at speeds that should tear any known aircraft apart. The Air Force always has the same response: testing of classified reconnaissance platforms. Nothing to see here. Move along. Dugway Proving Ground, established in 1942, is officially designated as a chemical and biological defense testing facility. It spans over 1.2 million acres of Utah desert, empty, isolated, perfect for testing weapons you don't want the public to know about. The Army has publicly acknowledged testing nerve agents like VX and sarin, biological simulants, and chemical weapons defense systems at Dugway for over 70 years. But locals in the small towns surrounding Dugway tell different stories. Stories passed down through generations of ranchers and miners, stories about lights under the ground, about sections of desert that animals refuse to enter, about military convoys moving through the night carrying equipment under heavy tarps, escorted by armed personnel who don't wear standard military insignia. The Utah Test and Training Range, covering nearly 3 million acres, is used for everything from artillery practice to electronic warfare testing to unmanned aerial vehicle operations. It's the kind of place where the military can blow up whatever it wants without civilian oversight, where tests that fail catastrophically can be buried literally and figuratively without anyone asking questions. These are the official stories, the acknowledged missions, the parts the military is willing to discuss in congressional hearings and budget justification reports. But there's always been something more. Documents obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests show that all three facilities have conducted research into areas that push the boundaries of conventional military science. Projects involving biological defense programs that go beyond simple protective equipment testing. Classified aircraft testing of designs that still haven't been publicly revealed decades later. Radioactive materials experiments that required evacuation protocols for nearby towns. Experimental propulsion research utilising technologies that sound more like science fiction than engineering. The connections between these facilities run deep. Personnel rotate between Tonopah, Dugway, and UTTR regularly. Equipment is transferred under armed guard in the middle of the night. Budget line items appear in Pentagon reports that reference all three locations under single program codes. And at the centre of all this classification buried in a 1993 document that was accidentally declassified for 6 hours before being pulled from public databases, is a reference to something called the Silver Program. Section 2, the 1993 SAP approval. On March 21, 1993, the Pentagon approved an unnamed special access program. Lena finds the reference in a congressional notification letter that was supposed to remain classified for 75 years. It was released by mistake during a massive foyer document dump in 2017, quickly scrubbed from official databases, but not before several researchers downloaded copies. The letter is addressed to the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. It informs him as legally required that a new SAP has been approved and will begin operations within 60 days. The program's code name is redacted. Its budget is listed only as above threshold, which means more than $50 million. Its purpose is described in the vaguest possible terms: advanced aerospace systems research and development, signal obfuscation technology evaluation, deep underground testing facility construction and activation. But there's one line that wasn't fully redacted, probably because whoever censored the document didn't realise its significance. It reads, TTR DPG dual operations capability confirmed, sector access protocols established per previous guidance. TTR, Tonopah Test Range, DPG, Dugway Proving Ground, dual operations capability, meaning whatever this program was doing, it required facilities at both locations working in coordination. Lena cross-references the date with other declassified documents from early 1993. She finds requisition orders for specialised construction equipment sent to Dugway. Unusual items. Massive, boring machines typically used for subway tunnel construction. The kind that can drill through solid rock and create tunnels 20 feet in diameter. Electromagnetic shielding materials. Sheets of metal embedded with specialised alloys designed to block radiation and the electromagnetic fields. Lead-lined containment vessels large enough to hold cars. Refrigeration systems capable of maintaining temperatures near absolute zero. None of these items match Dugway's official mission of chemical and biological defence testing. She finds flight logs showing C-5 Galaxy transport aircraft making multiple trips from Tonopah to Dugway in April of 1993. The cargo manifests are completely redacted, just black bars where description should be. The flights occurred at night, always between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. No explanation is given for why the Air Force needed to move large cargo between two bases just 300 miles apart, instead of simply trucking it on the ground. Unless what they were moving was so sensitive, so classified, that even a ground convoy with armed escort wasn't secure enough. And she finds one more thing. A budget amendment submitted to Congress in May of 1993, requesting emergency funding for unforeseen engineering challenges related to newly approved SAP operations. The requested amount, $200 million. For context, that's roughly $400 million in today's money, for a program that supposedly just started 2 months earlier. The amendment includes vague references to containment infrastructure failure and specialised personnel requirements beyond initial projections. Something at Tonopah or Dugway or both had gone seriously wrong. The Pentagon needed a massive amount of money immediately, and they needed it quietly, buried in an omnibus appropriations bill where few congressional representatives would notice. This becomes Lena's first real breadcrumb, the first piece of evidence that something extraordinary was happening at these facilities. Something that required unprecedented secrecy, massive resources, and infrastructure that went far beyond testing conventional military hardware. She calls Rachel Forsyth and tells her what she's found. Rachel is quiet for a long moment. "My husband told me something 3 days before he disappeared," Rachel says finally. "He said if anything ever happened to him, if he ever didn't come home, I should remember one thing. He said, they're keeping something at Dugway that shouldn't exist, and it's awake." Act 2. The first break section. 1. The scientist who tried to warn people. Tracking down people who worked at Dugway in the 1990s and early 2000s proves nearly impossible. Most former personnel refuse to talk, citing security clearances that remain active decades after leaving government service. Phone calls go unreturned, Emails bounce back. Sources simply disappear after initial contact. Lena contacts 14 former Dugway employees. 11 refuse to speak with her. 2 deny ever working there despite their names appearing in public employment records. 1 agrees to talk but backs out the day before their scheduled meeting, saying only, "They're watching, always watching." But Lena is persistent. She cross-references public records, retirement announcements, scientific publications. She looks for people who worked at Dugway but have since left government service entirely. People who might feel less constrained by old security oaths. After 3 months of searching, she finds him. Paul Howard, retired microbiologist, formerly employed at Dugway Proving Ground from 1998 through 2007. Published several papers on biological agent detection methods before his research went dark in the early 2000s. Currently living in a small town outside Boise, Idaho, teaching part-time at a community college. She calls him. He hangs up immediately. She calls again. He lets it go to voicemail. She sends an email, no response. She drives to Idaho, shows up at his house on a Saturday morning with coffee and a folder full of the documents she's collected. James Forsyth's badge, the 1993 SAP approval, the budget amendments, everything. Howard opens the door, sees the badge, and his face goes pale. Literally drains of colour. His hand starts shaking. "Where did you get that?" he asks, voice barely above a whisper. "Someone sent it to me," Lena replies. "Someone who wants the truth to come out." He stares at her for a long moment, looks up and down his quiet suburban street, checks the windows of neighbouring houses, then he steps aside and lets her in. They sit in his living room. He doesn't touch the coffee, just looks at the documents spread across his table, hands still shaking slightly, sweat forming on his forehead despite the cool temperature. "I can't talk about classified programs," he says quietly. "I'm not asking you to," Lena replies. "I'm asking you about James Forsyth, a man who vanished 12 years ago, a man whose case is officially closed. There's no classification protecting a closed missing persons case." Howard is quiet for a long time. 60 seconds, 90. 2 full minutes of silence while he stares at Forsyth's badge. When he finally speaks, he chooses his words very carefully. "Dugway is bigger below ground than above. Most people don't know that. The chemical testing ranges, the biological simulation chambers, all the stuff you can see from the air, that's just the surface layer. The real facility, the part that matters, is underneath." He stands up, walks to a bookshelf, pulls out an old textbook on microbiology, opens it to a random page, runs his finger down the margin as if reading. But he's not reading. He's creating cover. If someone is listening, if his house is monitored, this gives him plausible deniability, just showing a journalist his old research. "Some of those sectors are older than the base itself," he continues. "They were built during World War II or just after. Expanded during the Cold War, kept growing, going deeper. Some of the lowest levels, you need special elevators to reach. Elevators that don't appear on any facility schematic I ever saw." He pauses, takes a breath. "James Forsyth worked in one of those restricted sub-levels. I only met him a handful of times. Twice in the cafeteria. Once at a mandatory safety briefing. Once in a hallway 800 feet underground when I got lost looking for a laboratory I'd been assigned to. He wasn't supposed to be handling chemical agents. That wasn't his job. His background was in engineering, specifically in electromagnetic field systems and high-energy physics. But his badge, the one you have there, that gave him access to places most of us couldn't go." "What places?" Lena asks. Howard closes the textbook, sits back down, looks directly at her. "There's a designation at Dugway, Sector Silver. I heard the name exactly twice in 9 years. Both times people stopped talking the moment they realised they'd said it out loud, like saying Voldemort in Harry Potter. Just don't speak the name. The first time I was in a meeting about underground ventilation system upgrades. Someone mentioned needing to extend air ducts to Sector Silver. The room went silent. The meeting ended immediately. No explanation." "And the second time?" Lena asks. "I was reviewing access logs for a biological safety audit. Routine stuff. Making sure personnel with biohazard clearances were only entering areas they were authorised for. I saw an entry for Sector Silver. Listed 17 people with active access. James Forsyth was one of them. I asked my supervisor about it. He looked at me like I'd just admitted to murder, told me to delete that entry from my audit notes, told me to forget I'd ever seen it, told me to never ever mention Sector Silver again unless I wanted to spend the rest of my career doing paperwork in a basement office. But you looked it up anyway, Lena says. Howard nods slowly. I tried. Looked through the facility directory. Couldn't find it. Searched the base computer system. Access denied. Asked colleagues carefully, indirectly. No one would talk about it. But I started noticing things. Personnel entering certain elevator shafts and not coming back for 8, 10, sometimes 12 hours. Equipment being moved underground in the middle of the night. Sections of the base that appeared on some maps but not others. He leans forward. And I started noticing James Forsyth. He looked tired. No, not tired. Haunted. Like he was seeing things he couldn't unsee. I ran into him one night in the parking lot. 3 a.m. I was leaving after a late experiment. He was just arriving for his shift. We nodded to each other. Professional courtesy. But his hands were shaking. He looked like he'd aged 10 years since I'd seen him 2 months earlier. Did he say anything? Lena asks. Just one thing. He said, don't ever volunteer for Sector Silver. Whatever they offer you, whatever they say, it'll do for your career. Don't go down there. Some things aren't meant to be understood. Lena feels her pulse quicken. What did he mean? I don't know. But 2 weeks before he disappeared, there was an alert. Base-wide lockdown. They told us it was a drill. Stay in your current location. Don't use elevators. Don't leave your building. Wait for the all clear. But I was in Building 12 when it happened, and I could hear something through the ventilation system. Howard's voice drops even quieter. A sound that shouldn't exist. Like metal vibrating at a frequency that made your teeth hurt. Made your eyes water. Made you feel like reality was bending around you. It lasted for about 10 minutes. During those 10 minutes, lights flickered. Computers crashed. Clocks showed the wrong time. My watch said it was 9:15 p.m. The wall clock said it was midnight. The computer timestamp said it was 6 in the morning, all simultaneously. What caused it? Lena asks. The alert ended. Lockdown lifted. Everyone went back to work like nothing happened. No explanation. No follow-up briefing. No mention in any incident reports. But I saw James Forsyth the next day. He had a bandage on his hand. When I asked what happened, he just stared at me and said, "Resonance cascade. The field almost broke completely." Before Lena can ask another question, Howard's phone rings. He looks at the caller ID. His expression changes instantly. Fear. Pure, undisguised fear. The kind of fear that overrides rational thought. "You need to leave," he says, standing abruptly. "Who is it?" Someone I haven't heard from in 15 years. Someone who only calls when people start asking the wrong questions. Someone who works for a department that doesn't officially exist. He ushers her to the door, hands shaking violently now, sweat pouring down his face. "Forget you talked to me," he says urgently. "Forget Sector Silver. Forget all of it. These people don't make threats. They don't need to. They just make problems disappear. And I don't mean they ruin your career or bankrupt you with lawsuits. I mean you disappear. Your apartment gets cleared out. Your family gets told you moved overseas. Your records get sealed. And nobody ever finds you." The door closes. Lena stands on his porch, documents clutched in her hands, watching through the window as Howard answers the phone with a shaking hand. 2 days later, she learns that Paul Howard suffered a massive stroke. He's in intensive care at a Boise hospital, sedated on life support. The doctors call it a natural medical event. High blood pressure, poor diet, stress, bad luck. Lena knows better. She visits the hospital that night. Howard is unconscious, tubes and wires covering his body. She stands beside his bed for a moment, then notices something. His right hand, the one not hooked up to IVs, is clenched in a fist. She gently opens his fingers. Inside is a small piece of paper, crumpled, sweaty. She unfolds it carefully. 4 words written in shaky handwriting. Below the Sheep Valley. Act 3. What sector Silver was hiding. Section 1. The declassified accident report. Lena can't approach Howard again, can't risk drawing more attention to him. His stroke was a message. Stop asking questions, stop digging, stop now while you still can. But Lena doesn't stop, can't stop, because now she has a direction. Below the Sheep Valley. She pivots, goes deeper into the historical record, looks for incidents at Dugway that might explain why a facility would need protocols for temporal anomalies, looks for anything involving Skull Valley. She finds it buried in a 1968 Army document that was declassified in the late 1990s as part of a settlement with environmental groups monitoring chemical weapons testing. March 13, 1968. Dugway Proving Ground conducts an aerosolized VX nerve agent test in Skull Valley, just west of the main facility. The test uses F-4 Phantom jets to spray the agent over a targeted range. Standard operating procedure for the time. Test the weapon, document the results, decontaminate, move on to the next test. But something goes catastrophically wrong. The next morning, March 14, a local rancher named Kenneth Pike drives out to check on his sheep herd grazing in Skull Valley. What he finds will haunt him for the rest of his life. Over 500 sheep dead, not sick, dead. Lying in the valley like they'd all simultaneously collapsed. Some are in groups, huddled together, others scattered across the hillsides, all of them dead. Pike calls the authorities immediately. The army responds within hours. They cordon off the area, begin their investigation, and the story starts to fall apart immediately. The nerve agent testing range is 7 miles away. Wind conditions on March 13 showed winds blowing northeast, away from Skull Valley. The sheep should never have been exposed to anything, but they're all dead. The army brings in specialists. They test tissue samples. They reconstruct wind patterns. They measure agent concentrations in the soil, the air, the water, and they discover something impossible. The official report released to the public states that VX nerve agent drifted farther than expected due to unforeseen atmospheric conditions. The sheep were exposed to lethal doses. The army accepts responsibility, pays out $1 million in settlements to local ranchers. New safety protocols are established. Case closed. But the truth is very different. Attached to the envelope Lena originally received, along with Forsyth's badge and the field notebook page, is another document. One that was never included in the public version of the accident report. One that should have remained classified until 2043. It's a supplementary analysis from the Army Chemical Corps, stamped with a classification marking and labelled, "For authorised personnel only." The document shows something the Army never wanted anyone to know. VX exposure levels in the dead sheep were measured. The results indicated concentrations far too low to cause death. Not even close to lethal doses. In fact, some sheep showed no VX in their systems at all. Completely clean. Yet they were still dead. The causes of death listed in this classified report make no medical sense. Cellular disruption at the molecular level consistent with exposure to extreme electromagnetic radiation. Tissue degradation showing signs of accelerated aging. Some samples show biological markers suggesting subject age 50 to 60 years in a matter of seconds. Internal organs displaying thermal damage consistent with microwave radiation exposure, though no microwave sources were present in the area. Brain tissue showing unusual patterns of neural damage. Synaptic pathways appear to have fired simultaneously, causing massive system overload. And at the bottom of the page, 2 additional data points that should never appear in a chemical weapons accident report. Anomalous radiation readings detected in Skull Valley, measuring 0.7 milliroentgens per hour. Source unknown. Readings concentrated in a roughly circular area, approximately 200 feet in diameter. Radiation decreased to background levels over the following 72 hours. Low-frequency atmospheric disturbance recorded by seismographic equipment at 0347 hours on March 14. Pattern inconsistent with aircraft operations, explosive detonations or seismic activity. Frequency measured at 0.5 Hz, which falls below the range of normal environmental sounds. Duration, 17 minutes. Lena reads the document 5 times. Each time she feels reality bending slightly around the words. This wasn't a chemical weapons accident. Something else killed those sheep. something that produced radiation, electromagnetic disturbances, and biological effects that looked like extreme aging, something that operated in ways that don't match any known weapon or natural phenomenon. She searches for other incidents in Skull Valley, finds scattered reports over the decades, ranchers complaining about unexplained cattle deaths in the same area. 63 cows dead in April of 1974, no explanation. 81 cows dead in September of 1981, blamed on lightning strike despite clear weather. 47 cows dead in June of 1992, just 1 year before the Special Access Programme was approved. Hikers reporting strange lights in Skull Valley. Unusual humming sounds that made them feel nauseous. Areas where compasses spun wildly. GPS devices that showed impossible locations. Cell phones that received calls from numbers that didn't exist. All dismissed as coincidence or natural phenomena or hoaxes. But Lena knows better now. She's starting to see the pattern. Every incident clusters in the same area. The same 200-foot diameter circle. The same location where radiation was detected in 1968. She overlays a map of Skull Valley with geological survey data from Dugway Proving Ground. The incidents all occur directly above a section of the base, marked only as restricted underground facility, directly above Sector Silver. Section 2, the White Man Interview. Following another lead from her research, Lena tracks down a retired Air Force logistics officer named Lieutenant Colonel Derek Whiteman. He served at Tonopah Test Range from 1990 through 2005, overseeing cargo transport and equipment allocation for classified programs. Unlike Paul Howard, Whiteman is willing to talk, more than willing, eager even. He's been waiting years for someone to ask the right questions, someone who might actually publish the truth. They meet at a diner outside Reno. It's 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. The place is nearly empty. Just a waitress reading a magazine behind the counter, and one elderly man drinking coffee in a corner booth. Whiteman picks a table near the back, facing the door, where he can see anyone coming in. He brings a small box of personal memorabilia from his Air Force career. Photos of aircraft he can't identify. Commendation letters for missions he can't discuss. Unit patches for squadrons that don't officially exist. And one item that makes Lena's hands shake when she sees it. A transport manifest from April 1993. The same month as the SAP approval. The same month equipment was moved from Tonopah to Dugway. I was ordered to coordinate the transfer of equipment from Tonopah to Dugway, Whiteman explains, stirring his coffee absently. Standard procedure usually. We moved classified hardware between bases all the time. Prototype aircraft parts, radar systems, electronic warfare pods, experimental munitions, normal stuff for a test range. But this wasn't normal, Lena says, reading the manifest. No, this was different. Very different. First, the cargo was listed only by weight and dimensions. No description of what it actually was. Just a code number I'd never seen before. Second, it required a specialised transport container that we had to construct specifically for this mission. Took 3 weeks to build. Cost $11 million just for the container. He points to a line in the manifest. That weight listing, 67 tons. That's massive for a single object. Heavier than most fighter aircraft. And the dimensions suggest something roughly the size of a school bus. 28 feet long, 11 feet wide, 9 feet tall. But the handling instructions, they were bizarre. How so? Lena asks. No direct physical contact allowed. All loading and unloading had to be done remotely using robotic handling equipment. No human personnel within 50 feet of the object during transport. The containment vessel had to maintain internal temperature at 4 degrees above absolute zero. That's colder than the surface of Pluto. And there was this line at the bottom that I'll never forget. Minimise exposure to natural electromagnetic fields. Shield from solar radiation during transport. Monitor for temporal displacement effects. Lena looks up sharply. Temporal displacement? That's what it said. I asked my commanding officer what it meant. He told me some objects generate unusual electromagnetic fields that can interfere with electronic timing systems. Said it was a technical concern, nothing to worry about. but the way he said it, I could tell he was lying. You transported this from Tonopah to Dugway. We tried. The flight was scheduled for April 15th, 1993. C-5 Galaxy, same type of aircraft used to transport tanks and helicopters. We loaded the container into the cargo bay at 0200 hours. Everything was going smoothly until we started the pre-flight checklist. Whiteman pauses, takes a long drink of coffee, as if building courage to continue. During pre-flight, while the container was sitting in the cargo bay, something happened. The containment vessel started showing unusual readings, temperature fluctuations, internal temp rising from 4 degrees Kelvin to 50 degrees Kelvin in a matter of minutes despite the refrigeration system running at full capacity. Electromagnetic disturbances. Every electronic device within 100 feet started malfunctioning. Radios emitting static. Computer screens showing random characters. Watches running backward. What did you do? The ground crew reported seeing shimmer effects around the cargo, like heat distortion, but the air was cold. Freezing cold. And some of them said they heard sounds, a low frequency. Hum that made them feel sick, made their vision blur. One crew member collapsed, started convulsing. We pulled everyone back. What happened to the crew member? Medics took him away. I never saw him again. Asked about him the next day. Was told he'd been transferred to another base, but I checked the transfer logs. No record of any transfer. He just vanished from the system. Whiteman's hands tighten around his coffee cup. I called my commanding officer immediately. He shut down the operation, cleared the hangar, evacuated everyone within 500 feet. The cargo sat there for 6 hours while they decided what to do with it. Finally, around 0800 hours, a team arrived from somewhere else. Not Tonopah personnel. They wore different uniforms. No name tags, no unit insignia. Just black fatigues and respirators. Where did they come from? I don't know, but they knew exactly what they were doing. They brought different equipment, more shielding, more refrigeration, more electromagnetic dampening systems. They moved the container to a different facility at Tonopah, somewhere underground that I didn't have access to. A place that didn't appear on any base map I'd ever seen. The transport mission was cancelled. I was told to destroy all records, which I obviously didn't do. He taps the manifest. But here's the thing. 2 weeks later, I was reassigned to Dugway temporarily. Just for 3 days. Emergency logistics support. They needed experienced personnel for something urgent. When I arrived, I was taken to a sub-level facility, 800 feet underground, accessed through an elevator that required 3 separate security checks. What did you see? The same transport container. I recognised the identifying numbers on the side. It had been moved somehow. Quietly. Probably on the ground, at night, with minimal personnel and maximum security. And I saw something else. The container was being moved into an even deeper facility. Another elevator going down from the sub-level I was on. Going so deep I couldn't even see the bottom of the shaft. Whiteman leans forward, voice dropping to barely above a whisper. While I was at Dugway those 3 days, I was involved in coordinating equipment for various testing programs. Radar-evading drone swarms, plasma projection field devices for creating false aircraft signatures, high-energy microwave emitters for electronic warfare, all cutting-edge stuff but still within the realm of conventional military technology. But there was one program that didn't fit, Lena says. Silver Meridian. That was the code name. Required components that made no sense for any military hardware I'd ever seen. Exotic materials. Metamaterials that don't exist in nature. Superconducting magnets powerful enough to create magnetic fields you'd only find near neutron stars. Power systems capable of producing gigawatt-level energy pulses. Enough electricity to power a small city for a month. All released in microseconds. What was it for? Lena asks. Whiteman looks at her with an expression somewhere between fear and fascination. I don't know exactly, but I saw things during night operations at UTTR. Things moved through the range that weren't drones, weren't aircraft. Some of them had no wings, no engines, no visible means of propulsion. They just moved through the air in ways that violate everything we know about physics. 90-degree turns at supersonic speeds, hovering perfectly still despite high winds, accelerating from 0 to several thousand miles per hour in seconds. And they didn't have pilots. Some of them weren't even solid. They flickered, like they were only partially present in our reality, like you were seeing them through a gap in space. I watched one object phase in and out of visibility 7 times in 2 minutes. Each time it reappeared, it was in a different location. Not moving through the space between, just appearing and disappearing. The diner suddenly feels too bright, too normal for this conversation. You're saying Dugway and Tonopah were testing craft that weren't built by the United States government, Lena says slowly. Whiteman meets her eyes. I'm saying they were testing something recovered from somewhere else. Something they've been trying to understand for decades. And whatever it is, it's in Sector Silver. And James Forsyth was one of the people trying to keep it contained. Do you know what happened to him? Whiteman is quiet for a moment. Then he reaches into his box and pulls out one more document. A classified incident report from September 12, 2011. The same day Forsyth disappeared. This was leaked to me by someone still on the inside. Someone who thinks the truth needs to come out. It describes a containment breach at Dugway. Emergency protocols activated, temporal distortion detected, and one name listed under personnel affected. He slides the document across the table. Lena reads it and her heart stops. Personnel status: James Forsyth, engineering specialist. Status: displaced. Location: unknown. Probability of recovery: 0.001%. Displaced. Not dead, not missing. Displaced. Act 4. The device from 1993. Section 1. The sub-level diagram. 3 weeks after her conversation with Whiteman, Lena receives another anonymous package. Different handwriting this time. Different postmark. This one comes from Las Vegas. The envelope is larger, heavier, containing multiple items wrapped in brown paper. Inside is a single piece of paper, but it's extraordinary. A hand-drawn diagram, technical in nature, showing a cross-section of an underground facility. The detail is stunning. Every shaft, every chamber, every access tunnel, precisely labelled with military designation codes. Someone with direct knowledge of the facility created this. Someone with access to architectural plans that should never leave classified. Vaults. The diagram shows 8 levels descending into the earth beneath Dugway Proving Ground. Level 1, administrative offices and surface operations. Standard military base infrastructure. Level 2, chemical and biological testing laboratories. This is the part of Dugway the public knows about. Level 3, advanced materials research. Classified but conventional. Level 4, aerospace component testing. Still within normal military R&D parameters. Level 5, electromagnetic research facility. Getting deeper into black budget territory. Level 6, exotic propulsion studies. Definitely classified. Level 7, described only as high energy physics research, restricted access. Level 8, the deepest level, 840 feet below the surface. A large chamber labelled in neat handwriting. S4 TDP Reactor Hall, Sector Silver Operations. The diagram shows the chamber as roughly circular, 200 feet in diameter. Multiple layers of shielding are indicated. 3 feet of lead lining, 6 feet of reinforced concrete, electromagnetic barrier systems. What appears to be a water cooling system with pipes thick enough to walk through. Power conduits capable of carrying megawatts of electricity, all surrounding a central containment area. And at the centre of the chamber, a simple note. Primary containment vessel, March 93 installation. The diagram includes measurements, specifications, technical annotations. Someone documented this facility in precise detail, the kind of detail that takes months of observation to compile. The kind of detail that suggests intimate familiarity with every system, every protocol, every aspect of Sector Silver's operation. Attached to the diagram is a sticky note with a short message written in the same handwriting. Forsyth was maintenance engineer for the containment systems. He wasn't cleaning up after an accident. He was trying to prevent one. Sector Silver's primary containment showed critical fluctuation patterns for 3 weeks before September 12. They ordered him to stabilise it. He told them it couldn't be stabilised. They ordered him to try anyway. The containment failed while he was inside the chamber. This wasn't bad luck. This was negligence. They killed him through incompetence and covered it up. Check the procurement logs. They tried to upgrade the containment systems but used the wrong specifications. The math was wrong. It was always going to fail. Lena spends the next 2 months digging through every database she can access, legal and otherwise. She cross-references Pentagon procurement records with scientific equipment supplier manifests. She contacts researchers who've studied classified programs. She tracks down engineers who worked on similar systems. She connects dots that were never meant to be connected. Section 2. What the reactor hall contained. The procurement logs from 1993 tell a story that defies conventional explanation, but also reveals bureaucratic incompetence on a staggering scale. In March of that year, immediately following the SAP approval, Dugway Proving Ground requested and received equipment that belongs in the world's most advanced physics laboratories, not military testing facilities. Multiple tons of superconducting materials, niobium titanium alloys, yttrium, barium, copper oxide, materials that can conduct electricity with zero resistance at extremely low temperatures, helium refrigeration systems capable of achieving temperatures within fractions of a degree of absolute zero, the kind of systems used in particle accelerators and fusion reactors, electromagnetic containment field generators, originally designed for experimental fusion reactors, devices that create magnetic fields powerful enough to hold superheated plasma suspended in space, preventing it from touching any physical surface, radiation shielding that would be excessive for anything short of a nuclear reactor core, lead, concrete, borated polyethylene, layer after layer of materials designed to stop gamma rays, neutrons and exotic particles. But the most telling items are the ones that reference specific scientific concepts that shouldn't appear together in any legitimate research program. Concepts that suggest someone was attempting to control something that operates outside normal physics. A device described in one manifest as a temporal phase resonance detection array, purchased from a defense contractor specializing in experimental physics research. Cost $12 million. The specifications describe an array of sensors capable of detecting variations in the flow of time itself, measuring whether time is passing at the same rate in different locations within the same facility. A non-linear reflection test chamber, constructed by a company that normally builds particle accelerator components. The specifications called for a chamber capable of containing electromagnetic fields, operating at frequencies that don't exist in conventional physics, frequencies below 0 Hz. Negative frequencies, mathematically possible but physically nonsensical in our understanding of reality. A biological shielding matrix designed to protect living tissue from exposure to what the manifest calls time differential radiation effects. The technical specifications describe shielding against a form of radiation that ages biological tissue at accelerated rates, not through chemical processes or normal radiation damage, but through actual temporal acceleration. Lena consults with physics professors at 3 different universities, carefully avoiding any mention of where these terms came from. She presents the concepts as theoretical questions. What would you need to detect time dilation? How would you contain negative frequency electromagnetic fields? Is it possible for radiation to cause aging through temporal effects? All of them give her similar responses with varying degrees of certainty, but the overall message is clear. These concepts suggest research into manipulating the fundamental properties of space-time itself. Temporal phase resonance is theoretical physics terminology for detecting time dilation effects, the kind of effects you'd observe near a black hole or at relativistic speeds. Not something you'd expect to find in a laboratory on Earth. Non-linear reflection relates to light behaviour in regions where space-time curvature becomes extreme, where the normal rules of optics break down, where light can be bent, twisted, or even reversed. Biological shielding for time differential radiation implies protecting people from the effects of time moving at different rates in different locations. It suggests the existence of localized areas where time flows faster or slower than the surrounding environment. This is not military hardware in any conventional sense. This is not weapons development or defensive systems or spy technology. This is equipment for containing and studying something that warps the fabric of reality around it. But here's where it gets worse. Here's where incompetence turns into tragedy. Lena finds a follow-up procurement order from 2011, just 2 months before James Forsyth disappeared. An order for replacement electromagnetic containment field generators. The new units were supposed to be upgrades, more powerful, more stable, better able to maintain the containment fields that kept whatever was in Sector Silver from affecting the outside world. But someone made a mistake. The specifications for the new generators were based on calculations that assumed a containment volume of 50 cubic meters, a reasonable size for most experimental physics equipment, but the actual containment volume in Sector Silver was 500 cubic meters, 10 times larger. The math was wrong from the start. The new generators were underpowered by an order of magnitude. They were never going to be able to maintain a stable containment field. It was like trying to hold back an ocean with a chain-link fence. Engineers at the equipment manufacturer noticed the discrepancy, flagged it in their initial review, sent queries back to Dugway asking for clarification. Those queries were ignored. Someone at Dugway, someone in charge of procurement, decided the engineers were being overly cautious, decided the specifications were fine, authorised the purchase and installation of equipment that was fundamentally inadequate for the task. The new generators were installed in August of 2011. 1 month later, James Forsyth detected critical fluctuation patterns in the containment field. He filed multiple reports warning that the system was unstable, recommended shutting down Sector Silver until proper equipment could be acquired, estimated the field would fail completely within 30 days. He was ordered to keep the facility operational, told to stabilise the field using manual, adjustments, and compensatory procedures, told that shutting down was not an option because of ongoing research schedules. 21 days later, the field failed while he was inside the chamber trying to implement emergency protocols. 21 days. Not even the full 30 days he'd predicted. James Forsyth didn't die in a freak accident. He wasn't the victim of unforeseeable circumstances. He was killed by bureaucratic incompetence and institutional arrogance, by people who valued keeping a research schedule over the safety of their personnel. The Pentagon knows this. The incident report Whiteman showed Lena makes it clear. They classified Forsyth as displaced rather than deceased, because they know exactly what happened to him. They know the containment failure created a temporal distortion. They know he was pulled into a region of space-time that doesn't connect properly to our own, and they did nothing to get him back. Just sealed the facility, upgraded the containment systems properly this time, and pretended it never happened. Lena pieces together what she believes the full truth is. In 1993, something was recovered at or near Tonopah Test Range. Something that exhibited properties that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of physics. Something that generated temporal distortion fields, electromagnetic anomalies, and gravitational effects that defied explanation. The Pentagon approved a special access program to study it, built a containment facility at Dugway, deep underground, shielded from observation, and outfitted with the most advanced scientific equipment available at the time. They called it Sector Silver. For 18 years they studied the object, tried to understand it, tried to control it, tried to reverse engineer its technology, and occasionally containment failed. Breaches occurred, temporal distortions leaked out, manifesting in Skull Valley directly above the facility, killing livestock, affecting the environment, creating phenomena that couldn't be explained by conventional science. Each breach was contained, covered up, explained away. Until 2011, when bureaucratic incompetence created a catastrophic failure. When James Forsyth, a skilled engineer who recognised the danger, was ordered to fix the unfixable. When the containment field collapsed and he was pulled through into whatever exists on the other side of that temporal threshold. And now, 12 years later, the Pentagon is expanding the facility, installing more powerful equipment, attempting to gain better control over the object, which means they're planning to activate it again, which means another containment failure is not a question of if, but when. Act 5. The Truth About James Forsyth. Section 1. The Final Access Log. Getting access to Dugway's internal security logs is impossible through legitimate channels, so Lena doesn't try the legitimate route. She makes contact with a former NSA, analyst-turned-privacy activist who specialises in penetrating military databases for ethical purposes. She doesn't ask his name, doesn't ask his methods, just provides him with what she knows about Sector Silver and asks if he can find anything about James Forsyth's final hours at Dugway. 3 weeks later, she receives an encrypted email containing a single compressed file. When she extracts it, she's looking at a complete access log from September 12, 2011. Time-stamped entries showing everyone who entered or exited Sector Silver that day. The log shows exactly what happened during James Forsyth's final hours. Entry timestamp 21:30 hours, September 12, 2011. Location: Sector Silver, Sub-Level 8, Containment Chamber S4. Personnel: James Forsyth, Engineering Specialist Grade 7. Authorization: Emergency Maintenance Protocol Authorization Code Delta 773. Purpose of access: containment field showing critical fluctuation patterns consistent with imminent failure. Emergency stabilization procedures required. The log has several more entries timestamped in sequence. 21:37 hours. Primary field generators operating at 91% efficiency. Insufficient for containment volume. Observing unusual electromagnetic signature from containment vessel. Pattern matches pre-breach events from previous incidents. 21:40 hours. Object in containment vibrating at low frequency. Resonance pattern indicates active phase transition. Recommend immediate evacuation and facility shutdown. Request denied by command authority. Ordered to continue stabilization attempts. 21:42 hours. Warning: do not approach perimeter field. Temporal gradient increasing. Measuring time dilation factor of 0.003 seconds per second at 10 meter distance from containment vessel. Effect intensifying. 21:44 hours. Chamber breach event initiated. Containment field integrity at 47% and falling. Anomaly expanding beyond primary containment zone. Temporal distortion visible to naked eye. Reality distortion field propagating at estimated 12 meters per second. 21:46 hours. Emergency evacuation ordered. All personnel cleared from Sector Silver except Forsyth. Cannot establish visual or radio communication with interior containment area. Electromagnetic interference blocking all signals. Last confirmed position: inside primary shielding, attempting manual field generator override. After that, several lines are completely redacted. Just black bars hiding whatever information someone decided was too sensitive to ever be revealed. Then, 2 final entries. 22:03 hours. Containment restored at secondary threshold using emergency backup generators. Field stability at 68%. Sufficient to prevent further expansion. Searching for Forsyth. No physical trace detected. No heat. Signature: no electromagnetic signature. No biological residue. Subject appears to have been completely removed from baseline reality. 22:15 hours. Sector Silver sealed. Level 8 quarantined pending damage assessment. Recommend reclassification of incident from equipment failure to temporal displacement event. Subject Forsyth presumed displaced into non-standard spacetime configuration. Recovery probability calculated at less than 0.001%. No physical trace. Not body not recovered. Not remains not found. Not presumed deceased. No physical trace detected. As if James Forsyth was simply erased from existence. Deleted from reality like a file deleted from a computer. But the log suggests something even more disturbing. It describes him as displaced into non-standard spacetime configuration, which implies that wherever he went, whatever happened to him, he might still be alive, just existing in a place or time that we can't access. A place where physics works differently, where time flows at a different rate or in a different direction. Lena reads the log 20 times. studies every word, every timestamp, every technical detail, and she realises something crucial. The log says containment was restored at 22:03 hours, but the log also says no physical trace of Forsyth was detected, which means whatever pulled him in, whatever opened during that containment breach, closed before anyone could search for him. He wasn't vaporised or killed. He was taken somewhere, pulled through a doorway that slammed shut before anyone could follow. A doorway that, according to the Skull Valley footage, reopened briefly 2 minutes earlier at a location 40 miles away. Section 2. The Skull Valley footage. The final piece of the puzzle comes from a UTTR maintenance worker who reaches out to Lena through an anonymous email service. He identifies himself only as a witness who can't live with the silence anymore. He won't give his name, won't meet in person. But he's willing to share something he's kept secret for 12 years because he believes people deserve to know the truth. A video file, 37 seconds long, recorded on a security camera overlooking Skull Valley on the night of September the 12th, 2011. The file has metadata intact, showing it was recorded by a wireless security system monitoring ground equipment in the valley. Lena downloads it to an isolated computer, not connected to the internet, following digital security protocols she's learned from years of handling classified leaks. Her hands shake so badly she can barely click the mouse. The footage is grainy, shot from a distance, probably several miles from the event. The camera has a telephoto lens, allowing it to capture events far away but with reduced image quality. It's night time. The valley is dark except for some lights from dugway proving ground visible in the distance, and a few floodlights illuminating. Ground equipment. At first, nothing seems unusual. Just empty desert under a clear sky. Stars visible overhead. The kind of peaceful night scene you'd expect in the Utah wilderness. Then, at the 10-second mark, something appears. A distortion in the air above Skull Valley. Spherical. Maybe 50 feet in diameter, though it's hard to judge distance and scale in the darkness. It doesn't appear gradually. Just suddenly exists where nothing was a moment before. The distortion shimmers like heat haze, but the shimmer moves wrong. Ripples propagate in ways that hurt to watch. Patterns that don't follow the laws of wave motion. Circles expanding, then contracting. Spirals forming and dissolving. Movement that suggests the fabric of space itself is bending. The edges of the sphere blur and sharpen randomly, as if it can't quite decide whether to exist. Sometimes the boundaries are clear, a definite line between normal space and whatever this thing is. Sometimes the edges fade into nothingness, the distortion bleeding out into the surrounding air like ink spreading in water. Ground equipment visible in the frame starts behaving impossibly. Vehicles flicker, not like lights going on and off, like the vehicles themselves phase in and out of existence. Visible, then transparent, then visible again. Structures waver. A metal storage container appears to age rapidly, rust spreading across its surface in seconds, then the rust vanishes and the container looks new again. Lights strobe, on, off, different colours, white, red, purple, colours that don't come from normal light sources. Time itself seems to be breaking down within the sphere's area of influence. Personnel can be seen fleeing the area, small figures running away from the distortion, abandoning equipment, scattering in all directions. Some of them move normally, others move in strange ways. One figure appears to take 3 steps but covers 50 feet of distance. Another figure runs but seems to barely move, like they're running through invisible syrup. At 23 seconds, the critical moment arrives. The sphere pulses, expands slightly, growing from maybe 50 feet to 70 feet in diameter. The expansion takes less than a second, but the effect is dramatic. The air around the distortion ripples outward like a shockwave, and in the centre of the sphere, visible for just 3 frames of video, roughly 1/10 of a second, there's something. A shape, human-sized, standing upright, but wrong. The proportions shift between frames. In the first frame it looks like a normal human figure. In the second frame it's elongated, stretched like someone pulling taffy. In the third frame it's compressed, shorter, wider, distorted. The silhouette ripples like water. edges dissolving and reforming, as if the person is trying to maintain a coherent form, but the surrounding distortion is pulling them apart at a molecular level. It raises what might be an arm, reaches toward the camera, toward the outside world, toward normal reality. The gesture is desperate, pleading, the movement of someone drowning, reaching for the surface, trying to find something solid to grab onto. Then the sphere collapses, not gradually, not slowly, just suddenly ceases to exist. There one moment, gone the next. No fade, no gradual dissipation. The distortion simply stops being present in our reality. The equipment stops flickering. The air returns to normal. The valley is dark and quiet once again, as if nothing ever happened. The timestamp on the video reads September 12, 2011. 22:01 hours, 2 minutes before the access log showed containment being restored at Dugway. 2 minutes before the facility was sealed and Forsyth was declared displaced. Lena watches the footage 37 times, studies it frame by frame, examines every pixel of the human-shaped figure visible for those 3 critical frames, and she knows. That's James Forsyth, trapped inside a temporal anomaly, displaced from normal space-time but not dead, existing in a region where the laws of physics don't work correctly, where his body can't maintain a stable configuration, where he's conscious and aware and desperately trying to get back to our reality. For 2 minutes, the distortion that took him was visible in Skull Valley, manifesting in physical space above the underground facility where he'd been taken, close enough to our world that he could almost touch it, close enough that cameras could capture his image, but not close enough to escape, and then it closed. The doorway slammed shut. The temporal anomaly collapsed back into whatever dimension or timeline or impossible space it occupies, leaving James Forsyth trapped on the other side, alive but unreachable, visible but intangible, existing somewhere we can't follow. Rachel Forsyth deserves to know this, deserves to know her husband didn't just vanish into nothing, that he's still fighting, still trying to come home, still reaching out across the impossible distance between realities. But Lena knows that telling her this truth might be crueler than letting her believe he's simply dead. What kind of hope is it to know someone you love is alive but trapped forever in a place you can never reach? Act 6. The Conspiracy. Twist Section 1. The Classified Meeting. Lena knows she's running out of time. The more she digs, the more attention she attracts. Strange cars have been parked outside her apartment for weeks now. Black SUVs with tinted windows. Always different vehicles, but always the same pattern. Park for a few hours, leave, return the next day. Her phone clicks when she makes calls. Sometimes she hears her own voice echoed back with a half-second delay. Classic signs of active monitoring. Emails to sources bounce back as undeliverable. People she's communicated with for years suddenly can't be reached. Messages disappear from her phone. Files vanish from her computer. Someone is watching. Someone powerful enough to access her communications. Someone who wants her to know they're watching. It's a message. Stop now. Stop before we have to make you stop. But Lena doesn't stop. Can't stop. Because she knows, if she stops digging now, James Forsyth's story dies with her investigation. Rachel Forsyth never learns the truth, and the Pentagon continues experimenting with something they don't understand, something that's already claimed at least one life, something that could claim many more. So she accelerates her investigation, reaches out to contacts in Washington, calls in favours from journalists with better access than she has, makes it known she's preparing to publish everything she's learned. She wants them to know, wants whoever is watching to understand that killing her or making her disappear won't stop the story, that she's distributed copies of everything to multiple sources, that if something happens to her, the truth comes out anyway. It's a bluff. She hasn't distributed anything yet, but they don't know that. That's when she receives a warning from an unexpected source, a former Pentagon analyst, someone she's corresponded with about other classified programs in the past, sends her a single document via encrypted email. The encryption is military grade, the kind of security you only use when lives are at stake. No message accompanies the document, just the file, but the implication is clear. This is important. This is dangerous. This is something you need to see. The document is a leaked memo from a closed Pentagon meeting. The classification markings are extraordinary. Special access program with a code word she doesn't recognise. Code words within code words. The kind of security that suggests only a handful of people in the entire government are authorised to know this information exists. The date on the memo is April 2, 2011, 3 weeks after James Forsyth vanished. The memo is addressed to senior officials in the Office of the Secretary of Defence, the Air Force, the Defence Intelligence Agency, and one organisation Lena has never heard of, the Temporal Security Working Group. Subject line: Dugway Incident, Status Update and Public Affairs Strategy. The contents make everything horrifyingly clear. Containment stabilised at Delta 3 threshold as of April 1st, 0600 hours. Primary object returned to dormant state. Temporal gradient normalised to background levels. No further anomalous readings detected in sector Silver or surrounding areas. Personnel search discontinued as of March 31st. Subject James Forsyth shows no signs of physical presence in baseline reality. Extensive sensor sweeps of sector Silver and Skull Valley area conducted. No biological traces, no electromagnetic signatures, no residual thermal patterns detected. Analysis of temporal displacement event indicates subject was pulled into non-standard spacetime configuration during containment breach. Based on modelling of the object's known properties, probability of spontaneous return calculated at less than 0.001% over next 50 years. Recommend official classification as deceased to provide closure for family. However, residual temporal signature detected at 0.18 Hz suggests subject may be alive in displaced state. Signature is consistent with human biological rhythms observed through temporal phase barriers. If interpretation is correct, subject is conscious and aware, but unable to interact with baseline reality. No recovery protocols currently exist. Research into temporal displacement retrieval is ongoing, but unlikely to yield practical results within subject's expected biological lifespan. Public affairs strategy. Maintain narrative of missing person. Present case is tragic but mundane. Desert environment. Harsh conditions. Possible disorientation. Do not acknowledge existence of Sector Silver. Do not associate incident with March 93 Special Access Program. Do not discuss temporal displacement phenomena. Recommend closure of missing person case within standard time frame for such cases, approximately 2 weeks from initial disappearance. Excessive investigation period would draw unwanted attention. Local media interest has been minimal. Congressional inquiries have been non-existent. No reason to prolong or complicate the situation. Containment upgrades scheduled for completion by June 2011. New field generators meeting correct specifications have been ordered. Installation will proceed once current research cycle concludes. And then, at the bottom of the memo, 2 lines that make Lena's skin crawl. Sector Silver operations will resume normal schedule by July 2011. Research priority remains understanding and eventual control of objects' temporal manipulation properties. Military applications remain theoretical but potentially revolutionary. Subject Forsyth's displacement, while regrettable, has provided valuable data regarding the object's effects on human biology. Recommend continued monitoring of Skull Valley area for any additional manifestations. Subject: not James, not Forsyth, not personnel, not victim, subject. The memo refers to James Forsyth as if he's a research specimen, not a human being. As if his displacement into whatever exists inside that containment chamber is just another data point in their ongoing study of whatever they're keeping down there. Valuable data. A man is trapped in a dimensional prison, conscious and aware, experiencing God knows what kind of suffering, and the Pentagon's response is to note that his fate provides valuable data for their research. Lena feels sick, physically ill. She runs to her bathroom and vomits, stays there on the cold tile floor for 20 minutes shaking, trying to process what she's just read. They knew. From the beginning, they knew James Forsyth might be alive. They had sensor readings suggesting he was conscious on the other side of that temporal barrier, and they did nothing, no rescue attempt, no research into recovery methods, no effort to bring him back. Just a note that recovery is unlikely to yield practical results within subjects' expected biological lifespan. They wrote him off, closed the case, lied to his wife, told Rachel her husband was simply missing, probably dead, lost in the desert. Let her spend 12 years wondering and grieving when they knew the whole time exactly what happened to him. And worse, they're going to keep experimenting, keep using the object, keep risking more containment failures that could trap more people the same way, because the military applications are potentially revolutionary. Section 2. What Sector Silver was actually. For the final truth assembles itself from fragments scattered across 12 years of investigation, dozens of documents, hundreds of hours of research. Sector Silver was never about chemical weapons, never about biological defense, never about conventional aerospace research. It was built to house something recovered during an experimental flight exercise over Tonopah Test Range in March of 1993. Something that wasn't built on Earth. Something that operates according to principles that don't match our physics. The object, whatever it is, produces effects that should be impossible according to our current understanding of reality. Non-linear gravitational fields that bend space around it, creating regions where distance doesn't work correctly, where an object 10 feet away might be simultaneously 100 feet away depending on your reference frame. Time dilation pockets where seconds pass at different rates than the surrounding environment, where an hour inside might be a minute outside, or a minute inside might be a day outside, where the normal flow of causality breaks down and effects can precede causes. Electromagnetic distortions powerful enough to affect living tissue at a cellular level. Radiation that doesn't just damage cells through normal means but actually ages them by accelerating their progression through time, making an organism experience months or years of aging in seconds. All of these effects match the 1968 Skull Valley incident, the sheep deaths, the anomalous radiation, the atmospheric disturbances, the impossible causes of death that showed signs of extreme aging, which means one of two things. Either the object in Sector Silver was already present at Dugway in 1968, kept secret for 25 years before the Special Access Program was officially approved in 1993. Or the object recovered in 1993 is similar to another object that was at Dugway in 1968, which would imply there are multiple such objects, that whatever created these artifacts has been visiting Earth, or leaving artifacts on Earth, for a very long time. Either possibility is staggering. The Pentagon has been studying this technology for over 50 years, building containment facilities, developing shielding protocols, trying to understand how it works, trying to reverse engineer it, trying to create their own versions, because imagine the military applications. A weapon that ages enemy soldiers to death in seconds. No bullets. No explosions. Just point the device and watch your enemies wither into skeletons. A drive system that manipulates space-time to allow faster-than-light travel. Going to the stars. Colonizing other worlds. Leaving humanity's enemies far behind in the solar system. A time manipulation device that allows you to see the future. To know your enemy's plans before they make them. To win every battle before it's fought. These are the potentially revolutionary applications the memo referenced. This is why the Pentagon is willing to risk more containment failures, more temporal displacements, more people trapped like James Forsyth, because whoever controls time controls everything, and occasionally when containment fails, people get caught in the temporal distortions. People like James Forsyth. His job was never simple maintenance. He was part of the containment team, responsible for keeping the field stable, for monitoring the object's behaviour, for preventing breaches that could expose the entire program to the outside world. But on September 12, 2011, something went wrong. The object activated. Maybe someone tried to experiment with it. Maybe it activated spontaneously. Maybe the inadequate containment generators finally failed under the stress. Whatever the cause, the containment fields collapsed. A temporal anomaly opened. a tear in space-time spreading out from Sector Silver, manifesting briefly in Skull Valley 40 miles away before collapsing back into whatever dimensional space it occupies. And Forsyth, standing too close when it happened, trying desperately to restore containment, was pulled through that tear. Not killed, displaced. Thrown into a region of space-time that doesn't connect properly to our own, where he can see our world sometimes, feel it, reach toward it, but never quite touch it. Where he exists in a state that the Pentagon's own memo suggests is conscious and aware. Imagine that. Being pulled out of reality, existing in some impossible space between dimensions or times, able to perceive the world you came from but unable to interact with it, watching your life continue without you, watching your wife mourn, watching years pass while you remain trapped. How long has it been for James Forsyth? In our timeline, it's been 12 years, but in whatever temporal prison he occupies, has it been 12 years, 12 days, 12 seconds? Does time even pass consistently there? The Pentagon sealed the facility, upgraded the containment systems properly this time, with generators that actually match the required specifications, closed the case, classified the incident, and went back to studying their impossible object as if nothing had happened. Business as usual in Sector Silver. Ending. The final message from Forsyth. Lena publishes her investigation in November of 2023. She releases everything, all the documents, all the photos, all the testimony, the 1993 SAP approval, the 1968 sheep deaths and their impossible causes, Paul Howard's account of Sector Silver, Derek Whiteman's description of the object being transported, the sub-level diagram showing the facility 800 feet underground, the procurement logs proving inadequate containment equipment, the access logs showing Forsyth's final moments, the Skull Valley footage showing a human figure trapped inside a temporal distortion, and most damning, the leaked Pentagon memo discussing him as subject and describing his displacement as valuable data. A major online news outlet runs the story. The headline reads, "Secret military facility trapped scientist in time. Pentagon covered it up." It goes viral immediately. Millions of people read about Sector Silver, about the temporal anomalies, about James Forsyth's disappearance and the government's deliberate decision to abandon him to his fate. The Pentagon issues a statement within hours. The claims in this article are based on misinterpretations of publicly available documents and unsubstantiated conspiracy theories. Dugway Proving Ground is a chemical and biological defence facility operating under standard safety protocols. The disappearance of Mr. James Forsyth is a tragic missing person case with no connection to classified programs. No such facility as Sector Silver exists. The documents presented appear to be fabrications or creative misinterpretations of legitimate technical materials. The Department of Defense does not comment on rumours regarding special access programs. It's the response Lena expected. Denial, dismissal. The usual playbook. Claim the documents are fake. Call the sources unreliable. Suggest the journalist is conspiracy-minded. Move on and hope the news cycle buries the story within a week. Congressional representatives call for investigations. The Pentagon stonewalls. Requests for information are denied on national security grounds. The intelligence committees receive classified briefings. Whatever they're told is convincing enough that no further action is taken. The story fades from the headlines after 2 weeks. New crises emerge. The public attention moves elsewhere. Lena's article becomes one more conspiracy theory in the endless stream of internet speculation about secret government programs. But Rachel Forsyth reads every word, watches the Skull Valley footage 200 times, studies the photo of the figure trapped in the temporal distortion, recognises her husband's stance, his posture, the way he holds his arm when reaching for something. She knows that's James, knows he's alive, knows he's been trying to reach her for 12 years, and she finally has an answer to the question that's haunted her all this time. He didn't abandon her, didn't wander off into the desert to die. He was taken, stolen, pulled into a place where she can't follow. 3 months after publication, in February of 2024, something impossible happens. Lena Hartman receives a voicemail on her cell phone. The call comes at 3:14 a.m. She doesn't hear it ring. Her phone is on silent, charging on her nightstand. She just wakes up at dawn to a notification that she has one new message from an unknown number. She plays it, half asleep, expecting spam or a wrong number or maybe a source with new information. Instead, she hears a voice. It's distorted, heavily distorted, interference that sounds like the audio equivalent of the Skull Valley footage, crackling that rises and falls, warping effects that make words stretch and compress, white noise that roars like an ocean, as if the sound itself is being transmitted across some impossible distance, through barriers that were never meant to be crossed from a place where normal physics doesn't apply. But beneath all that distortion, beneath the interference and the noise and the temporal warping, she recognises the voice. She's listened to interviews with James Forsyth's wife, heard Rachel play recordings from his time at Dugway, home videos, voicemails he left when working late, the sound of him laughing at a family barbecue. She knows that voice, and hearing it now coming through her phone at 3 a.m. makes her heart stop. "Lena, it's James. I'm not dead." The interference surges, almost drowning out his next words. "I know what you published. I know you're trying to understand what happened. I can see your world sometimes. Like looking through water, distorted but visible. I saw the article, saw Rachel reading it, saw her crying, tell her I'm sorry, tell her I tried to come back." Static roars through the recording. When his voice returns, it's quieter, more distant, as if he's moving away from some impossible microphone. They control time in Sector Silver. The object, it's a threshold, a connection point. I slipped outside the timeline when containment broke. I'm trying to get back. I can feel our world. I can sense it, but I can't reach it. The distance isn't spatial, it's temporal. I'm seconds away but years out of phase. Another surge of static. I've been here for, I don't know how long. Time doesn't work right. Sometimes it feels like minutes. Sometimes it feels like decades. I can see myself from the outside. See myself in the Skull Valley footage you published. That's me. That's me reaching out, trying to find solid ground in reality. His voice breaks, a sound of pure desperation. "Don't trust the Air Force report. Don't believe I'm dead." The object opened again. I felt it. Something's changing in Sector Silver. They're trying to activate it deliberately. They think they can control it now. They can't. Nobody can. It's not a machine. It's not technology. It's something else. Something alive. Something aware. Lena's hands shake so badly she almost drops the phone. "Tell my wife I'm still fighting to get home. Tell her I love her. Tell her I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise to come home that night. Tell her I'm..." The message cuts off. Not gradually. Just stops mid-sentence as if someone pulled a plug, replaced by a sustained tone that rises in pitch, higher and higher, beyond the range of normal sound, becoming painful to hear, a frequency that seems to vibrate in her skull rather than her ears, then silence. Absolute silence that feels heavier than any sound. Lena sits in her dark bedroom, phone clutched in her hand, listening to the empty air after the message ends. She's shaking, crying, trying to process what she just heard. James Forsyth is alive, not dead, not gone, alive, trapped in some impossible space but conscious and aware and still trying desperately to reach back to the world he was stolen from. The next morning she checks military news feeds out of habit, knowing what she'll find before she even opens her browser. There's a brief statement from Dugway Proving Ground, published at 0600 hours. Records correction. James Forsyth, previously listed as missing, has been reclassified as deceased effective February 14th, 2024. Next of kin have been notified. This administrative update reflects standard procedures for long-term missing person cases and provides official closure to outstanding personnel records. They changed his status 12 years after he vanished. The same day Lena received the voicemail. The same day James Forsyth somehow managed to make contact from whatever temporal prison he occupies. Coincidence? Or did they detect the contact somehow? Did their sensors in Sector Silver pick up the transmission? Did they know he broke through, made contact with the outside world, and immediately moved to discredit it by officially declaring him dead? She examines the voicemail metadata on her phone. Call duration, 2 minutes 14 seconds. Caller ID, unknown. Network carrier, unable to determine. Signal source, no location data available. And then she sees it. The timestamp, the single detail that makes everything else make terrifying sense. The message was received at 3:14 a.m. February 14th, 2024. That's when her phone logged the incoming call. But according to the metadata embedded in the voicemail file itself, the call was placed at 06:18 p.m., March 21, 1993. The same date the Special Access Program was approved. The same date written on the note that started everything. The day Sector Silver opened for the first time. 31 years ago. Somehow, impossibly, James Forsyth called her from 31 years in the past, or from a place where past and present exist simultaneously, or from somewhere that time doesn't work the way it should, where causality breaks down, where effects can precede causes, where a man displaced in 2011 can make a phone call that originates in 1993 and arrives in 2024. She listens to the message again, and again, and again, focuses on his words, on the warning embedded in his desperate plea. The object opened again. Something's changing. They're trying to activate it deliberately. They think they can control it. Lena pulls up satellite imagery of Dugway Proving Ground, the kind anyone can access through commercial services. She looks at recent photos from the past 6 months, comparing them to older images. There's new construction in the restricted zone, large buildings that weren't there a year ago, power infrastructure being massively expanded, new electrical substations, new power lines, transformers large enough to handle industrial-scale electrical loads, equipment being moved in under heavy security, construction that suggests they're preparing for something that requires enormous amounts of energy. They're not shutting down Sector Silver, they're expanding it, upgrading it, preparing for something. She thinks about James Forsyth, displaced somewhere in the spaces between seconds, trying to reach back to a world that's moved on without him. She thinks about Paul Howard, struck down before he could tell more of what he knew. She thinks about the 500 sheep killed in 1968, about the other people Derek Whiteman saw being taken away after exposure to the object, about all the disappeared personnel whose fates were never recorded, whose families never learned the truth. And she thinks about what happens if the Pentagon succeeds in controlling the object in Sector Silver, if they learn to manipulate time the way it does, if they weaponize it, if they create more temporal distortions, more displacement events, more people trapped in impossible spaces screaming across years for help that never comes. She makes a decision, starts reaching out to other journalists, scientists who understand temporal physics, congressional oversight committees, international organisations, anyone who will listen, anyone with the authority to stop this. Because James Forsyth's message contained a warning from a man who's seen what the object can do, a man who's experienced firsthand the horror of being displaced from reality, a man who's trying, with his last remaining connection to our world, to save others from his fate. And Lena intends to make sure people hear that warning before Sector Silver activates again, before more containment failures occur, before more people are pulled through into that impossible space where James Forsyth waits. She calls Rachel Forsyth, tells her about the voicemail, plays it for her over the phone. Rachel is silent for a long time after hearing her husband's voice. When she finally speaks, she's crying. He's alive. He's been alive this whole time, and they left him there. They just left him there. Yes, Lena says, but he's still fighting, still trying to get back to you. What can we do? Rachel asks. We make them answer for what they've done. We don't let them bury this. We don't let James become another forgotten victim of a classified program nobody wants to acknowledge. We fight, the same way he's still fighting. The story ends here, but in a facility 840 feet below the Utah desert, in a chamber shielded from the outside world by layers of lead and concrete and electromagnetic barriers, something that shouldn't exist continues to hum at the edge of perception. Its frequency is too low for human ears, 0.18 Hz. The same frequency the Pentagon memo identified as James Forsyth's residual temporal signature. The frequency of a human heartbeat slowed down by a factor of 5, the rhythm of life displaced from its proper time, waiting for the moment when the fields drop again and it can reach out into our reality. And somewhere in the space between seconds, in a place where distance is measured in moments instead of miles, James Forsyth waits too, counting time that doesn't pass the way it should, watching the world he was stolen from through barriers he can't cross, hoping for a chance to slip back through before the gap grows too wide, hoping someone will hear his warning before it's too late. The distance between him and home is measured in moments, but those moments are spread across decades, and with every day that passes in our timeline, the resonance fades a little more, the connection weakens, the probability of spontaneous return drops from 0.001% to something even smaller. But as long as that probability isn't zero, as long as there's any chance at all, James Forsyth keeps reaching, keeps trying, keeps fighting his way back through the impossible spaces, because he made a promise to Rachel 12 years ago, on a phone call at 6:18 p.m. on September 12, 2011. He promised he'd see her soon, and James Forsyth keeps his promises, even if it takes him 30 years and a journey through broken time to do it.